morning and welcome once again to day 2 of the Startup Mahakumbh. Let's kick off the day with a huge round of applause for everybody sitting in the audience. Come on. We're delighted today to see such energetic and visionary crowd gathered here today. This event is not just about any event or an industry conclave. It's a celebration of innovation, collaboration, and the indomitable spirit of Indian entrepreneurship. Today, we're in for a day filled with insights, inspiring conversations, and of course, creative ideas. We are here to learn from some of the brightest minds and celebrated personalities who are transforming industries across the board. So let's get started on this exciting journey together. Kicking off our day is a keynote that truly encapsulates our vision. Shri Amitabh Kant has played a pivotal role in steering India's economic transformation. Today, he will share how startup ecosystem is evolving from a phase of catching up to one taking off into a leadership role on the global stage. Please join us in welcoming Shri Amitabh Kant, a visionary leader whose insights will set the tone for a day full of innovation and bold ideas. So please join us on stage.
All the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, particularly all the startup entrepreneurs, a lot of young faces here, so I'm truly delighted to be here. When we launched the Startup India movement in 2016, January, there were just 156 startups in India. Today, startups, we have over 161,000 startups in India, and the funding, which then used to be about 5 to 6 billion, has moved to about 155 billion in India, and startups are now contributing about 4 to 5% to India's GDP. So the startup story in India is really a testament to the entrepreneurial spirit that truly defines New India. And it is a story of a remarkable transformation into a global startup powerhouse. And startups have been driving a lot of innovation in India. I think much of this has happened because the government of India has worked in partnership with the private sector, with young entrepreneurs, to simplify all regulatory framework. When we were driving the Startup India policy, we ensured that startups are kept out of Factories Act, kept out of labor laws, etc. And I think what has made the difference is that we started with the fund of funds of 10,000 crores, which was operated by SIDBI, but where the fund of fund took the risk along with alternative investment funds. So venture funds were investing in startups, but the risk of the venture fund was shared by the fund of funds. And that enabled a lot of risk-taking to be done by the venture funds. The due diligence was all done by the venture funds. The second thing that helped was the seed fund scheme and the credit guarantee scheme. And later, the Bharat Startup Grand Challenge, and the fact that today we have about 20,000, close to about 28,000 startups registered on the government platform, which is the GEM platform for purchase. Because my belief is that one of the big things about startups is when they innovate, when they disrupt, the government must be the first buyer and the government must be the first buyer. And that helps, when government becomes the first buyer, that helps startups to ensure that that product is fully marketed. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are in the midst of a lot of geopolitical turmoil. Yesterday, we've seen very high tariffs being imposed by the United States of America. The global supply chains are disrupted. Flow of capital will get impacted across the world. And therefore, the state of tariffs being in a flux, it's very important that startups continue to do disruption in a very big way. And startups in India continue to make a difference to India. And to my mind, there are several areas where startups have to make a difference. The government has initiated several policy changes in areas of space, in areas of geospatial maps, and in areas of drones. And there are very, very dynamic young startups. If you look at Dhruv, if you look at Agnikul, if you look at Cosmos, Skyroot Aerospace, Pixel, they're all building rockets, they're building engines, satellites, and because of the cost arbitrage, India is now taking a giant leap forward in space and drones and many of these areas. But one of the key challenges for us is that startups must get into deep tech. That, to my mind, is very critical. They must get into areas of artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, big data. They must get into sunrise areas of growth, electric mobility, battery storage, green hydrogen, electronic manufacturing. And to my mind, a very huge area of innovation will be the area of circular economy. And the future will all be about digital, and it will be about growing green. And therefore, disruption in these areas of AI, in areas of deep tech will be very critical. Now, deep tech is critical, but it would require a lot of patient capital because deep tech gives you result over a long period of time. And that's why in this budget, the government of India has announced a fund of funds for deep tech. And you will have the fund for startups getting replenished by 10,000 crores, but you'll have a separate fund of funds for deep tech. And therefore, this fund of funds for deep tech will enable venture funds to take far more risk of investing in startups in areas of cybersecurity, semiconductors, AIs, and many, many other areas of deep tech areas where we need to make a huge, huge disruption. To my mind, the future really lies in India becoming a champion of deep tech. And therefore, this fund for deep tech will help all venture funds to support young startups. And we need, this fund will share the risk with alternative investments funds who will put resources into startups. I would also say that it's very, very important that with this huge amount of data which India generates, 1.4 billion people with their digital identity, which has enabled us to build up a very, very strong digital public infrastructure movement. And from the digital public infrastructure movement, we've demonstrated that 1.4 billion Indian people, today, actually, a lot of us do a fast payment on our mobiles. We do about 50% of the fast payment in the world today. China is next with about 20% of the fast payments. But from fast payment, India then moved to providing credit. And from credit, we've seen a number of young startups like Zerodha, Grow Upstock, actually taking stock market to Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. And then we saw young startups like GoDigit and Acco providing insurance on the mobile, on the go. So India is the only country in the world which provides fast payment, which does credit, which does stock market, which does insurance, all within 30 seconds to 1 minute on the go, on the mobile. And this has been possible because we do it in an open source manner. We have open APIs. We are globally interoperable in digital public infrastructure. Now, the next big quantum jumping will take place when we integrate artificial intelligence with digital public infrastructure. And the AI race, to my mind, has just begun. It is wide open. Some of you have seen just 2 months back, Stargate in America talking about massive amount of investment. And that huge amount of investments by, a range of companies in United States, that was upset just recently by DeepSeek, which was able to do in just about a few millions what had taken 6 billions. Stargate proposal was for 6.6 billion. DeepSeek could do it in much lower amount of just millions, 4.5 millions. This was possible because DeepSeek went open source, and they were able to show this convergence of great soft power with very limited computing power. So my view is that the AI race has just begun, and Indian startups must demonstrate their great ability to do a lot of more innovation on AI using their software with limited hardware computing ability and less energy consuming power. What is going to happen is that AI is going to consume a lot of power, a huge amount of power in the days to come. In fact, according to International Energy Agency, AI will consume more power than countries like Japan and Sweden by 26, 27. So the challenge for the world is to be able to do AI, great artificial intelligence with less energy, which is more nimble, which has very good software power with limited computing power. And the world is going for open source. So what is demonstrating is that open source is making a lot of innovation possible and making quantum jumping possible. And therefore, it's very important that for India to maintain its sovereignty in technological advancement and leading from the front, we must not become a technological colony of either the West or of any other country in the world. We must continue to innovate in a very nimble, in a very less energy-consuming, cost-effective manner. We must do more for less, like ISRO has done in the case of space. I mean, ISRO could launch itself, go into the space, land in the moon at lower cost than what even a Hollywood movie like Galaxy could cost. And therefore, doing more for less is critical, and this is only what the startups can do. So open source will be the way forward. We must converge software with limited hardware. We must build sovereign frontier models which are based on our own data sets and do not have inherent biases of the West. If we go with Western models, we lose our culture, our identity, we will lose our civilizational strength. And therefore, it's important that we must build on Indian data, on the data of our citizens, and we must build end-to-end AI ecosystems and not just the application layer. We also have a large number of languages, 22 languages. We have a huge number of dialects in India, and therefore our models must be multilingual and multimodal in the days to come. We must be able to, exactly like what we've done with Bhashni, where a person living in a rural area can fill up his form using his voice. We must be able to make voice in all dialects, in all languages possible, and that only AI will be able to do. So ladies and gentlemen, these are days of huge disruption. India must demonstrate that we are willing to make the quantum jump forward in deep tech. We are able to make a huge disruption in areas of space, in areas of drones, in areas of battery, in areas of clean technology. I'm making these points because if you look at China today, they control about 70% of the solar market. They control about close to 74% of the battery market. They are controlling about close to 80% of the electric vehicle market. And therefore, these are areas where it will be very, very important to India to make a very big breakthrough. These big breakthroughs will not come in from established companies. Established companies will continue to keep doing the same thing. It will be the young startups which will make all the difference. And therefore, deep tech will be very critical for India. Artificial intelligence will be very critical for India. Sunrise areas of growth of mobility, battery storage, green hydrogen, circular economy. All these are huge areas of opportunity for all of you. So ladies and gentlemen, my view is that when future generations write the history of India, they must mark this decade as the moment when India transformed from merely being a service provider to a global innovator. And being a global innovator will only happen with our young startups of today. So the government of India has done its best. Government of India has created the fund of funds. It will create the fund for deep tech. It will create a huge clean tech manufacturing ecosystem. But it's for the young entrepreneurs to carry out all the disruption in the world. And we are all here to support you, to back you, and we are all here to motivate you. And I'm truly delighted to be here as a part of this Mahakumbh, which is a very exciting opportunity. No country in the world has such an extraordinary level of startups as India has. No other country has this ecosystem of startups which India has. No other country has this ability to put the young startups with venture fund and with the fund of funds all together, which India has been able to do. And it's now for the young startups to carry out all the disruption in the world. One last point I want to make, and that is that whatever you do, a good corporate governance must be a very key and critical part of it. Many of you are engaged in disruption. Many of you are constantly innovating, and then you forget the governance part of it. But good governance must become a very critical part of this, because governments must be kept at arm's length. If governments have to be kept at arm's length, self-regulation will have to be critical. And for self-regulation to happen, all of you must really believe that as you move forward, there must be ethical governance, there must be good audits, and there must be good financial management as well. Infosys was once a startup which has gone on to become a huge monolithic company simply because they were able to bring in good corporate governance. And therefore, all of you must, as you grow and expand and become bigger and bigger and bigger, top-class corporate governance must be a very critical component of all this. So I wish you all the best. I wish you all success, and I wish you all progress and prosperity in the days to come. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a big hand for Shri Amitabh Kanji one more time? Amitabh sir, thank you so much for that inspiring address. And sir, I request you to please be on stage with us. As now I request Mr. Sumit Jarangal, Director, DPIIT, to come up on stage to felicitate Mr. Kant. Mr. Kant, thank you so much for joining us here at Startup Mahakumbh. Big hand, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, big hand for the gentleman for always inspiring us. All right, Karunya, are we all set for the next one?
All set. And
Check.
in fact, our next session is going to be a very, very exciting one. It takes us into the realm of what is cutting-edge technology, strategic national defense, and this panel is going to explore how space and defense sectors are setting the stage for India to emerge as a global superpower.
I'm absolutely excited for space and defense. Truly an area that I look forward to. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is moderated by the distinguished Rear Admiral retired Shekhar Mittalji, whose leadership in maritime and defense innovation is widely recognized. This discussion features experts like Mr. Arjun Rao, renowned for his strategic insights at Special Invest, Dr. Vinod Kumar, whose work at InSpace is shaping India's space ambitions, and Mr. Arun T. Ramachandran, a key leader at L&T. Please give them a big hand, everyone.
Just give us a couple of moments. We're just setting up real quick
We're just
for...
gearing up the stage for it. And all the young leaders who are sitting here in the house, let me tell you that this is the right opportunity to grab as much as you can, as we have got the right leaders for you here at the Startup Mahakumbh 2025.
Okay, there we have. Our stellar panel is ready to go. Once again, I'd like to welcome all of you on stage. Our moderator for the day is Mr. Shekhar Mittal, Rear Admiral, retired, co-founder and executive director, Ricky's Marine. Mr. Arjun Rao, partner at Special Invest. Dr. Vinod Kumar, director at InSpace. And Mr. Arun T. Ramchandani, executive vice president at L&T. Give a huge round of applause once again. Thank you.
Big hand for all the panelists, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen, ladies. My privilege to be hosting this particular session. My special thanks to my co-panelists, very, very distinguished panelists, right? I have with me, starting with Mr. Ramachandani. He is the Executive Vice President of L&T, has over almost about 40 years of service and heading L&T in various mega projects, right? And then we have also Dr. Vinod Kumar. He is director InSpace. You will hear a lot about this particular agency, which has done remarkable work in last 4 years in opening up the space as far as NGE is concerned, non-government entities are concerned, the regulatory side of the space, commercialization of the space activities. We will know more from him. And then also we have from the, the VC side, without whom nothing happens really. The startup industry doesn't move. And we have a very renowned gentleman with us, Mr. Arjun Rao. He is the partner Special Invest. In fact, it's one of the doing a wonderful job and promoting the defense startups as well as the space startups. I personally have also interacted with their team. They are absolutely in the forefront of supporting this particular, the movement in both defense and the aerospace side, right? So before I start with it, may I request my panelists to start, just to give a very brief introduction of all of you can give a brief introduction, and then I'll start with on the main subject. The mic's there? Yeah.
Okay, good morning. You'll be wondering what an old company like Larsen & Toubro is doing here. I just want to say that in today's ecosystem, companies like ours recognize the strength of the startup community, and we believe that it can be leveraged both for the growth of the country and for companies like ours. So we do engage strongly with the startup community. We do look at them as a great source of innovation and as a great driver of growth for tomorrow's economy. And, about myself, okay, wonderful, happy to do that. So my name is Arun Ramchandani, and I head the Precision Engineering and Systems business of L&T. I've been working with L&T for the last 40 years. We have a significant business in the defense and aerospace segment. And I dare say that, 40 years back when I joined L&T as a trainee, we began the defense business as a startup. In those days, the defense sector was not open to the private industry. And we worked with DRDO, we developed our own products. And today we have created about $1 billion industry, maybe 35 years down the line, in that sector. So that's a brief introduction about myself.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vinod Kumar. And something on InSpace also you can particularly cover.
Yeah. Thank you, dear Admiral Saab. Very good morning all. How many of you know in space? Please raise hand. Very few know. So it's the right thing you have told that I should tell. Yeah, I am Dr. Vinod Kumar. Basically, I'm Director Promotion Directorate at Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center. So it's very nice. First of all, thanks to the organizers for bringing out such a nice panel discussion. So in space, you know ISRO? ISRO, how many of you know? Yeah, couple of. So see, before 2020, ISRO was doing every activity in space. Means they are launching satellite, making satellite, and having own orbital slots, etc. But it was in 24 June 2020 when Honorable Prime Minister announced the space sector reform, where each company, those who were early, working as a vendor or new companies, can take up any activity in space, which ISRO was doing. So it was a dramatic shift. Any Indian citizen can carry out any space activity under the sun in the space sector. So that is the brief, wherein you can make your own launch vehicle, you can launch your satellite, manufacture your satellite, do the data analysis, take the data, take the orbital slot. So there is a dramatic shift. Now, there was a requirement to have a space regulator, because this activity has to be regulated. So that was the purpose that Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center was formed. We are basically a regulator of space, but promotion is required because our industry is at a nascent stage. So various things are there. We will cover strategies, how we can become the next global giant from India. I am Director Promotion, heading Promotion Directorate at InSpace. Thank you,
Wonderful.
sir.
Thank you very much. Arjun, please.
Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you, Admiral Sir, for having me and as part of these esteemed gentlemen, right? I represent Special Invest. We're an early stage venture capital firm investing in deep technology ideas. I think Amitabh Kant sir previously talked about the criticality of deep tech for our country at this point in time across multiple sectors, but particularly within defense and space tech. We've been running Special Invest now for about 8+ years, have made close to 40 investments across multiple cutting-edge sectors that are at the intersection of engineering, hardware, sciences, and software. Usually some intersection of these things coming together to solve really complex problems is our base definition of deep tech. We've been fortunate and lucky enough to particularly have a strong presence and exposure to the space and defense startup ecosystem. We were very early investors in the space tech startup landscape in this country in 2018. Maybe, sir, we were a little impatient and we invested even before in-space policy was put. But we invested in a company called Agnikul Cosmos, which was, 100% 3D printed rocket from IIT Madras in 2018. We have since then gone on to invest in Earth observation satellites, communication satellites, quantum cryptography, and other space tech solutions. We're possibly the most active space tech investor in this country with 6 investments in that domain and hope to do more, many more in the future with the support of InSpace and the ecosystem. Of course, none of this would be possible without sort of, riding on the shoulders of giants such as ISRO or even LLT for that matter, right? The talent pool and this ecosystem. Right, so we're very excited. We're of course doing things in energy, green hydrogen, in defense and communication as well. 40+ companies, 8 years, a little more than $100 million that we have accessible to us. But what drives us every day is working with young entrepreneurs who are trying to, young and old entrepreneurs for that matter, who are trying to change the landscape of Indian defense and space tech, and for India to be a very, very strong force. So thankful to be here, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a nice. So basically, let's get into the subject for the day, the next global giants from India. Yes, being an optimist and a co-founder of Rakisi Marine, a company which has won the first Aditi 1 contract, right? And this is for the fabrication design of XL UUV, which is extra large unmanned underwater vehicle, right? Which was in the wish list of the Navy for last 20 years. And now this project has been given in an open competition by IDEX. We'll come on the IDEX little later for those who are not aware of it, by MOD, right? Ministry of Defense, Indian Navy. And the point of significance is this vessel, entire vessel, as I said, will be powered by a totally indigenous software developed in-house by our team, right? That is the biggest of the plus. Indian Navy, mind you, was waiting for last 20 years for the project. The next important point to note is which are the other companies world over who are doing this development? And you will read about only the giants, big giants like Boeing, like ELTA, like the Naval Group are the ones who are working on this system. And if these are the type of projects which are being given to startups like us, Rakesi Marine, and there are many, many others who are doing a phenomenal job, certainly as far as the Indian defense startup is concerned, or for that matter, space startup is concerned, we are on the right path, right? So it is a time for celebration, but then what has to be seen is, do we really, the trust what has been reposed by the system, are we able to meet that particular thing, the specifications, what has been given, right? Now, same is the story, as he mentioned in the space sector with the Agnikul, right? They have done a phenomenal job. And you talk to the large number of VCs who have really committed funds at the early stage, right? And these sort of success stories rubs on the system and provides further impetus to the startup setup. As per InSpace website, nearly 400 startups are active, and more than 300 million has been raised in funding by the space startups. And same is the story, right, with the defense startups. Large number of startups have raised funds. You would have read yesterday's news only. Tonuo have raised large amount of funds, 4th stage of funding before the IBO. Idea Forge, Sagar Defense, Planes, Rakesi Marine, there are some others who have succeeded in raising good funds on account of clear visibility as far as the order book is concerned and the demonstration of the execution capabilities as far as the project is concerned. But likely order book with each of these startups post-successful demonstration of the prototypes is in hundreds of crores with each startup. Like today, the Rakesi Marine has a clear visibility of order as on today, almost of over 400 to 500 crores. And this is just within about a year and a half, about 2 years or so. It does shows that these startups are on the right trajectory to meet indigenous requirements of high-end weapon systems. Of course, the success stories have been made possible due to transformative policy initiatives at both macro and micro levels by the political leadership of the country. When these things flow down right from the Prime Minister level, right, it has its different impact. And that's what is very, very evident. Adoption of Make in India in 2015, followed by a strategic transition to Atmanirbhar Bharat in 2018, which entailed generation of IP within the country. That means what? You are moving basically from manufacturing to print, from manufacturing to print to manufacturing to design, right? And through the help of the startups. So basically, government, in order to move from Make in India to a stage where, you were going to Atmanirbhar, came out with a startup policy, and to further this startup policy, government introduced two new agencies. One was in 2018, where IDEX was set up, and IDEX was set up as a part of DIO, which is a Section 8 company. We'll cover a little more about the IDEX, right? Because this IDEX has played a major role along with the defense forces, along with the Ministry of Defense, along with the VC setup, all of them put together. So you see, basically, it is a very, very planned move by the government at the central level to see that how do you move the manufacturing from TOT, which was taking place till about 2014, to manufacturing in India, right, through the startup setup. The shift from DRDO-led R&D to startup-driven approach incentivized by government grants has democratized and expanded the reach of innovation, commercial R&D, and entrepreneurship to young, bright minds in the colleges, MSMEs, and new entrepreneurs. allowing rapid induction of new age technologies in the defense and space systems, two sectors which have a strong symbiotic relationships. Let me briefly touch upon IDEX. Dr. Vinod has apprised about the InSpace. As I have said, both these agencies have played major role in the growth of the startups, in maturing of the startups, in opening, in connecting these startups with the users, whether it is defense, whether it is DRDO, whether it is ISRO, and such agencies. Now, as far as this IDEX is concerned, it was launched by Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister in 2018 with the aim to create an ecosystem to foster innovation and technology development in defense and aerospace by engaging innovators, entrepreneurs, academia, R&D institutes to develop technologically advanced solutions for modernizing armed forces. Please note, in 2018, when IDEX was launched, it was also to look after the space side, right? It is only subsequently government realized the potential and government realized that they are opening up, they'll be able to harness that considerable opportunity which is available in the sector and also the capability which is there with our youth, with our entrepreneurs, that they came out with another agency InSpace in 2020. Now, in last 7 years, IDEX has launched 544 problem statements which have been given to defense startups to take up. These challenges include the problem statements as received from the armed forces and 16 DPSUs on diverse systems, communication systems, sensors, imaging, AI, ML, sensors technology, arms and ammunition, drones, autonomous vessels, etc. Now, 13,000 applications have been received and grant of 400 crores has been approved so far. 4 types of challenges with differing grant amounts based on the complexity are raised, and these include the DISC challenge. Now here, important point is, generally we all know governments are a little slow to move, but please realize in 2018, IDEX started with a DISC challenge which had a grant of only 1.5 crores, which was subsequently revised to the Defense Prime. Now this Defense Prime statements, the challenges had a grant of rupees 10 crores. This included something like smart ships and things like that. And government further upped the ante by coming up with a program of Aditi. And this is the same program I mentioned to you. The first challenge under Aditi was won by Rakesi Marine with an in-house developed software for autonomous vessels. Now, within 1 year, government has announced 3 Aditi challenges, right? And as I mentioned to you, each challenges entail grant of up to 25 crores, right? So what are we saying? Government is ready to open the purse strings, right, to the people, to the entrepreneurs, to the startups who are ready to take the challenges as posed by the armed forces or as posed by the PSUs. So again and again, what is the point which is coming? Government is doing its bit. Now it's up to us, our own people, right? If we are ready to take the challenges, please raise the hand. And in fact, publicly, Honorable Defense Minister and so are the other ministers in the government have said, if you are ready with a product, you have a product, approach us, we'll help you, we'll support you. And I'm making these statements particularly for the VC community, right? So to give them a confidence, as far as government is concerned, government is doing its role, right? It is up to us to realize, yes, the system at this moment is supportive enough, right, in the favor of startups. Now, initially, majority of the challenges has come from the Indian Navy. And as far as the Indian Navy is concerned amongst the armed forces, it has been pioneering the indigenization since late 60s, right? We started our shipbuilding program, that Leander class program in late 60s. And since then, right, almost over 90% of our naval ships are being built in country, right? Almost as on today, there are good, 45 ships which are under construction for the Navy alone, and same for the Coast Guard, right? So this is about IDEX. You have heard about InSpace also, right? So now let's get into the pointed questions, right? So I'll ask some pointed questions, right, with our panelists to educate all of us, right? Now, as far as L&T is concerned, we know the contribution of the L&T. We know the size of L&T. We know how long in every space, in every sector they are there, and they have played a pioneering role. And same is the story with the defense. Whether it is the Navy, Army, Air Force, you must be hearing about the part construction of the submarines, part construction of the ships, or full construction of the ships, as the case in differing case, or the artillery guns. So they are there everywhere. And same is the torpedo tube launchers and the rocket launchers and different weapon systems, right? So my basic point and basic question to him is, which you initially touched upon, how do you see this startup setup? Do you see them as a challenge, right, to the big, giants like L&T, or you feel that yes, they have a supplementary role and can really support in this, vision of India to be a builder's India?
So like I said in the beginning, we see it more of an opportunity than a challenge. We believe that this is an ecosystem that can be harnessed for innovation, that can enable large companies like ours to innovate quicker and to democratize our innovation. So broadly, I would say it's a huge opportunity. Of course, many of them with their disruptive efforts could be challengers to people like us who are established. And we are very cognizant of that, and we actually look at how we can leverage their strength for our development.
Great, sir. Just one more thing, since L&T has been involved in big projects for a considerable time, what problems you envisage startups will face, in ramping up to the level what we are talking about today? Some advice to the startups?
Yeah. So, if there is one thing that my journey has taught me, that there are no shortcuts in life, and, the road to success and sustainable success is a hard one. And, for all those startups who are aspiring, who have innovation, converting innovation into a sustainable business model is something which requires a lot of effort. It requires building organizations. It requires building capabilities. It requires penetrating the market. It requires building reliability into the product. And especially in a sector like defense, where product reliability is very critical. It doesn't suffice to have an idea which works in the lab. You have to take it out there in the field and manage the multiple challenges which the field throws up.
I think you've hit the nail. It's very, very rightly said, converting innovation to a sustainable business solution, right? These are two different things, and they need to be worked upon by the startups. Very, very relevant point here. Dr. Vinod, I have a couple of questions from your side, right? I am not so well aware of in space. Of course, for this panel, I did do some research. But tell me, you said you are a regulator. Does Department of Space officially recognize you as a regulator? Is that the role which is given to you, or it is a assumed role? I saw somewhere it's an autonomous body. I saw somewhere the crest of Government of India is being used, right? So what is the exact position? Suppose a proposal goes from you today, is it binding on the Space Department, Ministry of Space, or how does it work? Just in very short, brief.
Excellent. Excellent question. So we are attached to the Department of Space because Space Activities Bill is pending. So it is in the last stage, which will be put in the Parliament at any time. So we are a Government of India body, we are a regulator of space, but since now we have to regulate the activities of government also, like ISRO and private companies also, so we are supposed to be an autonomous body. So we are formed with a cabinet decision, and gazette notification is already there for that. And we have submitted the Space Activities Bill to the committee. At any time it can come in Parliament, then we are fully autonomous.
So how much budgetary support you get year after year?
It is from Department of Space, because the department is required to be for that. So can I come to the point of title of this talk, where space global giant?
Please.
Yeah, very interesting topic, that what all we are doing, what all is required to become a global giant. So I will divide it into two parts. What are the core pillars to become a global giant. What are the strengths of India? So what is the cost-effective solutions? We are known for cost-effective solutions, be it manufacturing, be it IT solution, be it sending satellite to Mars, Moon, or anything for that. So that is our core. We should use that to become a global giant. And we are sure that in that direction, our companies are working, and they are much ahead rest of the world companies, except one or two countries. Second thing is the real-time data-driven solutions. We have been working, our company, our private startups. We were operationalized in 2022. And in 2014, there were one startup only. And presently, we have 300 plus space startup. So there's a big jump. We are the world leader in registering companies, plus providing various kind of solutions. The third approach is the advanced in-house technologies. If you come these three things to become a global giant, additionally, you need the demand for that. For sustainability, you need the demand. So if you count last 1 year and so, I can see around 50,000 crore worth of opportunity is there for the private companies to work in the space sector. This include a small part of ISRO budget as well, because whenever ISRO is taking the subsystems and other things are done, 60% of that is from the private companies. So we have a lot of money demand from the government. Additionally, as a part of decadal vision and strategy, where we have devised the strategy for the Indian space sector, we want to take it from 2% to 8%. Our target is within next 10 years, by 2033, our economy, our share in global economy should be around $44 billion. To that, we are working with all central ministries, state governments, in addition to the private companies and individuals for the demand generation. There's a very important 50,000 crore is from them, from the government only. It doesn't include defense budget. If you do that, it can be other. Strategies, maybe I will take up later, but I need to tell what all we are doing is the transfer of technology. Over 80 technologies we have transferred. Lab utilization, we have established a 100 crore lab where you can carry out the activities, your design activities, testing, and take to the launch pad. We have the co-working space also. Strategic funding, we have the scheme from pre-incubation entrepreneurship development program up to the seed fund scheme where 1 crore we give. Technology adoption fund of 500 crore where up to 25 crore one company will give. And venture capitalist fund is also there, which is 1,000 crore alternative investment fund. So fund of fund for deep tech is already announced by 1 lakh crore by the government in this budget. You see expertise, we have the residence expert pool at our payroll where they are available for your consultation free of cost. We have technical consultants, 1 minute I will take because most of the time went in the introduction. Then comes the talent development and skill development. We have already conducted 9 courses in space domain, which are very important to develop the skill. They are short-term capsule courses recognized by Ministry of Entrepreneurship and Skill Development. They are credit courses. We have prepared the syllabus for BTech minor and major degree plus MTech. They are also approved by All India Council of Technical Education to prepare the youth. We have the immersion program for the youth. We have the program for, in addition to immersion program,
Dr.
and
Dr. Vinod, time has run out. May I request you?
Last point, sir. Last point, sir. In addition to this, to become a global giant, it is necessary to have the global collaboration. We have carried out a study on global collaboration strategy for projecting India as a global manufacturing hub. With these few words, I will stop, sir. Just 2-3 minutes I have taken. Thank you. 10 minutes were yours. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Nice of you. I am being reminded by the organizers, time has run out. Sorry for curtailing that. Mr. Arjun, will you like to share your views on the VC side? What do you expect more from the agencies, particularly the government, IDEX, or in space, so as to inspire more confidence in VC?
Spoke about our ecosystem coming from a services and a software led startup ecosystem over the last 20 years. It's possibly relatively more tuned to build fast, fail fast, and break things sort of model, which is okay possibly in some software and commercial use cases, but is definitely not okay in this defense and space ecosystem. So I think time to build and capital infrastructure to build cutting edge products is one of the number one core challenges that early stage startups face. So one, venture capital can provide some of the capital, but the infrastructure needed, you need lab facilities, you need testing facilities, you need access to know-how through agencies such as InSpace and others. You need materials access and supply chain. You need very specialized chips and sensors. That again is an opportunity for our ecosystem to build out, because we may be reliant on some other countries that may be politically sensitive for us. So all of these factors go into building a very robust product that can be taken to the defense forces or the space ecosystem, right? So that is number one. We need to provide this as an ecosystem in addition to capital. Number two, of course, the IDEX grants, either at design stage or at production stage, linked benefits are being availed by multiple of our startups and the rest of the ecosystem, which is very, very promising. I think what we need to do is figure out the best way of leveraging every single rupee that comes in from private capital. And for every rupee that comes in, if government, industry, and academia particularly can come together and give another 3 or 4 rupees, right? So then instead of a startup having to raise $5 or $10 million, they can start with $2 million. Right? And starting with $2 million and with that mindset, then you can go a long way. And with that, if you can crack the first orders with either defense forces through the IDEX challenges or the Aditi challenges, right? And that leverage of capital is immensely important. We're seeing this happening a lot. A lot of our portfolio companies are benefiting, and non-portfolio companies as well. But we're at a critical place where the type of ideas are also emerging and changing. I think war is changing in a very unique way. Right? So there is the old, and then there's the new. We need drones, we need AI systems, we need data, we need newer kinds of sensors. I think the opportunities ahead are phenomenal. So 2 parts, how to build robust systems by working with the ecosystem, and number 2, how to leverage every single dollar that is available, because we're not necessarily a dollar-rich
Wonderful, wonderful advice by my co-panelists. I'm thankful to all of them, and I think this will go a long way in creating a sustained, value system for the successful transfer of our startups to a global level, to a global scale. I think the technology is changing very, very rapidly. And with this rapidly changing technology, our startups, the young startups, the bright boys from IITs, and other good colleges like NITs are best placed to see how these new technologies are adopted in our systems. So thank you very much once again for the participation, and thank you, gentlemen, for being part of this discussion. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a big hand for all our panelists and the moderator? Shekharji, thank you so much for moderating the session so well. Can we please give a big hand for Shekharji, everyone? Arjunji, Dr. Vinod, and Arunji. Thank you. Thank you so much. I would like to invite Mr. Gaurav Gaur on stage, Additional Director, FICCI, to please join us. Felicitating our moderator, Shekharji. Big hand, everyone. और शेखर जी, अब हम चाहेंगे कि आप सब मिलके अब बाकी सभी पैनलिस्ट को फेलिसिटेट करें हमारे साथ. Big hand, everyone. We would like to thank all of you for sharing your invaluable perspectives towards the event. And thank you for joining us here at the Startup Mahakumbh 2025.
But it's...
Can we please come together for a group picture, please? Gauravji, can we please have you back for a group picture?
In fact, we also have a very exciting announcement to make. I request our panelists to stay on with us. InSpace is pleased to announce the signing and exchange of an MOU with DTDF, DRDO to establish the framework to support the startups and MSMEs for Dare to Dream contest and TDF scheme for defense space technologies. This collaboration strengthens sharing of technical information, expert and facilitation support for space activities in India. Along with the panelists, may I also invite Mr. Shri L.C. Mangal, Distinguished Scientist and Director General Technology Management and Team, and Dr. Vinod Kumar, who's already on stage, along with his team to join us for the launch of the MOU. Please give a huge round of applause, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us on stage. Karuna, are we ready for the next session?
We are. In fact, we've spoken about defense, we've spoken about space technology. How can we leave out manufacturing, right? That's another area which is going through a tectonic shift. The reason I say tectonic is because of the tech and AI shift that is undergoing in this entire space of manufacturing. Our next session will be moderated by Mr. David Gaude from Jungle Ventures. He's a thought leader in venture innovation. This panel features Mr. Rahul Garg of Mowgli X, a visionary who's redefined supply chains, Mr. Uttam Gowda, whose leadership at Captain Fresh is pioneering new models in freshness and efficiency, and Mr. Chetan Naik, a strategic mind from 361, whose insights on investing will bring more depth to the discussion.
I'm surely looking forward for this one. So let's welcome our panel on stage once the discussion wraps up. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have the entire panel on stage with us. So we request our panelists to join us on stage.
Give it up, guys, for our next discussion, and please start settling in. We're about to begin.
Over to you, David.
Great. Thank you very much. I don't know that there is any more topical conversation to have at the moment with Trump bringing in the tariffs, with the comments that have been made by the Indian government over the last 24 hours. And so I hope we can get into much of that today. India has been experienced a super growth cycle, driven by very large domestic economy, large-scale infrastructure projects, technology adoption, and the ability to serve a very large domestic consumer base. But there's also the need to expand globally and capture the largest markets possible. And that's where you start to get into policy, into global affairs, and I think that will drive a lot of the topics of the conversation today. So Uttam, maybe we'll start off with you. How do you see India's position in the global B2B value chain evolving over the next decade?
Thanks, David. I think the whole digitization continuum is something that I see how B2B is going to evolve. If you see the first generation of companies that came out in the digital side, were the Infosys and TCS of the world, who are basically targeting large enterprises which is almost the top end of the developed market GDP, with kind of off-the-shelf product with a services model. That has evolved into what the next generation of startups, which is, of course, there are multiple sides to the evolution, but the current crop of startups, which is us and Moglix and Zetwork and a bunch of startups in the B2B enablement space, we are addressing the same digitization opportunity, but we are going after the small and medium enterprises, particularly in the developed side, which means that we cannot play the same game of having off-the-shelf product with a services model, but it needs to be a lot more tech plus transaction model for you to be able to capture a significant amount of value, right? So that's the evolution that I see, and how India is actually playing a very critical role in the global digitization curve. Of course, we haven't spent a lot of, or we haven't developed a lot of foundational models, but we have played a significant role in digitizing workflows, like I said, initially in the large enterprises side, and now on the small and medium enterprises side, right? Now, what does this entail? This entails the fact that we need to have a very, very nimble technology platform, which is able to really digitize a significant variety of workflows, and how we are able to also overlay the commercial aspect of it, because transaction is what really unlocks value, right? So here again, India has played a unique role, especially in our case. India has kind of played a role of a test bed for us. When we wanted to do the B2B business, India was a test bed from a commercial angle, where we could build a supply stack, we could build a demand stack, and see how technology can play a role in disintermediating various layers in the supply demand stack. And this learning is something that we could easily take to the developed world, because what we have realized, fortunately or unfortunately, is the problem statement in the developed world is a subset of problems that we face in the transaction side of things in India. Like it or not, we operate in a low trust environment, particularly in the B2B side. And if you're building technologies in a low trust environment, you are envisaging so many scenarios to be able to build a robust platform. It almost becomes a breeze when you take this platform to a developed world, where you have legal structures which are a lot more accountable. You have counterparty risk, which is a lot more palatable. So I think that's where the opportunity looks more exciting, where you have a fundamental technology stack, you have a test bed in India, where you are able to perfect this technology stack almost in a much more difficult environment, in a low trust environment, like I said. And then you have an opportunity where you need this kind of a setup to be able to digitize the mid-market, or for that matter, even the lower end of the GDP in the US and Europe, right? So that's how I see how B2B tech playing a role as a continuum of what started possibly 3, 4, 5 decades ago.
Yeah, and Rahul, I think Moglix has had a very similar journey and learning to that. You've had an impressive, level of growth over the last 5 to 10 years. What key strategies have been instrumental in scaling your business? And thinking about some of those learnings, in the journey that you've had, what are some things you would share with some emerging companies that are here today?
So I think Moglix journey is also about the India's journey of building manufacturing, because I think we started in a pre-GST era, and therefore the tax structures were very complicated. How do different B2B companies transact products, buy products, sell products, whether it was the adoption of suddenly the internet using mobile data, which got changed, and then COVID. So I think we are just celebrating 10 years of starting Moglix. So we have seen 3 major inflection points. One was GST, second was the entire mobile data boom that happened in India, and the third was COVID. However, to build a company and to evolve the ecosystem, one of the challenges that we faced was like, you have to build a full stack solution because your logistics and supply chain is broken, your digitization is broken, your trust, as Uttam pointed out, from a financial transaction perspective is broken. So you are solving all the three layers which make a commerce transaction successful simultaneously, right? And with all these regulatory kind of tailwinds, which are continuing to happen for India, both from the domestic standpoint, but also today from a global standpoint, we have been fortunate to have those happening or going in the direction of India, right? So building a company like what we went through was all about this belief that Indian manufacturing has to grow. We have to have manufacturing which contributes anywhere between 22 to 25% of the GDP. Today, it is still 17% of the GDP. India's role, both from enabling domestic consumption using indigenous manufacturing, as well as India's role in global supply chain, has to go up. And we continue to see that trend happening, whether we pick up a automotive sector, which is now many of the auto ancillaries supplying to the world. We see that happening across pharmaceutical, where in COVID, Indian pharmaceutical industry kind of became the backbone of many global supply chains because it was at a cost point, it was at scale. I remember a conversation where, an interesting conversation with someone in Singapore, and we asked like, how many people are getting vaccinated every day? And I think that number was like 5,000 people a day or something like that, right? And we were doing anywhere in millions per day, right? So for an advanced country like that, I mean, they were struggling with 5,000 vaccines a day, and we were kind of doing in millions, right? So India figures out the scale model as soon as we get the start. And that is what we are seeing. For the entrepreneurs out there, I think this is a long journey. I mean, we talk about Viksit Bharat all the way to 2047, building this country. So it requires that 20-year horizon as founder, both in terms of persistence, committed to the country, and continuing to solve the challenges, because there will be multiple rocks thrown at you as a founder, as someone who's building the company. And you have to take those on the stride and continue to build on.
And that's an interesting point. And if you think about the evolutionary arc of B2B versus, say, consumer businesses, and Chetan, maybe with your investor lens, you've invested in companies like Swiggy on the consumer side. You've also invested in companies like Zetworks on the B2B side. How do you think about the key differences between those two segments and how they evolve over time?
No, thanks, David. Great to be here. It's fantastic. The energy is awesome. So, David, we have backed more than a dozen companies in the consumer tech space. And at the same time, we've also backed several interesting names in the B2B and the specifically manufacturing tech IP-led companies such as SediMac, NetWeb Technologies. We have backed Zetwork, we have backed Miko, and quite a few more. So I would say that the investor lens to look at a B2C versus B2B is very, very varied. And typically on the B2C side, on the consumer tech side, you tend to get a much more quicker PMF, which is the product market fit. However, on the manufacturing tech side, especially it's an IP-led business, the gestation period could be much, much longer. And what that means is that typically, on the manufacturing tech or on the B2B side, you're looking for contract-led businesses. And at the inception, typically you'll have fewer businesses with whom you're working, but you'll have large contracts. And typically on, let's say, someone like Swiggy or on the food delivery or quick commerce, it's largely a transaction-based business. You're actually trying to build a very strong relevance with the customer. The customer experience becomes very important. And what that means is that there is a large focus in retaining the customer and having a high performance marketing and a higher CAC. And the other spectrum on manufacturing tech or B2B, it entails a lot of upfront investment in terms of building the IP. And typically you end up having very high concentration of clientele in the initial period. Something like SediMac they had one large customer for almost 8 years, right? And today, StudyMac has moved from a two-wheeler business to largely an export-led business in the US markets, where they have several large logos from the US market, not just focused on two-wheelers or EV markets, but also on, let's say, something like gensets, power tools. So StudyMac is a company which makes this high-end controls for all of these businesses. And this control is what drives the core application for a lot of these businesses. So what happens is that typically the investors get distributed with the high concentration with clientele, and even the sales cycle are typically much longer. It might end up taking you almost 2 to 3 years to actually crack a large clientele. But once, because the entry barriers are humongous on the B2B manufacturing tech side, but once you've cracked the IP, and once you're within that customer, a large customer, you tend to cross-sell. And typically the use cases, like in case of StudyMac, where they make this sensorless ISG, that application of that is across industries, not just in manufacturing or two-wheelers or three-wheelers. It could be in gensets, power tools, and it could be a global exporter as well. And that's how the risk has to be seen. In the initial period, you have very high gestation period, high concentration, a lot of R&D spent. But typically, if you look at a longer horizon, let's say over a 10 to 12-year period, we have seen that B2B businesses or manufacturing tech IP-led businesses can generate very, very strong retention with customers, and they can actually generate much higher returns. Even the ROCE profile of a lot of these unique IP businesses are far, far better. Like for example, StudyMac today is a 25% ROCE business, very highly profitable. And same is the case with some of the other companies like NetWeb Technologies. So the lens which an investor is looking forward for from a B2C to a B2B is very varied, but I can say that both the journeys are very interesting, and there are great opportunities across the spectrum.
That's great. And obviously not all supply chains are the same. I think one of the hardest globally is in perishable goods. And so Uttam, how have you built your digital supply chain, and how is artificial intelligence now potentially playing a role in some of that to drive efficiencies and helping you scale across multiple markets?
Yeah. So perishable supply chains actually are very technology starved, especially in India, that's the case, and extremely fragmented. So the mental model that we used when we started this whole digitization platform on the perishable side is to look at different stakeholders in the value chain and to see how do we build some kind of an operating system for these stakeholders so that their day-to-day life becomes a lot easier. So in our case, when we talk about fish and seafood, we're talking about fishermen, we're talking about farmers, we're talking about intermediaries, and then we're talking about processors who actually take this fresh fish and seafood and then convert into frozen products. So that's the idea in terms of how do you map these stakeholders and then look at digitizing their workflows and come up with as many data points as possible that you can measure, because more data points that you are able to measure with respect to perishable goods, you are more in control in terms of quality, etc. In terms of how we are able to take this learning to the global side of the world, one insight that we had as we started looking at US and Europe, just as a data point, we as a company have 95% exposure to US and Europe from a sales standpoint. So the learning that we had when we started exploring those markets is that in the last 10, 15, 20 years, there's been a lot of work that's happened, especially on the innovation side in the tertiary industries. But primary industries like food, especially the perishable side of things, the kind of technologies, the kind of innovation, the kind of talent density, the quality of entrepreneurs that are involved in the US and Europe, or for that matter, the developed side, versus the kind of similar talent density that's involved in the Indian space, it's an interesting insight. We found that actually there are a lot many more vibrant ideas, innovation, etc., that's operating in the Indian context. So the whole going in assumption that everything is solved for in the global side, in the developed side, actually was something that's surprising that I realized that what we had built for the perishable stack in the Indian context, all of these operating systems that we had built for various stakeholders in the Indian context actually was very relevant and was a gap even in the developed world concept, developed world side. Maybe that's an insight that I would like to leave the audience with. There are several supply chains today which are fundamentally fragmented, and there is no reason to assume that this is the kind of gap that's there only in India. It's very possible that it's a global solution. And reiterating the point that I made earlier, that India does offer a great test bed for a lot of these supply chains because of the sheer amount of diversity that Indian supply chains come with and the complexity of the problem statement that Indian supply chains offer, which clearly is a subset of problem statements that we see elsewhere.
That's a great point. And Rahul, as you think about India becoming a global manufacturing hub, over the next 10 years, what are some of the challenges? What are some of the opportunities that you see? And the challenges, how do we start to overcome some of those?
So I think we are in a very different world today because the challenges are no longer about like what we are doing as a country, but also what the world is doing across, because there is tariff is obviously one of the hot topics, that how is the tariff going to impact the global supply chains. I think the first problem, which is easier problem for India to tackle, is that how much of our domestic consumption is driven by domestic manufacturing. And I think that clearly many of the Indian manufacturers are focused on, that as much of the demand that comes indigenously should be served by indigenous manufacturing. And there, if I take automotive, is the automotive, steel, these are some of the larger sectors. Pharmaceutical is a large sector, chemical. And we are continuing to see sector by sector, every manufacturer is doubling their kind of capex, which is their building capacity into the country. The infrastructure is getting built out, which is bringing down the cost of supply chain. So we expect over the next few years, the cost of supply chain should go down by 2%, because supply chain is a large cost which has been there from efficiency standpoint in the country. But I think the global supply chain participation of India, we will go through kind of learning every month, every week, every quarter. And one of the challenges because of that for Indian context is the capital that needs to be invested to play into the global supply chains. The risk has to come more and more from the sovereign, because many countries have gone about sovereign taking the risk and underwriting the capex for their capacity to be built and then hoping that the global demand will come. So I think we are seeing obviously missions like India Semiconductor Mission, where the sovereign has gone about and taken that 75% of the capex is underwritten by the sovereign. I think those kind of risks will be required if India was to succeed in the global supply chain.
And Chetan, from a capital perspective, India's for a long time was seen as a low-cost manufacturing hub. And I think is now, as we pointed out today, quickly transitioning to being a tech, IP-led manufacturing center. How do you think about that from a capital perspective and a funding perspective?
So I would say that India has been largely a net importer when it comes to the manufacturing space across electronics, engineering, defense. And though we are largely a domestic consumption country, the journey from here on is going to be about how do we move from net imports to net exports. And I would say a lot of the thrust on PLI schemes, the push towards semiconductors, the kind of subsidies for the upfront capex, what we are seeing, is actually enabling a lot of that. But more importantly, I would like to highlight how some of those real IP companies also are emerging out of India, which are largely focused on IoT, on AI, on ML-led automation. And that's where I would say the next generation of high-quality companies will emerge. And if I were to just give some specific examples of that, right? So if you look at today's Zetwork is largely solving this problem of a fragmented supply chain using technology. They're actually connecting large manufacturers with captive supplier-based small units who can actually help some of the large manufacturers to provide the long tail of manufacturing. And this problem can only be solved using technology. Using IoT, you can ensure that there's a real-time audit of the entire supply chain. There's a real-time audit of the finished goods, of the inventory. There is a quality tracking mechanism involved in that. And by doing all this, you're actually giving a far more reliable outcome to the entire ecosystem. And that's where you start creating a far more high value, not just in India, but also globally. Another example would be something like, I would say, something like Miko. Miko is, in fact, one of those very few companies out of India, and I would say also globally, which has done a lot of work on the AI. In fact, so what Miko does is it's a robotics, it's a robot for child companion, and 90% of the revenues comes from the US market. Today, Miko is the largest growing consumer electronics company in the US market. And if you look at the core of Miko is a very strong AI. The LLM model what Miko has built in is actually, they have gotten 7 billion parameters. And they also have engaged with children for a long period where they have 100 million hours of data point. So what Miko is able to build is a real AI application where a robo can have a real-time interaction with a child, can engage with the child in a very meaningful manner, have all the kind of empathy to answer the questions a child would ask a robo. The robo could sing songs for it, could recite a story, could engage in some creative activity with the child. And even when, let's say, a child is alone or sad, can empathetically answer some of his questions. And these are companies being built out of India for the world. Similarly, I would say that not just on the B2B manufacturing tech, even on the consumer tech side, some of the companies which have their own manufacturing, for example, I've backed a company called Country Delight. The amount of IoT they use in the entire supply chain is one of the best. And that is the reason they're able to crush the entire time from farm to fork. So the products from the farm reach to the customers in a very shorter period with a very strong focus on quality. And that is all done largely by IoT. Besides this, even companies like NetWeb, which are actually building the guardrails for India in the high-end computing space, they're actually helping us to solve, I would say, deep machine learning problems by providing the infrastructure for having large supercomputers, hyper-converged infrastructures, private cloud. And today, NetWeb is a listed company and has done very, very well. And they're the only partner of NVIDIA outside of US. So that showcases the kind of quality of companies that are coming from India. And I would say that the next decade is definitely going to be how some of these companies, the deep IP, deep manufacturing capabilities are going to solve for real problems, not just for India, but also for abroad, for global.
So I'd like to thank the speakers. I thought it was a great discussion today. I think one of my takeaways is that the complexity, the scale, the size of the India market, to build businesses here, to then be able to take those out into more mature markets, it gives companies a greater opportunity to solve problems here, but then drive that to real scale globally. And so I think India will be a launch pad for the manufacturing globally. And I think as long as we can navigate policy changes around the world and maintain a level playing field, it should be a fantastic next decade to come.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. May I please request everyone to please join us for a group picture together. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand for Mr. David Gowde, Mr. Rahul Garg, Mr. Uttam Gowda, and Mr. Chetan Nayak. I request the moderator, Mr. David Gowdy, to please hand over a token of appreciation to all the speakers present here with us. Such an insightful session we just had.
One by one. Good. After. Please keep the applause going, guys. Come on.
And to felicitate our own moderator. All right, I think it's already done. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please give a big hand for all the panelists and all the speakers present here with us. We are ready for the next session.
We are almost ready.
Almost ready.
But okay.
Sure.
So let's give it another couple of minutes till we set the stage and the speaker is also on her way. It's going to be an exciting one though. We're shifting gears. We started the day with a keynote address, then we did a couple of panel discussions,
Yes.
and now it's time for an exciting fireside chat.
Oh, wow. That would be really interesting. As I can already see the fireside chat there, building and scaling profitable B2B businesses in India, to be moderated by Naina Sood, Senior Correspondent, Money Control, and our speaker for the day, Aditya Sharda, Founder, InfraMarket. All right, everyone here present in the room, I would just like to quickly ask, are we all having a good time? Insightful time here? Give me a yes or no, everyone. Okay, a quick networking engagement activity that I would like to do. What we're going to do is we're going to all rise. We're going to all rise. And we're going to shake hands to the north, east, west, and south of us. So if I'm sitting here, so probably on my right, I'll shake my hand. Then on my left, then in the front, then in the north, then in the south. And if there is nobody sitting or standing, you can probably do it in the air. We are okay with that too. All right, can we do that? North, east, west, south, we have to shake hands and tell our name. It's so nice to, and we have to say it's so nice to see you. Can we do that? Here we go. Let's bring some energy in the room. On my count of 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Can we please do that? Everybody please rise. Everybody please rise. On your right, on your left, shake hand and say it's so nice to see you. You can do the north, east, west, south. Perfect. Make sure that you do tell your name. I'm just trying to bring some more energy in the room before our next session takes on. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. It's going to be an interesting session, and we are surely looking forward to it. Our speakers are ready.
Yes, yes, yes. And may I call upon once again Naina Sood and Aditya Sharda. Of course, his entrepreneurial journey with Infra.Market is nothing short of inspirational. And he's here to share with us his learnings, his experience, and his insights from his journey so far. Please, guys, come up on stage. Over to you, Naina. I thought we're all now more charged up and
Absolutely.
more energized. Come on, guys. Welcome
Can
our
we welcome our
next speakers.
guests? Everyone, one more time. All right, Naina, over to you.
Thank you. Welcome to day 2 of Startup Mahakumbh. I'm seeing the momentum only surging with every minute. And thank you so much, Aditya, for taking out time. And
Thank you. Pleasure is
you know, it's a pleasure to be having this chat with you and being a part of this amazing gathering here at Startup Mahakumbh. We'll try to make the most out of the next 30 minutes. You know, because B2B, as it's termed, the unsexy business in the startup segment. So, you know, we'll try to draw as many takeaways for aspiring entrepreneurs or startups building already in the B2B space. So, Aditya, let's jump right into it. take me back to the seed stage of your journey, when you started out. What was the problem statement back then? What was the pain point? What did you pick up and, start building? Of course, you started with sand, and then you sort of found your product market fit in concrete, and then so on. You built over the years with that. So take us back to that 2016 stage when you started out.
Yeah. So, Shovik and me started this company in July 2016, right? And the seed actually happened in 2019. So we had 3 years of bootstrap business, right? If I look back then, right, I don't think so. Our business at that point of time, we were trying to solve some problem, right? In 2000, so we come from industry background, right? And we have been in this industry since 2010. For us, we could spot an opportunity, right? If you see, typically in B2B spaces, I'm referring more to something like 15 years back, the demand and the supply is pretty fragmented, especially on the supply side, right? There's fragmentation, there's distortion, right? And many a times you would see there is an excess capacity, right, at an SME space. I'm talking about a decade back. So we could see an opportunity, which we grabbed then, where you could accelerate the demand, consolidate, and go back and integrate to the excess supply, right? So seeing an opportunity, we jumped onto it, right? Knowing the industry, working in the industry already, we started this business very much in Mumbai, based out of Mumbai, very Mumbai-centric business. And we were doing fine. Like if you see all the 3 years of our bootstrap business, we were profitable, right? And every year we grew 100% on revenue side, right? And remained profitable. So it was more for us then like an opportunity, right? You have a great opportunity. Why don't know? Okay, let's make some money, right? And then we were doing very well, as I said, during that time as well. Only in 2019, we could have a bigger vision. Maybe I would say late 2018s and early 2019s, where we realized that actually it's just beyond, this can be made beyond a lifestyle business, right? The opportunity is massive. Right? With our limited capital that we had, like borrowed from friends and family, if the outcome could be this, what we actually make a model that is much more scalable. Right? Can we take it beyond Mumbai? Can we go to large metropolitan cities? Can we go beyond one category? And that is when we tapped the venture capitalist funds, right? Of course, we also had a brief period where we got we were I would say at that point of time when raising capital in B2B, as you said, it's very unsexy, right? Like I still remember people saying, steel and cement hi to bech rahe ho, theek hai, patthar hi to bech rahe ho, right? Why don't you should go and take money from the bank, which of course we did, right? But as an early company, there will always be a limitation of the money that you can raise from banks, right? In India, if you see, the banking ecosystem is made in a way where capital availability for MSMEs or small-time entrepreneurs is always limited then at a large scale, right? Even if I look at the collateral base, back in our early days, we used to actually give more than 100%, 125, 150% of the collateral, right? But when you grow in size, any of the corporates today who have an access to banking fund have a much better banking propositions, much better commercials, right? The capital availability in India comes at scale, right? So there was always a limitation when we were bootstrapped. And for us, it has, to take it to next level, it was important to get a venture capitalist. Be it Bangalore, be it Mumbai, we were knocking doors. I remember Shovik shooting out almost like 20 emails a day and getting a no, right? And we used to wonder, right? We are profitable startups. That was the year when large corporations like WeWork, who were loss-making, I said, I think somewhere in 2018, 19, the overall sensitivity towards profits had started, had begun. So a lot of cash burning startups had come under cloud. I'm sorry.
A quick poll in the audience. How many of you are into B2B business or aspiring to build? It's a good show of hands then. Probably about 20 in the room, which is a good number. We'll jump to the advice in the end from Aditya. Aditya, so Aditya, you started as an aggregator.
That's right.
Then you did backward integration, and then now you are a private label manufacturer.
That's right. So I think continuing there, quickly I'll continue. So at that time, our business model was more around aggregating demand, right, of a product. With that demand, go back to a fragmented supply, right? A lot of people sitting on excess capacity, not having a sales and operation efficient team, right? Negotiate with them on the pricing, have a certain control over the quality and on the fulfillment, and supply it back, right? We did this business. So that was the first model. I remember when we raised money from Axel. So my first pitch deck was all about being an aggregator, right? And yes, from one city, we started Bangalore, we started Pune, multiple cities. But the business for a very long time was revolving around aggregation of demand. And then you go back and bulk break, right? And take it from fragment supply. But eventually we realized that at scale, this collapses, right? Because as you're building scale and you want to go wider on the product range, right? Essentially, you're always selling somebody else's product. You're always selling somebody else's brand. So actually what you're building is nothing but a glorified distribution business. So that was our take and our perception on this. I'm sure yet that business can be a great business model. There would be a lot of companies who would do that and crack it. But for us, it did not suit us, right? Because I am building up the demand, I have the clientele, I have the sales team, but I'm constantly selling somebody else's product. I'm constantly dependent upon some other company, okay, and their fulfillment, their quality standard. And I can be shortchanged anytime, right? Whenever there would be a mismatch on demand supply from the ecosystem, we were the most vulnerable people, right? Because if there's a great customer, right, there had been instances where our supplier would directly supply. Where there's a bad customer, would end up having a set of bad customers, right? We build up the entire thing, but what? At the end of it, you're building somebody else's brand. My customers have the loyalty towards the brand, but not to the platform, right? For example, let's say if you're buying out, say a shoe from one of the fashion platforms, right? You have the brand loyalty to the fashion brand. It could be Reebok, it could be Skechers, it could be Puma, right? So in B2B space, right, working on this model, we started seeing limitations, right? And that is the time when we decided that, hey, if I have enough demand, right, let me do some more hard work, right? Let me push my limits and start building the capacities myself, right? Right? Can I have my own private label? Right? Can I have my own distribution network? Of course, it would be a tougher journey, right? Changing from an aggregator model to a manufacturing-based, long-tail supply chain, right? A primary, secondary demand generation would be difficult. But at the end of it, you're building businesses for decades to come, right? It's not for 2 years or 5 years. You're going to build it as in we see this company growing beyond us. So I need to build up a very strong business model. For us, it was that eventually it led to where we launch our own product categories, right? Completely private label. Of course, there are still categories on our platform which we do not manufacture ourselves, because you really cannot go back in B2B and manufacture all categories. Something like steel, right? It's very tough. It's very capital intensive, right? So today, broadly, 60 to 70% of our sales come down from our own private labels, right? We have widened the category from a pure B2B play, right? From a pure brick and mortar supply, right? We started selling even the consumer products. I think the second insight and learning, and I think second strategic decision that we took is to go wider, right? I have a consumer, so let me just give you a very simple example. Let's say, so for a B2B building material company, there are obviously 3 types of customers. One would be the real estate player, second would be the infra companies, right? And third would be the renovation market, right? The home improvement market, you and me who renovate our houses, right? At the end of it, when you're redoing a house, or let's talk about a real estate player who's building the entire projects, you do not require just one product, right? You cannot renovate your product just by painting your house, right? It would typically, you would want to do tile work, bath fittings, you'd want to do paint, you may want to do some furniture, right? If someone is very ambitious, they may just want to renovate the entire house and do a lot of, would need many more product categories. So our business model evolved to selling more and more products to a single customer, right? How we see it, that India has been, typically in building material space, has been a supply-centric market. What I mean by that is that every large product company in India, be it on the paint side, tile side, plywood side, right, or even steel side, they have been always focusing on getting more and more market share of the same product category, right? But when you go on the, and because they have been supply-centric, right, they also built up their channels, they also built up their distribution network who are selling the same product categories. But when you go on the customer side, right, the customer actually needs more products, right? A customer is just not going to buy tiles. If he's buying tiles, he is going to need cement. If he's buying tiles, there's a very good probability he may paint his house, he may use some sanitary ware, he may change the kitchen appliances, right, the electrical appliances. But nobody was looking at that piece then, right? So our strategy evolved that we want more wallet share of the same consumer. So if I have a consumer, right, how can I sell him more and more product categories? I think that is also, this distortion strategy is also, I would say, of a lot of new startups, right? As you look at Zomato, right? They started with a food delivery, but the fact remains that they have been going extremely wide, right? They got into hyperlocal business, they've got into ticketing business as well. So idea is that how we look at distortion of the market is that if you have a customer, right, you really need to grab up a lot of wallet share of his, right? Because if you do not do, somebody else will do it, right? While the industry, the building material industry hasn't changed for decades, that doesn't mean it will not change, right? So if you are not going to do it, you should be prepared that somebody else will come and do it. So we started walking ahead of the curve, took the leap of faith. From a pure concrete company, we introduced a lot of consumer brands. Today, if you see, we do tiles, bath fittings, electrical kitchen appliances, light fans. We do hardware, we do concrete, we do AC blocks, we do steel. So I think our idea is that we want to be wide enough to offer as much product categories to our consumer, and eventually build out a tech stack around it that I can do maximum cross-sell and upsell, right? There have been multiple instances where the team who cracks the order would be perhaps a paint team who has cracked the order, but once the lead is generated, the lead is brewed, the relationship is made, we have ended up supplying him 3 more product categories, right? So at scale, how we look at it is eventually every customer that would be generated by one vertical, right, would be also a customer to another vertical. So I think that is what we have been building, and so far so good, I would say. I think this idea is now pretty popularized as well. We also see a lot of other companies looking at this idea very aggressively, but I think that is also the way to go, right? And I think unless you don't put a value for your consumer on a platter, right, I think then there wouldn't be anything new, right? If we also keep selling paints as it's been sold since last three decades, or if we keep selling concrete the way it was sold, I think then it becomes very difficult for a new player to challenge the incumbent, right? The old players are already established, right? It's not that the world needs more concrete players, or it's not that the India needs more of tiles player.
But Aditya, if you look at traditional infra players, they have like a very deep-rooted relationship with the contractors, if we take that segment of your business. How do you create that hook for them to, switch to infra markets, private label products?
See, I think how we look at it, we have always been more focused on the fulfillment, right? If you look, I think the success in India would be by the companies who focus on fulfillment, right? Because at the end of it, a lot of product categories are commoditized, right? I think and what you really need to do as a company is to be in that target set or an acceptance set of a consumer. What I mean to say is that, let's say if you're a consumer and you want to buy cement, right? I think broadly everybody would know an Ultratech, an ACC, and an Ambuja, right? So in your mind, somewhere it would be, okay, these are the good companies. And then there would be also some tier B companies, right? I would not like to name any. But they, in our mind, be it a tiles as a bracket, concrete as a bracket, pipes as a bracket, we have subconsciously, because of the brilliant marketing done by their companies, we have categorized as these are the good companies, like or the better off companies, and these are the okay companies. Now what happens is that once you fall in that category, the person who wins is the person who's able to do fulfillment. What I simply mean is that if I want cement, and in my mind, if ACC and Ambuja and Ultratech are at par, right, at some point out when I need it, if Ultratech is not available and Ambuja cement is available, I'll really take it, right? Because I will go for availability. The only reason is because building material space typically is largely commoditized, right? There will be very few segments where there's an extreme level of brand premium, where the aesthetics are being paid premium to. But largely, if I look at my entire business model, 70–80% is driven by fulfillment. So the key is manufacturing the right product with the right quality and being there. You need to have a long tail of distributors. You need to be there in the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities. You need to be there at all B2B players' office taking up the orders, because the guy who will win will be the guy who's going to fulfill, right? So just ensure that you have built a fantastic supply chain, not only on the procurement or on the sourcing side, but also on the supply side. I think B2B business in India are largely about fulfillment, right? Needless to say, of course, your quality and the pricing has to be there, right? As it's a cutthroat market, you cannot miss on your offerings, and a right offering will have a right quality and a right price. But assuming that is cracked, the person or the company who will win will be the company who will do the fulfillment.
I think also I want to touch upon the regulation side of it. Construction infrastructure, comes with heavy compliance regulation, the GST and all of that. What is the biggest challenge for B2B businesses, and how do you navigate those regulatory hurdles?
I think the only way to navigate through regulation is to be regulated, right, in India. I really see no other way, right? Be it any business, be it B2B, B2C, my solid advice to all the entrepreneurs and young companies would be, you have to be highly compliant and regulated. I think gone are the days, where data or data tracking was not available to even to the government, or I should say, gone are the days where agencies would work in compartments, right? Today, I think GST has been one of the greatest, taxation that's been introduced by the government, right? It has brought in so much transparency, right? I think the best way is you be regulated. Because at the end of it, as I said, you're building a great company, and at scale, this will matter. You really do not want to get into a cycle, okay, where you want to go back and fix your compliances or governance or regulation. So there are a lot of, I also see a lot of startups in this space who offer services on the compliance and regulation side, right? I think one must be extremely careful and thoughtful of building this out.
I think last 1 minute left. Bust some myths for entrepreneurs building in the B2C space, and your straightforward advice to them.
I think my one thing which I truly believe in, and I have often said, I think experience is extremely critical, right? I somehow feel, which many of you would not agree, I think passion is pretty much overrated, and experience in India is underrated, right? If you want to build out a great company, go there, go in that sector and work for some time, right? The more you gain experience from the sector, right? If you want to build out a food business, go and work out of there. Maybe 2 years, 3 years. You'll build a solid network, right? If you want to build out a B2B business, you want to build any businesses. I think if an entrepreneur comes from an industry background, I think that will help him navigate through the entire journey, right? Because the journey is going to be tough. You'll have to attract talent, you have to build brands, you have to build supply chains, do the sales, manage, there will be a lot of perhaps rejections, you have to manage that, quality control. So it will require an industry experience. So my advice to entrepreneurs would be, whatever you want to build, right? I think the more you work on the idea with someone, right, or in a company which does it, the better insights you'll have. I think ideas look great on PowerPoint presentations, ideas look great on Excel sheets, but I think execution is tough. And you need to learn to execute much before. And it's always easier to learn it at someone else's company or at someone else's cost, right? Get that learning curve, it will help you a lot.
Thank you so much, Aditya. We've come to the end of the
Naina.
chat.
Yeah.
I hope people were able to draw some insights from Aditya's experience. Aditya, thank you so much again.
Thank you everyone.
Aditya, thank you so much for sharing your journey and expertise. There was so much to learn from you.
Thank
and
you.
Naina, thank you so much for moderating this so well. I request both of you to felicitate each other. Can we please have the token of appreciation for both our speakers? So Naina, I request you to felicitate Aditya with us. Big hand for Aditya, everyone. Can you please give a big hand for Aditya and Naina both? And can we please come together for a picture? Thank you, Naina. Thank you, Aditya. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Startup Mahakumbh 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all set for our next session. Karunya, what's up?
Well,
Are you
as
are you
always,
learning so much?
I am. I'm quite. I'm still, soaking in everything that's been
So have
happening
you
so
have you
far.
decided to go beyond your public speaking skills? Have you started?
I am actually a proud owner of a startup.
Yes, I
Very
know
few
that.
people know that.
I was about to
I'm
ask you
quietly
that.
sitting there and making notes for my own company and for my own plans going forward. But yeah, I mean, we are here to bring to fore all the knowledge, experiences, insights that people who have actually made it big have it out there for everybody. So next up, we actually have a very interesting conversation. We're shifting our focus to the critical domain of intellectual property in manufacturing. We spoke about tech and AI in manufacturing.
Yes.
Now we'll talk about IP in manufacturing, and a subject, of course, that underpins innovation, growth, all of that. Yes, technology, AI, everything is in place. But what happens when your product is ready? How will you position it? What will be the IP-related regulations?
Absolutely. I think it's very important. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are privileged to have with us Mr. Marco M. Aleman with us today as the Assistant Director General of the World Intellectual Property Organization. His expertise on IP regulations will provide us with a clear roadmap on navigating this complex yet vital landscape.
Please put your hands together for Mr. Marco Aleman and stay tuned as we explore how robust IP norms can empower the manufacturing sector. Over to you.
So happy to have you here. A very warm welcome.
Good morning, everybody, and many thanks to the Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, FIXI, the Department of Promotion, Industry and International Trade, and the other co-organizer of this second edition of the startup Mahakumbh Bharat Innovate. Very pleased to be here and glad to represent the World Intellectual Property Organization in this exercise and having the chance to exchange with so many of you doing business not only in India, but all over the world. That certainly will give us a better understanding of what is happening here in your country and what are the needs of SMEs and startups in the field of intellectual property. WIPO has a very long and growing partnership with India in its journey to strengthen the innovation ecosystem of this country and also in supporting all innovation stakeholders, especially enterprises, SMEs, and startups. We are ready to partner with different Indian authorities and institutions in order to be sure that you will receive in terms of IP and in the field of doing better on becoming more innovative companies, you will receive the different tools that are needed for you to succeed. Let me refer in this 25-minute presentation to three different subjects. The first one is the innovation landscape in India. The second one is the intellectual property ecosystem in India. And the third one, and finally, is which are the opportunities for SMEs and startups in these two areas of work. Let me start. The India innovation ecosystem, let me start qualifying that system as unique. And the reason for that is, unlike many advanced economies that rely on a top-down, centralized research and development funding models, here in India, you have pioneered a bottom-up approach with education and people-driven innovation ecosystem at the key of the Indian success. The success of this model is reflected in the Indian rise in the Global Innovation Index. The Global Innovation Index is one of those reports we produce in WIPO to track innovation worldwide and to be used as a benchmark of how innovative the different economies around the world are. So if we take the GII report of 2024, you will see how India ranked 39 globally in that report, coming from the 81 position in 2015. So only 9 years ago, in the 81 position and ranking now in the 39 position in this global ranking. But this ranking is not just a number. It reflects Indian deepening capabilities in science, technology, entrepreneurship, and creativity. And we are going to elaborate on some of those subjects later on. Importantly, India performs above expectation of its level of development. Our innovation score significantly exceeds what is predicted for this country in terms of the GDP. This tells us a very compelling story about India. India is punching above its weight in global innovation arena. And that is not only because of government policies, but it's very particular because people like you being innovative and doing business that succeed not only in your country, but abroad. India has developed a world-class science and technology cluster. And something that, in my view, is extremely relevant is those clusters are not centralized not only in key areas, but are dispersed all over the country. You have key of those science and technology clusters in Bengaluru, in Delhi, in Chennai, and in Mumbai. And these four clusters ranked among the top global 100 first cluster worldwide. So having four clusters among the 100 clusters that are performing well worldwide is without doubt a key achievement for India. And those clusters has breakthrough advancements in very key technological areas like digital communication and IT, engineering and computer technology, as well as automotive and transportation technologies. And in all those areas, there are people like you doing business, being innovative, and doing what you know how to do, that is success in getting that space that you are looking for as an entrepreneur. The Indian model is one of the most exciting and scalable in the world because it brings together very key features that are unique in India. One, a massive growing pool of skilled talent. The percentage of graduates in the STEM disciplines in India is among the highest globally, over 29.3 of all graduates in 2022 were graduated in science and engineering. This is one of the highest average of people doing STEM disciplines in the world. Second, India has a strong culture of thinking, problem solving, and grassroots invention. The Atal Tinkering Labs has set up over 10,000 innovation labs in schools across India to encourage young minds to experiment with robotics, artificial intelligence, and coding. And I can tell you that in my 2 days of this visit to India, I have been able to talk to some of those young students and see how they are prepared and equipped with a way of thinking that, without any doubt, is part of the key success of those young entrepreneurs. Third, a rapidly expanding startup ecosystem that fosters local and global innovation. And this is something that I will develop later on in my presentation, but what is key in the success of India. And finally, government-backed initiatives that support both high-tech and grassroots innovation. Skill India, Digital India, and Startup India are training millions of young Indians in digital and high-tech skill, and this is producing very concrete outcomes. But let me tell you, the beauty of this system is that it does not concentrate innovation in few cities or few institutions, allowing innovation to flourish in all corners of this country. Our preliminary work in analyzing the situation of innovation in India allow us not only to track the record of the Indian innovation ecosystem in this report that I mentioned before, the Global Innovation Index, but we are doing more detailed analysis on what we call innovation capabilities. And this initial analysis of the innovation capabilities in India tell us that the innovation ecosystem of India holds about 41% of the world innovation capabilities. The rank is, according to this innovation capability, is the number 14 globally between countries like Austria or Turkey, and 4 in the region between countries like the Republic of Korea and Singapore. In addition, during the past 20 years, India increased the diversity of the capabilities in innovation in this country, going to 50% of the diversification of those innovation capabilities, focusing mostly in acquiring technological and scientific skill. In addition, 93% of the innovation capabilities of this country can be considered stable. It means Indian skills are not dependent on external capabilities. And this the possibility of relying on your own innovation capabilities gives the country particular strengths. Currently, India ranks 28 in the complexity of the capabilities that are in this country, with technology systems, nanotechnology, and precision instruments are the most complex capabilities that you have in the country. However, when we analyze the composition of those innovation capabilities in India, we identify that there are a number of mid-low complex capabilities that signal great opportunity for deep tech technologies. It means moving into higher level, sophisticated capabilities in the country. So certainly, there is place for the innovation ecosystem of India to improve. Let's say a few words about the entrepreneurial ecosystem. India is home to over 63 million SMEs, contributing around to 30% of the GDP of the country. 50% of the export of the country and employing more than 100 million people. These enterprises fuel innovation, create jobs, and drive inclusive economic growth. India's startup ecosystem is now the third largest in the world, with over 100,000 startups doing business in the country. It has more than 70 unicorns that value over $193 billion according to the Global Innovation Index report of 2024, and venture capital investment that total over $44 billion in 2022. So what needs to be done in this country to sustain or to improve this impressive innovation performance? Let me explore with you a few ideas that you may want to consider to take it further. First, keep increasing the research and development spending of this country to match the rising innovation economies. We know that the expenditure on research and development has not been taking place at the pace of the GDP of the country. And particularly, we see a lot of potential in doing an extra effort in matching this growth of the country with the efforts in terms of GDP, as well as improving the participation of the private sector on that research and development. Despite having a strong private sector, only 37% of India's total research and development funding comes from business. Second idea, expand the research, and in particular the research talent pipeline, by increasing transfer of technology to the private sector. In the different meetings we have in this today with different key policy leaders and policy designers, this has been one of those areas that we see huge potential. Let me, to conclude, mention two elements. On IP, the country is doing as well as on innovation, as I mentioned before. The number in total patent filing, trademark filing, industry and design filing shows the very important activity taking place by people like you in doing business. But despite that innovation ecosystem, despite those impressive filing, companies are not taking the full benefit of intellectual property. That's why we are here, partnering with FICCI in the establishment of business center that would allow to canalize and make available to you all the programs that we have developed in Geneva. For example, tools like the IP diagnostic tool, that is an online tool that allows you to do a self-assessment of how you are doing in terms of IP, and getting particular and detailed training in how you can implement intellectual property strategies that allows you to use IP as part of your business strategy. All those activities will be undertaken in the framework of the FICCI WIPO agreement signed just yesterday. And we are here to listen from you and to work with you in order to be sure that all what we are doing in Geneva will impact and benefit Indian business of different sides, not only corporations, but also, and very particular, startups and SMEs in general. Thank you very much.
Sir, we request you to please stay with us on stage. Thank you, Mr. Aliman, for that informative and thought-provoking address. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a big hand for Mr. Aliman? May I please request Mr. Sumit Gupta, Deputy Secretary General, FICCI, to please join us on stage to felicitate the gentleman. Can we please come in the center? Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand one more time for Mr. Aliman.
Thank you. Thank you so much once again for joining us. before our next discussion, Sahil, did you have coffee this morning? Did you have any exciting conversations outside here while sipping your cup of coffee?
I had a coffee the moment I entered, but I'm more interested in a check. I know that you are about to come towards the check now.
Yeah, but
So every story is not a Shark Tank India
typically,
story.
every conversation that you have, whether
Yeah.
it's your office coffee machine sort of
Yeah.
discussion or something like this, a grand event where so many like-minded people get together, talk to each other, network, have coffee, and which eventually the goal is to reach to the check. But of course, there's a lot that an initial conversation, an initial meeting, or a pitch can really spark, and which could lead to that pivotal first check that
Absolutely.
you're referring to and you're more interested in.
And I think for every startup, I think it's the most important thing. And we are surely looking forward. And I'm sure most of the people who are sitting here in this room, we are absolutely looking forward for this chat, for this very special discussion. And we have a lot of speakers here with us. And we are all set. I think they've already been showcased on the screen at the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all set for the next session, moderated by Ms. Shanti Mohan, a trailblazer in the venture ecosystem. Our panel today includes esteemed investors, Mr. Vivek Hare from Samved VC, Mr. Vikram Vedyanathan of Z47, Mr. Mahavir Pratap Sharma from Swishin Ventures, and Mr. Vibhor Sharma of Capital to Be. Their combined expertise will illuminate the steps and strategies that have empowered countless startups. Please give a big hand for all our panelists and speakers.
These guys are going to tell you how you can turn a conversation into a check. I think we should give them a louder applause than this. Come on.
Hello.
Shanti ji, we can hear you.
Thank you so much for having us here, and welcome to all my panelists. I think we'll start the session with just a quick round of introduction on your kind of what you're doing as an investor so that people have a little bit of better context. But I'll just start with Let's Venture. So I'm the founder of Let's Venture. We founded about 10 years back. And so far, we've done about 900 startups. We've invested about 1,400 crores. We have about 5,000 investors on our Angel AIF. And my team actually, along with a lot of other people today, have curated the entire Maharathi Challenge. And, just picking up a leaf from yesterday's conversation of the Honorable Minister, Piyush Goyal, is that we had the highest number of applications in deep tech and AI. So just kind of bringing that up, because I think there is a lot of misconception that India does not have enough deep tech companies today. But with that, I'll give the mic over to Vivek.
Hi, thank you. I'm Vivek. I'm general partner at Samved VC. We are an early stage US-based fund which is investing in India. And our core thesis is that India needs to improve the productivity. So anything which helps people improve the productivities of our interests. So that's what we focus on. I've been an active angel investor for the last 10, 15 years. I'm very active on the Let's Venture platform. And I had a large group of syndicate behind me, and some of us have come together to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mahavir.
Hi, I'm Mahavir. I've been angel investing for 13, 14 years. Founded Rajasthan Angels, Thai India Angels, and now doing my own fund, investing in idea and early stage companies, 0 to 1. Thank you.
I am Vibhor. I'm part of a fund called Capital to Be. It's an $80 million fund. And we're largely investing in science and tech companies, early stage.
Hi, I'm Vikram Vedyanathan. I lead a fund called Z47. We were called Matrix Partners India before. We manage roughly $1.5 billion in India and invest at early stages, usually check sizes of 4 to 5 million to start with. We also have an early stage platform, which is an angel syndicate called DVC, where we do much smaller checks of $100,000 and so on. We're the first investors in the Ola group of companies, including Ola Electric, Razorpay. I know the Captain Fresh founder was just here, Off Business, and so on.
So I'm going to dive straight in. I think a lot of people want to understand how do you get the first check after the coffee you have with the investor. But Vivek, you are a 0 to 1 investor and you actually have taken a lot of bets at very early stages. Tell us, how do you build conviction when you meet the founder without a product, without any market at that point of time?
So I think for people like me, the journey starts much before we have the meeting. We already have certain thesis in mind. We keep ourselves informed, and based on that, we are on the lookout for the right founders who would solve that problem. So chances are very high that when we are meeting the founders, we already have a thesis in that domain. And then if we resonate with the founder's vision and what he's trying to do, so that's the bet we take. So at our stage, we are not looking so much at traction or the revenue or the anything like that. It's basically, if we have conviction in that space and if we find that we resonate with the founder's vision, we like the founder, so that chemistry is there. So what I'm trying to say is that more often than not, we already have a thesis around what he's trying to do, and then we come in at that early stage. We don't have too much to go as far as data is concerned.
Okay. So I'm going to now go to Mahavir because I want to bust some of the myths which we have about, not enough entrepreneurship in tier 2 cities. And, Mahavir, you come from Jaipur, and I think Jaipur has probably seen some of the best exits in the ecosystem today, right? So tell us a little bit more of what don't we see or what don't we understand. And you've been in that space for a long time, right? So tell us, how has it evolved? And where is the kind of exit coming from a city like Jaipur?
See, I have always been professing the fact that the tier 2, tier 3 cities in India have a much better opportunity for startups to be in, with cost of living, quality of life, etc., and overheads being low. But I think Jaipur has been an anomaly because the ecosystem has come together and evolved. We as TIE, we as Rajasthan Angel started in 2000, TIE started in 2002, Angel in 2011. And we were only investing in Rajasthan-based startups for the first 3-4 years. And then the government picked up from 2015-16 onwards. And now we're still working in sync with each other. And we are getting HNIs and ultra HNIs to convert to investors. We're educating them. We're working with incubators. So I think the ecosystem has to come together. And the fact that it's close to Delhi, very easy to get into and get out of, was one other reason. The other reason I think Jaipur or Rajasthan has inherently is dhanda. We don't worry about the top line as business people. We need to be very secure on what we spend, how we spend. So we are very, very frugal with the fundraisers that have happened in the startups in Rajasthan. We've not gone overboard. The fact that we are sitting put in Jaipur and saving money in itself is a proof to that. So I think it's absolutely technology, idea, passion, everything works, but I think bottom line is very, very critical. And we've seen that through tough times in the last 5 or 6 years. So I think Jaipur has proved beyond doubt that you can scale up and be profitable. And that's what's advantage Jaipur.
So proximity to a larger city as well as somebody like, Mahavir there. Because I think you need the champions in the ecosystem, right?
Absolutely.
You need someone who's committed for a longer time.
You have to, and every ecosystem has to be branded, and brand ambassadors are very, very critical. Otherwise, you don't come in the news, and you just stay put and stay quiet. So I think it's very important to market yourselves. And Jaipur as a city, all of us collectively as investors have marketed well and consistently at every level. So I think that's an advantage too.
Yeah. So now coming to Vibhor, you have a very interesting title on LinkedIn which says Science and Tech Investor. And since we are talking about early stage, and off stage you talked about having made 30 investments, tell us as a deep tech investor, how do you decide when there is no product, when there is very little, because deep tech is a long game, right? We all understand it requires more patient capital. Talk a little bit about, if I'm a deep tech investor as a founder, how do I pitch to Vibhor, and what would make him write the check to me?
So a couple of things, one, I've been a techie for most of my life, right? And I've been doing investing only for the last 5 years. So it's sort of organic for me to look at the science and tech piece first. So I have a thesis. So the kind of founders I'm looking for is one like Vivek said, who are in line with the thesis. But I'm more intrigued by the founders who are challenging that thesis, right? And I'll read a lot of science and tech journals to understand what's happening in the world. And I love the 60s and the 70s, the hippie culture, because a lot of brilliant papers were written then, which are now becoming plausible and implementable because of the advancements in hardware and software alike. So one is, are people looking at a problem that is worth solving, right? Because a lot of deep tech founders also have a solution-first approach. Hey, I did my thesis in this subject, I went deep in this, and I think this is awesome, and I'm building a company around it, right? I'd rather that the founders looking at a problem first, and whether or not the solution fits the glove, etc., right? One is that. Second is, will the science work or not? Because the first part of failure is the science won't work, right? And how far will that happen down the line? And can we as early stage investors carry the company till then, when there is a product in sight? And then comes the challenge of commercialization, revenue, etc., which is a far cry in the early days,
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a little more complex than what you're trying to tell us. And I think, we have to just kind of start probably meeting more deep tech founders as investors so that you're able to evaluate. Like I was on the jury of the deep tech and the AI panel, and almost 50% of the companies we kind of marked them as not deep tech. So I think founders like to put that label, but when you go one level deeper, they are like, you're not building a deep tech company. And I think that is important as a founder, not to fall into the wrong category, right? Probably if that startup had applied in a different category, they might have been shortlisted, right?
So one point is there a distinguishable IP there or not?
Yes. Now coming to Vikram, and we spoke about DVC and the pre-seed and the angel network you're building. I'm just curious if you can talk to us about how do you actually identify a pre-seed company? And I want to go through that question again and again because I think each of us will have a very different insight into actually how do I go from coffee to check?
Sure. See, we actually, on DVC, we actually work with a network of angels. And each of you, as you go through your journeys, I'm amazed, like each of you are super nodes in your network, right? And there are certain pockets that you're very well known in. And I think for any sort of pre-seed founder, it's actually great to go find that super node who's your champion in the ecosystem. And at least to reach large funds like us, that is actually the best route. And to have that champion and that super node. Now, personally for me, when I meet a founder, what actually works for me, the first is actually, like Vibhor was saying, start with that pain point. There is a deep pain point in the world that you've identified, and that it is not a pain point restricted to 5 people, but actually it affects a large set of people in some way. That's the first thing. And putting that shared context, a lot of the times the VC will not, or the investor will not have that shared context that you have on how big a pain point that is, and bring that pain point to life. That's usually how that conversation starts. The second is then the unique solution and why they are best suited. Something, right, that has given them some edge. And a lot of founders miss that in that conversation, right? Bringing yourself to that conversation, saying, this is my edge in terms of solving this unique pain point in some way. And then it is, found this pain point, I have this edge, and then paint a picture of the world. Once I'm done, essentially fixing the world, this is what the world will look like. That's sort of the perfect sort of conversation. Through all of that, what I'm looking for is some deep curiosity, a way in which I can see that this person is going to grow very fast, even if they're very young, because that's what you're betting on through that journey. And then some commercial instincts, even if they're a very technical founder, some commercial instincts early on.
So I'm just curious here, because you're talking so much about networking, meeting people, knowing the right people, getting the right introductions. What do you see the difference between a male and a female founder? Like, where are women advantaged or disadvantaged in this entire early stage?
I think the overall trait that you're looking for, more than just networking, is being highly resourceful. Right? The difference between a founder and a manager is founder sets goals and then figures out what resources to get.
Yes.
And this network is one of those resources, right? Sometimes it's capital, sometimes it's network capital, it's just a resource that you're looking to get and so on. I do think, and you know, my wife is in the room and she leads a very large part of PhonePe. And so I do think that women have certain advantages, but they miss some of the old boys network which isn't there. So they miss the natural network capital, and they have to fight a little bit harder to actually build that network capital in some way. I think, you know, there are communities that are helping, but I do think as overall as an ecosystem, a lot more needs to get done.
You're just being polite. I think the women have to work probably a lot more harder, because I think it's still a very bro club culture in investing today, right? There are very few. I mean, we are still building that up, and I think times are changing. But
Yeah.
I think
all
there is still a long effort.
I would
to
say
go in.
all female founders in my network, as well as in our angel group and so on, all say that like you said, you use the word polite, but maybe I don't understand the levels of pain point enough. And I think that is true, right? Because I don't have an intuitive understanding of that.
Yeah.
It is true that there
Yes.
is a large gap, but it is true that overall women founders have raised less money and their valuations are less. So
Yeah.
you can see that it is a problem in the ecosystem.
Yeah, but I think things are also changing, which I always tell my women founders, is that the customer does not know whether it's a male or a female who's built the company, right? So if you can build a product which has customer love, I think you will win the market. I mean, why would investors not invest in a good business, right? I don't think that the bias is so strong today, right? So I think it is about focusing on this problem market, problem solution, right? Like, what are you trying to build? How are you building the business? I think, and then eventually you will get the attention.
Yeah, so we've backed 2 female founders in the recent past. One is Ruchi, who's the founder of Oxizo, and
Yes.
Romita, who's the founder of Foxtail. I would say they just went out and created that network for themselves.
Yes.
They did have the advantage of being from some large networks like McKinsey and IIT, but then they just built on that.
Absolutely. So Vivek, if I were to come back to you, if a founder is pitching, and if you have to walk away from a conversation, what is that one thing which will just say, this is a red flag and I don't want to do this?
See, for me, when I'm investing, what I want is the problem they are trying to solve and whether you will scale or not. And for me, the scale is basically, can I visualize a repeatable, scalable model that if you're able to solve, there are many such customers that you'll be able to go after. So what happens especially, and that has happened lately, is that sometimes you get very good founders with very good solutions, but the validation has come from a one-off client, which will not be repeatable, scalable. They'll get some validation from a CSR grant, or they will have some thing which has worked with a government, and they feel that gives them the right to win. So, they'll come back and say, we have this product which has been validated because they have got this grant or they have this order from the government. And you go deeper into it and then you realize that though they may be saying that they have certain X amount of revenue, the scalable part of that revenue or the repeatable part of that revenue is minuscule.
So basically some validation of repeatability and moving towards that product.
Yeah, I mean, that is what you need to concentrate on. Don't concentrate on this one-off things and take that as your right to win and start tom-tomming to your investors because I've got this, you fund us. And when you look at the things which is going to be the long grind, you see that the focus is not there or that is not on their radar, how difficult the life is. So that is something that puts you off. They are going to chase one large customer rather than something which will scale. So that is something that so if somebody comes and says, I have this one customer or this one validation which I find will not be repeatable, that's a red flag for me.
So can we just go across, because I think this is an important point for founders, like what is just kosher and don't come to me.
So I'll tell you one red flag that I have is that actually an investor told me to do this or a VC said this. Right?
Yes.
And it happens. And I understand that as founders, you go to VC meetings and you think, hey, this investor actually likely knows best. But do not outsource your judgment to investors, because the investor is there for 30 minutes. And usually, and I will say it with all respect to all of my fellow
Yes,
investors,
yes.
we know a lot less about we know almost next to nothing about your business
Absolutely.
versus you.
Absolutely
So
agree.
actually what you should be really focused on in making decisions is actually your consumer, your customer, what's happening with that product market fit, and bring that insight into the room. So one red flag for me is, when I asked what happened, they said, oh, this investor gave us feedback, so we did this.
Yeah.
That is absolutely not what you should be doing.
So this is always an advice or a thought we tell our founders is that, the VC does not know everything, right? And I think a lot of people outside your core team will not know the business as well as you will know it. Vibhor?
Buzzwords.
Yes.
The moment somebody says we are an AI company, I have a null pointer exception. And the other thing is over amplifying the solution in your own head, right? And undermining direct or indirect competitive landscapes.
Yes.
Right? Because everything is very nuanced, and all of a sudden you'll have a left field ball hitting you, and you would not know what to do. So just a very, very deep understanding of the entire landscape is something very essential in my view.
Yeah. Mahavir?
I agree with what everyone said, but in addition to that, it's just not one red flag, it's a combination of many red flags. I think not knowing your product, your projections, your numbers, you have to live, breathe, eat, sleep your startup. These guys over-exaggerate and oversell or undersell, whatever. They're clueless when it comes to numbers, and whether an investor has told them or a chartered accountant has told them or someone has told them this is a valuation, they have no justification or reasoning to give when you say, why are you asking for so much of valuation, and why do you need 5 crores and why not 2 crores? They are not sure of where they're going in the next 2-3 years because they've just gathered and mustered things, cut, copy, paste, and heard from people and put everything together. Just because they're raising 5 crores does not make their valuation to be 50 crores.
Yes.
There has to be justification on everything, and not knowing all of that is also a red flag. That means that person is just raising money for the sake of raising money.
Yes.
And not for doing the business as he's supposed to be doing.
So for me personally, the red flag is just ethical boundaries, right? I think there are some founders who start with a number in the beginning of the meeting. By the time they've ended the meeting, the numbers have changed. And they are not able to listen, right? So when you tell them something, the reaction is, it's such great feedback and I love what you're saying. And I'm like, okay, we've just spent 30 minutes today, right? And I think just getting influence and trying to be the pleaser in the meeting, I think those are all just like, you don't want to work with such people in the long term, right?
There's lack of conviction, actually.
Yes, lack of conviction. I think we have like 5 minutes left, so I wanted to open it up for questions, but just one last rapid fire, okay? TAM or team?
Team, any day. Team. Team is much more important because TAM will be decided by how the team executes.
Yeah. What about you, Mahavir?
Oh, obviously. I don't even look at the Sam, Tam, Tom slide at all. I don't care. It's a team.
Yeah. For you, what about product or the idea? Because it is deep tech, right? So I'm still curious, how does early stage happen in deep tech?
The possibility of that idea becoming a product.
Okay, that's great. And about you, single founder or multiple founder teams?
Depends on the stage. It's early founders, then I would say having a couple of founders. There is a thing about, running. If you want to run fast, you go alone. If you want to run far, you go together. So.
Absolutely. But now I'm going to open it up for questions. I'm sure there are a lot of people who have questions. Can we pass the mic around?
All right. Where do we go?
Keep your questions short because I want to have at least 3 questions.
Yeah, sure. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Yes.
Yeah. How do you identify the right product fit? Whenever you are having a bet with a founder, or maybe you are having a bet with a particular product, so how can you judge in maybe a one-line conversation?
Oh, just by sheer experience. We listen to pitches every single day, and we quickly know what will work, what will not work in a certain idea. So it's very, very quick and very brief for me, at least. I know what I want. I know where I want to invest. I know, in my opinion, what will work or not work. So I'm very quick. Based upon experience.
I think if you want to bring it to life, I would say there has to be product love. That some user suddenly is living some part of their life on your product. And it is just palpable, like he said, that that user loves your product.
Vivek, you had some others.
So, I'd been an investor, and for me, that's the whole question, ki when has the founder moved from MVP to market fit? And my hack is that if I talk to a founder and he's talking about the features that he's going to add, I know that he's still in the discovery phase. The moment founder starts talking about the customers and expansion, I know that they have found the market fit. So what I've realized the hard way is that when you're talking to the founders, the vocabulary of the founder changes when they're talking to investors if they found the market fit.
Awesome. That's a great point.
Thank you so much for sharing your answers.
Yeah, one more question, because I have one question for the panel at the end.
Hello. Yeah. I want to understand the prerequisite and preparatory part for a startup company, so I can pitch the next year before you. Please guide me.
What was the question? The prerequisite to what?
Prerequisite and preparatory part for pitching to you all. As a startup company.
If you can catch our attention in the first 30 seconds, that's the prerequisite.
Okay.
So you will not get the 31st second. So start preparing your first 30 seconds.
Okay.
Which you have wasted.
Thank you.
Thank you. We go a little back there. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, my question is regarding legal tech. FF platform is offering online notarizations to the Indian public. So who would be a better fit for to get the investment, the government or because a lot of groups are showing interest, but who do we sit with in these cases?
Legal tech? Did you say legal tech?
Yes.
And what the question was?
Bringing digital notarizations to the general public, to the NBFCs, to the government, to the everything.
So my advice is always keep the government as the next option once you find your real customer.
Last option, sorry,
Last
not next.
option.
Well, the platform is already online and we are just searching for the investors. So government is the first option to go to?
I would not recommend that. I think you have to find customers who will pay quickly, right? Because there is a process of getting approved through the government machinery.
Yeah, we have already done it.
So then you should go through that. Whatever works best for you as a founder. So coming back to this, the last question I have, since we spoke about going to the government, and this question is specifically for Vibhor, right? If we were to create a process where we say in the next 5 years, we want to strengthen the deep tech and AI ecosystem of India, because that's where we believe value creation will happen. I actually think the last 10 years, what has happened is great, because it has created better economy for the people who would not have access to capital, right? So in terms of, all the food sharing apps and all the ride sharing apps, all that has actually created employment. It has started to build the flywheel of the economic momentum in the country, right? But if I were to look at the next 5 years and if I were to take one proposal to the government, Vibhor, you have to represent us today.
Putting me in a spot. Bunch of things actually. First thing is what you just said. Change the investor sentiment about government as a customer.
Yes.
Right? Most deep tech companies that I meet, government would probably be the first and only customer that they will have. There is no running away from that. Defense. Most of the innovation in the West started from defense. The internet came from defense, right? In the US and Europe, people are happy that you're working with the government because that means it'll see through.
Yes.
Commercialization will happen.
Yes.
It isn't the case in India. So first thing that has to change is that. Second thing I believe is that the way we have PhD done in our country has to change, right? There is basic research, there is applied research, and there is user-based research. I think a lot of emphasis has to be on applied research and user-based research. Which are the problems worth solving? You don't need citations in papers. You need PhD to entrepreneurship pathways.
Got it.
The third thing is we need a blended stack of capital. If you look at deep tech, Series A and Series B beyond, nobody's picking up these companies for the heavy lifting.
Yes.
Show me traction, show me commercialization. If there was any commercialization, they wouldn't need venture capital so much, right? And deep tech is not something like your B2B and B2C, pump in more money and things will happen, right? So therefore, you need a blended stack of capital where you have equity, you have debt, you have MSME kind of loans that the government provides, because these are, again, after a point in time, they will mimic the classic manufacturing paradigm, most of these companies. I mean, top three in my view.
And just again an observation, no, because I was on the AI deep tech jury, 30% of the companies were bootstrapped who actually came to us, and they've done pretty good traction, right? So I think there is that momentum building up. But anybody has closing thoughts here on the panel?
I share Vibhor's, I would say, historical pessimism on where the government is in terms of as a customer and so on. But we've seen some of this change, right? And I think we are the first investor in Ola Electric, which is essentially started as a EV play, then became a battery play and so on. I don't think that could have been possible without the debt capital balance sheet. And I think it's very important what Vibhor said. As a founder, you have to think of not just equity funding, but multiple other ways of building your balance sheet in order to go after this opportunity. But then the PLI opportunity showed up. That's what made that entire thing show up, right? So as a founder, to think of these different capital bases, but I do think, I used to be there saying government is the last customer, but what I've seen with, for example, the payments ecosystem actually now starting to get all the subsidies on time on a quarterly basis, as well as the EV ecosystem starting to happen, I think some of this is changing. But I also work for an Israeli startup. Everything came out of defense. We don't have that talent density and ecosystem.
You have anything to add here?
I mean, it might have come out of defense, but drone tech was killed in India because of dependence on government. I think we were lagging behind. Blockchain, with the stigma of crypto, is kind of stuck because of all of these things. And there's so much that blockchain can do. I think I somehow feel that, from land records to birth, death, whatever degrees, there's so much that the government can help enable deep tech, but I don't see that happening for some reason or the other. And that is where, as an early stage investor, I become wary of a startup or a deep tech company that will depend on a government or governments across the world. So it is a challenge. I don't know if these 3 points will help solve it, but a lot of shift has to happen.
Anything to add, Vivek?
Yes, so I work very closely with the incubators at various IITs, from IIT Madras to IIT Kanpur, and now even Plaksha universities. And I think that thing is changing, because deep tech, if you're talking about the startups, at the end of the day, the first research has to happen. It's only once you have that, what the fundamental research is there, that will translate into some kind of product. So I think that is changing. I work very closely with IIT Kanpur, and some of the startups there in the deep tech are really interesting. We are working with Plaksha also. We have this Center of Excellence. They have the concept of grand challenges, which we are, where the deep research is going on to identify the right problems and solving that. So that, I think the university will have to be a big part of the research, the deep tech ecosystem.
Yeah, so just as a closing note, I'm part of the organizing committee of Startup Mahakumbh, and I've seen the immense effort, selflessly, which everybody has put in, because we believe that this decade belongs to India, right?
Absolutely.
And it's great that we are having these very difficult conversations and challenging each other, instead of, all of us coming and appreciating each other and not talking about the issues that matter. So thank you for all of you for taking the time out. And, it has been a pleasure moderating this session.
Thank you, Shant.
Thank you, Shant.
Thank you, Ms. Shanti Mohan. Thank you so much, Mr. Vivek Khare, Mr. Vikram Vaidyanathan, Mr. Mahavir Pratap Sharma, and Mr. Vibhor Sharma for that engaging and insightful session. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please give a big hand for them, everyone, together? I request Ms. Shanti Mohan to felicitate all our panelists on stage with us. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us here at the Startup Mahakumbh. And I request Mr. Vibhor Sharma to felicitate our moderator, Ms. Shanti Mohan. Probably the most houseful session that we have seen since morning. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us here. It was really insightful and engaging. Thank you. All right. Karunya,
I want to build
are you
on-
getting closer towards your check?
Yes, I am, and I'm going to build on what Mr. Sharma just said. पैसा सब कुछ है, and पैसे के लिए finances and finances के लिए fintech.
बिल्कुल.
That's where I'd like to segue, because we cannot talk about startups or innovation or making money or making something as small as just a QR card payment for a coffee in the morning without talking about fintech.
And as Mr. Kant mentioned in the morning, I mean, now it has become so easy. You talk about insurance,
Yeah.
you talk about online payments. Within just 30 seconds, 1 minute, you can probably just make any transaction throughout the world.
Absolutely.
And in India, the kind of the technology that we are watching, I think we have a long way to go. So we request everyone to please be seated and make sure that we are ready for our next session.
I think there are so many people eager to interact with the investor community, but we'd request you all to take the conversations outside as well. Please, we want to proceed with the next session.
So maybe they are finding their 30 seconds.
अभी check मिल रहा है क्या?
नहीं, अभी check मिलने का तो पता
I'll
नहीं.
also go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are ready for that pitch. Ladies and gentlemen,
Request you all to please start settling in. We want to proceed with the next session, please.
so the fintech revolution that we are talking. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all set.
Absolutely.
And I'm
for
really
our next
excited for the
session.
next set of esteemed speakers.
I am going to start calling upon the moderator and the speakers for our very next session. It's going to be moderated by Mr. Dinesh Pai, a respected leader from Zerodha. And of course, our distinguished panel includes Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma of Paytm, who's still busy taking selfies as I see. Mr. Sharma, please join us on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Mr. Shekhar Sharma, a visionary who redefined digital payment, revolutionized, I would say, the digital payment in India.
And joining him on stage is Mr. Jitendra Gupta of Jupiter, a pioneer in financial innovation. Mr. Sachin Bansal of Navi, whose strategic insights have reshaped the fintech narrative. And Mr. Alok Bansal from Policy Bazaar, a stalwart in creating financial solutions. Give it up for all the stellar lineup that we have from the world of fintech.
Wow. That's a discussion that I'm surely looking forward to. The fintech revolution in India is a saga of transformative ideas growing into billion-dollar enterprise, and we are surely looking forward to hear from everyone up on the dais. Over to you.
Thank you. So I'm not going to do any introductions. I don't think the panel needs any introductions. But I think what we're going to spend time doing today is, since we have 24 minutes and the clock is ticking, try to get as much out of the stellar experience in fintech that's on the panel today. It's my honor to welcome everybody. And I'll start with VSS sir. I think it's been quite a crazy journey. I think the past couple of years seems like a decade maybe. But I think there are a lot of young entrepreneurs here who are really wanting to be founding startups, building ideas. I think everybody knows that nothing really comes on day one, but for a founder, it's always 0 or 1. How do they really navigate some of these things in terms of being mentally strong through these ups
and are we
downs?
talking in the intersection of fintech or the whole horizontal?
We can talk specifically about fintech given all the regulatory overheads and everything else.
Yeah, because especially for fintech, there is a regulator extra
That's
variable beyond other startups.
Yep,
so,
yep, yep.
First of all, thank you so much. Cheers to the host, first of all. Cheers, DPIT team. So, it's very, very clear that when you're building a startup, you're going anti-gravity. Basically, you are opposing something that exists. You're not satisfied with something that exists, and you are the first customer of it. And that is how the genesis of startup goes. Now, the very fact that you are up against the current norm or current structure means that you're going to have huge resistance to customer, huge resistance to the current ecosystem, and so on. So entrepreneurs, each of them here, and you included, all of us have to handle huge amount of pressure like an everyday thing. So first of all, if you are like a fainted heart that this happened and what will I do, then this is not for you. And that is also the sequencing of, what remains in the end kind of thing. And it is very tough to remain the last two startups. This is a slang I'm using, that there are of 100, only 2 survive in the end. Now, net, it is number one, that you should be ready to handle unexpected things, and none of this is expected because you will more or less be in the domain and expertise which is may or may not be yours, and the problems that you will handle will be the ones that team cannot handle, which simply means that you are supposed to handle stress like no other, and that should be your back-end skill, if you will. So that is, in my opinion, the first skill. And second is that you have to have an audacious ambition of changing something or other that exists today as a contemporary. Whether you're talking about fintechs or whether you're talking about generic consumer products, I love my food delivery companies, just in case, because they change the way the food gets delivered, and I want that to be like, it takes a lot to do that.
Yeah, no, that's phenomenal. I think Jitendra probably agrees with you, because I was watching a couple of his talks, in preparation for this panel, I think, and he talks about why he's becoming a founder, because I think after CitrusPay he had a lot of options. I think he could have become an investor also, but he said that was easy. So he said, I'd like tough jobs and I want to do tough things. So I think he's here building Jupiter. So I wanted to ask, what does it really take to become a founder? Because I know, like VSS sir said, I think you have to expect the unexpected in most cases, especially in fintech, given the regulatory overarching, say, bunch of stipulations also. But how do you really kind of make up your mind, and what do you really look forward to when you're building, say, in neobanking? Because, for example, nobody really did a lot of stuff in neobanking when you started. Obviously, once you started, a lot of other people who came in. But how did you really start? Where did the idea really come from?
Yeah, so, having done payments in CitrusPay and did bit of lending during my PayU days through the Pay Later product in LazyPay. Frankly, the realization was that the payments and lending consumers were looking very, very transactionally, and they were optimizing it for point in time. And while fintech is all about payments and lending, I want to sort of caveat that. That being said, that was the realization, and I said, you have to sort of gravitate towards the offering which is more relationship driven with the consumer. And this is where, if you look at it, the banking is the most relationship driven offering towards the consumer. And that's how we got into the neobanking as a sector. Not sure whether I would say that that was the wisest of the decision. Frankly, it's tough. It's very tough to build in this sector, because rather you are asking consumer to trust you without having any brand, and you're asking consumers to park their money with you, which is like a toughest thing in the Indian market or anywhere in the world for that matter. So, so it's a business where you have to stay put for a long time. You have to keep doing same boring things every day, every week, every month, without having any immediate gratification of the outcome from the business within the same moment. So, so my advice to anyone who is getting into especially fintech is the staying put for a long time is the only way to grow in these kind of businesses. And you need to have that cockroach mentality, that come what may, you will stay put.
I'll ask a question to Sachin. Do you guys know this? This country's first $1 billion check for any startup was written for Sachin Bansal's company. So he truly revolutionized the way we could think about what startups are. Now that he's here as a fintech founder, I have a question, which is more or less in the same spirit. It was unplanned, but the question could be, you've been a technology entrepreneur, did the retail. Now you are a fintech entrepreneur. How different and difficult it is, or easy it is?
Yeah, no, it's a very different ball game altogether. what I've realized over time. And of course, it was not something that I was completely unexpected. Fintech space, I think in most industries, you worry mostly about customers, competition, investors, employees, and all of that, right? So in some order of importance that you have for your own situation. But in fintech, regulator becomes extremely important stakeholder when you have to think about on a daily basis. And in fact, to a certain extent, sometimes depending on the situations or depending on how the wave is kind of flowing, they can become sometimes the most important stakeholder in the equation, at the detriment of sometimes customers and employees and so on and so forth. Right. So I think if the regulations are changing very quickly, which has been the case in India the last couple of years with all the regulators, you will be, I mean, new stuff will come at you at very, very fast speed, and you have to just constantly deal with it, right? It's like getting punched in a boxing ring, and then you have to get up, collect yourself, and keep going in some ways, right? So it happens. So I think, but the fact is that okay, that was on the setting that all aside, right? The fact is that these are huge problems to be solved, which means essentially there are huge opportunities available in the space. If you, as you said, right, Vijay, that if you don't mind it, essentially, then if you don't mind the pain, then it's very rewarding. You will solve problems for billions of people. You will get rewarded for it very well, and the change that you will bring about will be quite significant. I think that's a good part of it. But yes, it does require dealing with this. I mean, any startup, whether you are a small manufacturing unit somewhere in, let's say, Jaipur, to you are building a large tech-driven company serving global people or Indian people at large scale, any business is running it is painful, right? So new stuff happens every day at very fast speed. But in the fintech space, the level goes up a little bit here, I think.
Oh, very interesting. I'll take this for Alok also because I know him.
Sorry, I have one follow-up for Sachin, I think. When Sachin started Navi, I think he was talking about unfinished business. So I think it's been a couple of years now. So what is that unfinished business? I'm sure the media folks are watching out. They want to cover it for sure.
Yeah, I think Vijay and I talked quite extensively after I exited Flipkart. And he jokingly said that you are the most unhappiest billionaire I've ever seen. Or somebody who has $1 billion exit I've ever seen. I think I was extremely unhappy after the exit because it was not something that I had planned. I think it just happened. So essentially that's the unfinished business where the goal was to take the platform that I had created or helped create to 1 billion people eventually, right? To serve 1 billion people at large scale, even globally over time. That was kind of the unfinished business that I'm still pursuing.
Awesome. Alok, you're the most legendary fintech founder for all of us because you have the most successful company. It makes money, it has a market cap, it has customer base, and it is dominating like no one. What is the secret of your handling of different stakeholders and being an entrepreneur like that?
See, shareholders, I'll come separately, maybe. But, because you asked about regulators and fintech, the way I would like everyone to think about it, they have equal seating on the table. You consider them to be another CXO on the table, basically. So if you have 4 CXOs, regulator and the government is another CXO in fintech business, and you have to give them that much space. That's the way to sort of adjust mentally to it. Because the influence they can have on your business can be very drastic and can be sometimes unpredictable. In our case, somehow we were able to sort of predict because we were engaging quite a lot with them. So we were always ready before some major change happened. But yeah, it can be very, very, very tough to manage if you're not prepared. Now, shareholders, you and I, we both got listed around the same time within almost, I think, a week's time. So our journey would be very, very similar. Public markets obviously are very different to manage compared to private markets from the shareholder perspective. You get maybe an hour every quarter at the most. The discussions are mostly quite shallow in the first few meetings. For them to appreciate what happens in our companies, especially given the Indian context, sometimes it's not as easy because a lot of these investors do not have that much India exposure. So it takes a lot of effort, continuous interactions. My guess is every quarter I would be having between 200 to 500 investor meetings even today. So, it takes a lot and lots of effort to make them understand what you do and why you have a right to win. See, practically from founders' perspective, I don't know how many people here want to be founders or are founders. It is actually a 0-1 game. And if you're willing to put 5, 10 years, 20 years of your life into something, उसकी कोई value कैसे करेगा, right? Whether your value is company की 20 करोड़ करे कि 200 करोड़ करे, आपकी जिंदगी की value हो रही है ना वो तो यार founder के लिए तो 0-1 ही होता है. And it's very, very tough for non-founders to understand that part.
आलोक, आपने बोला आप 400-500 मीटिंग क्वार्टरली करते हो. मोस्टली जो कॉमन फाउंडर है वो सोच रहा होगा आपकी तो फंडिंग हो गई, प्रॉफिट बनाते हो, लिस्टिंग हो गई, अब कितनी मीटिंग क्यों करते हो? ऐसा क्या सीक्रेट है कि आपको इतने इन्वेस्टर से मिलना पड़ता है, पैसे फिर से रेज कर रहे हो?
नहीं, हमारे केस में क्या है ना, विजय, स्पेसिफिकली आई कैन टॉक अबाउट पॉलिसी बाजार. This is a business which is not there in this form in any other country in the world. So if you talk to investors, they don't get it. Why do you exist?
लेकिन आपको तो पैसे रेज करने नहीं है, फिर क्यों बात करने पड़ती है?
यार आज नहीं करने ना. सेकेंडली, सी शेयर प्राइस कैसे चलता है मार्केट में? शेयर प्राइस चलता है सप्लाई और डिमांड पे. इफ आवर इन्वेस्टर्स और पोटेंशियल इन्वेस्टर्स डू नॉट अंडरस्टैंड अस, व्हेनेवर द सप्लाई कम्स, डिमांड कहाँ से आएगी? So you have to always ensure कि डिमांड साइड पे प्रेशर बना रहे ना.
तो मतलब सब कुछ सक्सेसफुल होने के बावजूद इन्वेस्टर की क्यू तो लगानी पड़ेगी.
यार आई डोंट माइंड टॉकिंग टू इन्वेस्टर्स एंड एक्सप्लेनिंग अवर बिजनेस. अगर मैं नहीं बताऊंगा तो कौन बताएगा मेरे बिजनेस के बारे में?
400-500 मीटिंग बहुत होती है.
We are lucky to have a full-fledged working CEO for Policy Bazaar, Paisa Bazaar. So we have that bandwidth. And we are focusing on what the business can look like after 10-20 years.
प्राइवेट में मुझे नहीं लगता सचिन और हम लोग प्राइवेट में 400-500 मीटिंग करते होंगे. वैसे मैं सीक्रेट बताना चाहता हूँ, लिस्टेड कंपनी इतनी मीटिंग करती है तो हमारे यहाँ भी ऐसी मीटिंग होती है और मैं भी करता हूँ. तो मैं ये इंटेंशन इसलिए सामने लाना चाह रहा था. लॉट ऑफ अस अज्यूम, देखो अर्ली डेज हैं, थोड़ा प्रेशर होगा, टेंशन होगा, बाद में सब कुछ सही हो जाएगा. बाद में और ज़्यादा ग्राइंडिंग हो जाएगा भाई. आपको as they say, it doesn't get lesser, you get better hand handling. That is what the secret is.
नहीं देखिए, अभी if we look at
सचिन, आपको 400-500 मीटिंग प्राइवेट में तो नहीं करनी पड़ रही? कितनी मीटिंग कर रहे हो आजकल?
I mean 400-500 over a 10-year period में भी.
Oh, that
would be the.
और इनके पास तो इन्वेस्टर क्यों करके आते हैं? आप मीटिंग देते नहीं हो.
इन्वेस्टर ही नहीं.
मीटिंग देते ही नहीं हो. Agla question.
Yes. No, I have one follow for Alok for some of the larger market stuff that people want to follow. Somebody who's building in insurance in India, I think you had early signals around car insurance is where you started. And I think everybody here speaks about surviving. I think you keep talking about surviving as a founder also. Those early days. So somebody who's starting up in India today in insurance, with everybody talking about penetration and whatnot, what do you give them an advice on for starting up in insurance?
या कुछ ऐसा होता तो मैं खुद नहीं कर रहा होता. But anyways, not joking about it. See, first of all, people need to understand very basic who is the customer and what is the problem of the customer you're trying to solve. Then comes, do you have a way to solve it in a efficient manner where you can make money, right? Our philosophy has been we'll never lose direct. We'll always cover our direct cost, always, right? Somewhere we were a bit mission driven because early on, within first 2-3 months of the company, I think we chose social security for middle class as the sort of our agenda of the company. So today also we talk about 4 things. Risk of dying very early, which is term insurance. Risk of dying very late, which is pensions, healthcare cost, and child cost planning. Now for any middle class, these are the 4 main things you have to think about. And if I'm able to do a job where I can give you options in these 4, business to bani jayega na. But you have to stay true to the cause.
Makes sense. I think next one for VSS sir. If anybody wants to ask him a question, I think we can. But I have a question on people who are really building financial services in India. Is listing a moat for all of them? Should they think about listing when they even starting out? Maybe it's too early for them, but should they have it at the back of their mind?
ये बहुत interesting question है. जिरोधा से है भाई.
I had a question for Jitendra.
भाई ये सवाल आपसे
I know.
है. लिस्टिंग या नहीं लिस्टिंग में शादी आप करो, हमसे क्यों पूछ रहे हैं? आपने शादी क्यों नहीं करी अभी तक? लिस्टिंग क्यों नहीं करी?
So I think Nitin's very sure that and he doesn't want to raise external capital. And I think even in terms of listing.
So ये question क्या है फिर? मोट उसकी मोट नहीं है ये?
No, I think as a
तो ये
broker.
आपको मालूम है?
No, as
ये trick question है मेरे से.
As a stockbroker, I think visibility in terms of P&Ls and that transparency, or at least that long-term visibility, is very difficult to give. At least Nitin's view is that, and I think.
अभी भी डरा रहा है हमारे business में आओ मत.
But I think.
USP or moat. I think access to capital can be a moat. Public or private, I don't think there is a differentiation. In other words, thinking that public listing is a moat or being private is a moat, I think in maturity, in the long term, all companies, in my opinion,
No, I think access to capital definitely is a moat. Right, but if you don't need the capital, like in the case of Zerodha, then it doesn't matter.
Then listing doesn't matter.
So at the end of the day, investors are for capital. Right. So you have to think about them. It's a supply of capital.
And access to capital of the size of capital. For example, like I think Flipkart was able to raise billion in private.
Private, yeah.
And at that point of time, even public market would have not given private capital.
Yep.
So the need is the capital. Right. The method could be any. And if you don't need, then you don't list.
Got it. And in terms of neo-banking, I think, are there signals today that you feel that people should pick up on?
Regulator कुछ neo-banking जानता नहीं है ना? मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ, what is your
यहाँ
point
पे
of view?
fortunately कोई regulator है नहीं अभी.
नहीं ये वीडियो बन के जाएगा.
No, they're around. No, but I think in terms of how you really built out Jupiter, it's quite fascinating. I think, obviously a lot of early team members would have put in a lot of hard work in terms of finding out those customer signals, right? How did you really go about it? Because I think everybody really thinks these ideas fall out from the sky. I think there's a lot of research that goes into some of these things.
I would say we're still putting a lot more hard work than before. So it's actually very tough. Frankly, getting first 100,000 consumers is way easier. And all of the people on the panel can vouch for that. But getting to million to 10 million to 20 million is like way tougher. So we are somewhere right now in between like 2 to 10 bracket. We are stuck there. And we are sort of have to do more hard work to get more customers because the scraping the surface is always easier. Right. But I think, as I said, like the banking business is all about trust. And the trust gets built over time. You cannot buy trust. You cannot buy trust by throwing money at the consumer or saying that I'm better, so trust me. Nobody trusts you by you proclaiming yourself being better. So for us, the trick is keep doing better service, keep giving better experiences to the consumers. And like in any other fintech business, the trick is hook on the consumer to a particular product, and then try to hook on the consumer to more products from the same proposition. So that's the only way to win the consumer trust, and over a period of time, you end up getting more and more revenue from the customers. So there's no other secret sauce.
So trust, product, but I think Sachin, you've spoken about technology. So what are you focusing on over the next 5 years, 5-6 years?
So the next 5 to 6 years are going to look very different from the last 20 years. I think one big thing that is coming to all of us is AI, and how we use that to...
Do you want to give one example of how AI has changed Navi over the past year?
Yeah, I think there are a few examples of that. I think most of our customer support is automated through GenAI. In a lot of other operational areas, quality control, etc., there is a lot of usage of AI. I see people every day answering questions through AI. I mean, getting answers to questions through AI. Like, for example, if you wanted to know what are the trends of payments ecosystem trending in Brazil over the last 10 years, so that you can take some decisions based on that in India, and that's an important input to your decision making here. Yeah. Earlier, it was impossible to find that. I mean, or very hard. You have to spend hours, or you have to commission a study. now you can do research like that and get a decent quality answer without doing all of that work. Apart from that, I think coding, software engineering is going to get automated quite significantly. That's a big kind of tsunami, I think, that is coming to all of us. I mean, close to 25-30% of our code is already automated. But yeah, over time, I think will be
quite real. I think
yeah,
I think it's across the board. But I think Alok, one follow up on what you mentioned about customers, Indian customers and their behavior with insurance. I think all of us are also suspects and victims of that. But how does an Indian customer really look at insurance? Because I think because there is trust, there is also this delayed gratification with insurance, right? Because you don't really know you need insurance unless you really come across that situation. So how does one really actually buy insurance? What is that journey like, and how will that evolve? Because more and more people are getting educated, more and more people are getting aware. But why is that penetration not going up even though there is awareness today?
So two parts. I think one, the product itself is very unique, as you rightly said. No instant gratification. It is forcing you to spend 1 hour thinking about what can go wrong in your life.
Right.
And somewhere we all think that जो होगा किसी और को होगा, मुझे नहीं होगा, मैं तो healthy हूँ, मैं तो ठीक हूँ. Especially at a young age, you don't really worry too much about those things unless you see someone in your vicinity, कोई friend, family, colleague going through some bad experience and suddenly it strikes, यार ये तो important है. Now, luckily, whenever that person is thinking ये important है, they come to us. So I can hand on heart say 100% of the people in India, when they think they have to buy insurance, will come to Policybazaar on their own. But this is something they'll forget after 3-4 weeks again. वो 3-4 हफ्ते ही होते हैं जिसमें आदमी के दिमाग में रहता है and he wants to buy at that time. And that's the time transaction can happen or cannot happen. So you do whatever you have to do. The biggest challenge today, if we look at just the middle class India, which arguably is about 8 to 10 crore households or maybe 35 to 40 crore individuals. The penetration for term insurance is about 6% in household terms, and in life terms, health is maybe about 10% or 12%. So why other people are not buying? Because, as I said, one lot of time awareness नहीं है कि लेने की जरूरत है, या awareness है तो आदमी कहता है यार claim तो मिलेगा नहीं, या मिलेगा तो बहुत painful तरीके से मिलेगा. So if you don't have the trust in the claim process, why should you put money today? तो वो जब तक सॉल्व नहीं करेगी इंडस्ट्री तब तक कुछ नहीं हो सकता है. बट दैट्स लाइक टू ऐड टू व्हाट सचिन वाज आल्सो सेइंग अबाउट एआई. देखो हम सब जितने भी काम करेंगे ना किसी भी कंपनी में, कोई भी काम करोगे आप जिंदगी में, यू कैन ओनली इन्फ्लुएंस 3 थिंग्स इन एनी कंपनी. या तो रेवेन्यू बढ़ाओगे, या कॉस्ट कम करोगे, एफिशिएंसी लाओगे, या सर्विस अच्छी करोगे कस्टमर के लिए. इसके अलावा किसी का कोई काम होता नहीं कंपनी के अंदर. ये 3 ही काम होते हैं. एंड एआई विल हैव अ वेरी हाई इम्पैक्ट ऑन द सर्विस ऑन डे 1. धीरे धीरे कॉस्ट एफिशिएंसी पे भी आ रहा है. रेवेन्यू इम्पैक्ट अभी इतना नहीं आ पाया है, थोड़ा फ्रॉड कंट्रोल वगैरह आ रहा है फिनटेक में, बट रेवेन्यू साइड अभी दूर है. बट सर्विस विल गेट ऑटोमेटेड वेरी वेरी फास्ट. एफिशिएंसी विल स्टार्ट टू कम इन ऑल्सो इन नेक्स्ट 5 years इन अ बिग वे. तो कभी ना कभी रेवेन्यू भी आएगा.
So I think we have a minute. I'm only going to ask one question to all of you, same question. I know all of you have had amazing these journeys. I think everybody kind of glorifies this journey, but I'm sure there have been tough times where people have supported you. So if all of you can name one person, or say, anybody, close family, friend, whoever, who supported you during those tough times, I'm sure you'd want to kind of give them that visibility also. So if you want to take a few seconds and probably talk about anybody who's helped you during those tough times.
I call Ravi Adusumali, who's an Elevation Capital investor, as my co-founder, and I call him for the single reason that it truly is that I have true privilege of calling him as my friend, my board member, my shareholder, and the person I reach up to. So always, anytime, high time, low time, Ravi time.
I think Jitendra believes in this, that you definitely need a co-founder. I've heard him say it multiple times. So who is it?
Yeah, so I have 2 people in my life who support me whenever I am in doubt. So one is my wife, of course.
Are you forced to say it?
No, not. But that's a reality. So, and the second person is Amrish, Pine Lab CEO. So we were co-founders in Citrus, and the journey was so good that we went through so much tough times during Citrus days. So generally the bonding tends to happen, and then we sort of understand the decision-making framework of each other. So it's easier to consult that way.
Right. Sachin?
Yeah, so I learned business very early in my life. Essentially, I come from a business family, and like not big businesses, small businesses based in Punjab, Chandigarh. And one of my uncles, who was my father's elder brother, he was a big influence on me. I think I learned about work ethic, integrity, and responsibility from him, which I think stayed with me for quite a bit. Of course, he's now no more, but his influence stays on in the whole family, actually, quite a bit.
Alok?
I think the first name I would like to say, actually, Yashish, my co-founder. Personally, we are chalk and cheese, very, very different personalities, very, very different outlook for everything that we do. But we are joined at the hip for 17 years, 18 years now. So it worked out very well for us. And outside of two of us, maybe then it's Sanjeev Bigchandani from InfoEdge. He was the first person to put in the check. And today also for a lot of things, we reach out to him for advice. And we have learned a lot directly and indirectly both. Sometimes his actions have how he's built Naukri and how he's built a team and culture there as influencers. So yeah, these two people maybe.
So one final question. Sachin, Jiten, any plans of listing anytime soon, joining the other two stalwarts in the public markets?
At least for me personally, very far away. So I don't think so. I have any aspiration to come close to Vijay.
In public market, nobody is close or far.
So for us, we have reached a stage where actually we have like 20 million users monthly active, 40 million ever used on the platform. It's gone to a very decent stage. Now we are at a place where we can use more capital. And I think public markets is the best source of capital. That's what I believe. If you can handle the pain or what comes with it. I think, so definitely the plan is to go FY26. Ideally, we would like to be IPO'd if we can.
So there we go. I think people at the back, I think they're all recording. So I think we're good to go. I think, thank you so much, everybody. Big round of applause for all the contributions here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request our panelists and speakers to please be on stage with us. Can you please give a big hand for Mr. Dinesh Bhai? We request all our speakers and panelists, if you can please stay on stage for a while. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand for Mr. Dinesh Bhai. A big thank you to Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma, Mr. Jitendra Gupta, Mr. Sachin Bansal and Mr. Alok Bansal for an extraordinary session. Thank you so much for your time. I request Dinesh to hand over a token of appreciation and felicitate all our speakers on stage with us. We request everyone to kindly please be seated for our next panel discussion. And to felicitate Dinesh, I request Mr. Gaurav Gaur to please join us on stage. Mr. Gaurav Gaur from FICCI to felicitate our moderator, Dinesh. Dinesh, thank you so much for being here with us. You moderated the session so well. विजय सर, आप भी स्टेज पे आते हैं, मुझे लगता है कि मॉडरेटर का आधा काम आप ही संभाल ही लेते हैं, of course. जोरदार तालियां, please give a big hand. Thank you so much for joining us here. We request everyone to kindly please, if we can shift towards. और विजय सर, मुझे मालूम है आपकी फैन फॉलोइंग बहुत ही कमाल की है, तो मैं चाहूंगा कि आप हमारे साथ जल्दी से आगे बढ़ते हुए चलें. हम आपकी फैन फॉलोइंग का पूरा सहयोग देते हैं, सपोर्ट करते हैं. और हमारा नेक्स्ट पैनल डिस्कशन के लिए भी हम लोग रेडी हैं. वी आर ऑल सेट फॉर आवर नेक्स्ट पैनल डिस्कशन. स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ 2025, यही तो समझा रहा हूं मैं आपको. इतना मजा आ रहा है. वी आर ऑल सेट. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, वी आर ऑल सेट फॉर आवर नेक्स्ट पैनल डिस्कशन. Startup driven economic transformation, building $1 trillion digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, हमारे साथ we're going to have on stage a moderator, Ms. Shweta Rajpal Kohli, President and CEO, Startup Policy Forum. Please give a big hand for her, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, audience, can you please give a big hand for Shweta ji? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us here. And now I would like to invite on stage our esteemed panelists, Shri Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, METI, Srimati Manmeet Kaur Nanda, Joint Secretary, Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Srimati Aarti Bhatnagar, Additional Secretary, DPIIT. Please give them a big hand, everyone.
And please start settling in, guys. We are about to begin our next session.
So guided by Ms. Shweta Rajpal Kohli, an influential leader in shaping startup policy, our panelists Shri Abhishek Singh, Srimati Manmeet Kaur Nanda and Srimati Aarti Bhatnagar will share their perspectives on the policies and the strategies that are transforming our digital landscape. Shweta ji, over to you.
Thank you so much. I know we had a power-packed panel before that, and star founders. So from star founders to stars in the government ecosystem, it's my honor and privilege to be moderating this session. How can startups power $1 trillion digital economy? And you know why I'm super excited about this session? I think 2 reasons. It is the only Sarkari panel, as we can call it. So, you know, if you want to know what the Sarkar is thinking, what the government's thinking, and how the government's enabling startups, this is the session where you're going to hear it all. And there's one other special reason why I'm excited about moderating this session, because for once, you know, we have diversity of a different kind. So thank you, Abhishek Singh ji, for being the diversity candidate this time on the panel. And I'm super, I would say, proud to have 2 women leaders here. We've got Aarti Bhatnagar, Special Secretary in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and in fact, she has got multiple portfolios, so simply a powerhouse in the Indian government and is driving so many initiatives. Manmeet Nanda, Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, and someone I've had the pleasure of working very closely in her earlier avatar of dealing with startups at DPIIT and holding multiple portfolios. And she's someone who understands this ecosystem very well. And I would say, in some ways, the person sitting next to me is the man of the moment for India. Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, METI. But more importantly, he's holding the dual charge as the CEO of India AI Mission. And of course, who doesn't want to know what's going on in AI right now and what's going on as far as India and AI is concerned? So let me start by actually getting him to answer exactly that. Mr. Singh, we know that the world is watching India right now on AI. There is almost palpable excitement and energy about India moving forward in the AI ecosystem. Share with us everything that the government's doing to enable this, and what is it that the audience sitting here in the room should watch out for?
See, like, thank you for having me here. And in fact, as you rightly said, the world is looking at India. The world is looking at India providing leadership in the AI story that is unfolding. We have shown what digital public infrastructure can do, and there's a lot of expectations, especially with the talent that we have in the digital space. In fact, if you look at the Stanford AI Index, it rates India as the #1 in AI skill penetration. If you look at the number of GitHub AI projects, we contribute 24% of the projects on GitHub, the projects contributed by Indians. So there is a lot of expectation. So similar to ensure that we are able to reach their potential, because currently we are much behind US and China when it comes to building AI models or AI applications. So the government did examine what were the gaps in our AI story, and it was felt that we need to provide compute infrastructure, we need to provide data sets, we need to provide funding for foundational model, we need to provide funding for startups who are working in this field, because very often AI and deep tech requires patient capital. It's not that you invest X and you get a return in 2 to 3 years. Sometimes you have to wait for long. So under that, India AI mission was conceptualized, a funding of almost $1.2 billion, 10,372 crores to be precise, which seeks to provide compute. We have already empaneled 10 service providers, 14,000 GPUs are available for at a very low cost, 115 rupees per GPU per hour, and over and above this, government provides 40% support. So the net cost for GPUs for a startup is less than $1, 67 rupees per GPU per hour, which ensures that entrepreneurs, startups, researchers working on AI models and applications can access that. We set up a platform called AI Kosh, which is providing data sets, tools, and models. More than 400 data sets are available there, and ultimately data sets is something that you require along with talent and compute to build AI applications. We also publish a call for proposals for foundation models, because there's a lot of expectations of everyone that China has come with DeepSeek. When will India come up with foundation models? So we have got almost 200 proposals for building India foundation models. The first set of proposals is likely to be finalized, that will be funded by the government within the next 2 weeks. And we hope that these companies will be able to work on, with the support provided, to build a foundation model that is trained on India data sets very soon. We also have other pillars in the India AI mission, where we are providing support for skilling, we are providing fellowships for undergrad students or master's students, and for research scholars. We are setting up a fund of funds and working with accelerators, incubators to provide funding support to startups. We are also building tools for safe and trusted AI. Then application development is again another focus area, wherein we did publish an innovation challenge across 5 themes of agriculture, healthcare, learning disabilities, governance, and climate change. And we got 900 applications, out of which 30 were selected and given the first stage of about 25 lakhs by Honorable Minister on 6th of March. And there are more challenges coming in. So government is trying to provide support at all levels for data sets, for compute, for foundation model, for applications, for building safe and trusted AI, to ensure that our startups, our researchers come up to the expectations and build something that we can truly call Indian and state-of-the-art.
Thank you. That's a lot happening, and clearly you're driving all of it. And we know the next few months are going to be super exciting. And I think what most people say is that India may get it late, but it gets it right. And I think that's the moment everyone's waiting for. And even though we may not see an immediate LLM model coming up, but what we're definitely seeing is vast innovation when it comes to AI use cases and adoption of AI, and something that I can vouch for, that is the Startup Policy Forum. We have so many of the high growth startups as our members, and each day we're seeing AI adoption at a transformative pace. But I think this is also a moment to pause and reflect on the kind of journey of startups we've seen so far. And while we talk about the gaps, as you've rightly identified, and policymakers like you ensuring that we stay ahead of the curve and we're able to plug those gaps, let's first acknowledge the progress. And Aarti ma'am, I'd like you to come in here, because just the sheer explosion of the Indian startup ecosystem, just the fact that we have come in the last 9 years, ever since Prime Minister Modi announced Startup India as a major flagship initiative, a major plank, just the fact that we've seen so much innovation, so much progress, so much success of the startup ecosystem. Could you share with us where India stands today in that startup journey?
So I think after the very stellar kind of a panel that we had before us, the speakers who were actually the stalwarts of the startup ecosystem, I think now getting the kind of a Sarkari point of view of what we've been able to do till now in this 9 years of journey, when we started in 2016, I think there's some statistics which should be of interest to all of you. Now we've become the 3rd largest startup unicorn nation in the world. There are 118 unicorns with a total valuation of over 354 billion plus USD. And the unicorns who have made the largest impact is from a 13 times increase. That is from 8 in 2015 to 118 in 2025. So I think this is something that we are very proud of having
this kind of ecosystem which has now come up in the country. So these are the things which I wanted to share with you all, that some more statistics I think which should be of interest is that we've issued 1,64,554 startup certificates, and these have created jobs of 18 lakh plus. The average number of employees per startup is somewhere 11, and the number of states who have a startup policy, it started as 4 in 2016, and now we have 31 states and UTs who have a dedicated startup policy. So this is the kind of achievement that we've got. More than that, I think there is something that we need to understand, that while we may have certain schemes which were giving the right nudge to the developing a startup system, whether it was our startup seed fund or it was our fund of funds scheme, the very important thing is that the environment was created where the startups were able to flourish. But I think we need to go further, because everything, it's a matter of relativity. As they say, the relativity principle is very important. So it's very important also to look at what the other countries have done and where are we in this entire sector, in this entire ecosystem. So that is where we are not resting on our laurels. We, in the government, have been working on further schemes. So we have, which was just announced in this budget for this financial year, we have a fund of fund 2.0, where another 10,000 crores have been given, which will be able to fund startups, through the AIFs and other means, other venture capitalists and all. The initial 10,000 tranche which was given earlier, 5 years back, has completely been utilized, and now we've got another infusion of capital. So these are some of the things which I thought I must share with you all. And as far as I just wanted to take another few seconds to talk about the startup Mahakumbh, where we are sitting today. It's the second day. And I'm really loving this kind of vibrancy and the enthusiasm and the number of footfalls which I'm seeing, which is exponentially grown from last year when we had the first edition. So I think that is a very, very happy situation. And I think it is a time for collaboration, for learning, for showcasing what you have, and also trying to adopt whatever you've learned so that we can, further go on to the next stage.
All right, Manmeet Nanda, ma'am, you've seen this ecosystem very, very closely in your previous roles, and now you're also driving social inclusion in many ways. I'd like to pose twin questions to you. First, your understanding of the ecosystem and the fact that we have so-called 100+ unicorns, but we're now talking about the next wave of innovation, Startup India 2.0 in some ways, and the fact that now we need to ensure that we're seeing innovation across deep tech, across AI, across many other sectors. What do you think the government can do to enable this? And two, we also want this startup magic to spread well beyond the metros and the tier 1 cities. So how do we take it to tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, and especially to something that is within your mandate, the social inclusion part, and I would say empowerment. If you could shed light on how you're thinking about that.
Thank you, Shweta, and thank you for having me here. Feels great to be part of the community that is so vibrant, so young, energetic, and always throwing great challenges. Yes, that's true. We have come a long way, but there's so much more to do. And transforming India into the 1 trillion economy that we want to be The answer lies in two major ecosystems. That is one, the startups that we all are here sitting and being a part of and being proud of, the unicorns. And of course, the MSMEs. They are the backbone of this country. And MSMEs in a very basic way are or have been the true startups of the Indian economy so far. We need to carry what Aarti ma'am mentioned and what Sir mentioned, carry those reforms further. We need to go beyond the metro cities, and we have been, but encouraging tier 2, tier 3 startups more. And inclusion should be a matter of design and not chance like we have on the stage today. Inclusion, as I see, like I'm looking at a different sector now, people with disabilities. There are so many startups that are doing such commendable work to ease and to progress and transform the lives of people with disabilities. I am shocked to see that there are devices available in the market where a completely vision impaired person has a keyboard that can convert what is on text on the screen into Braille, helps him read that, not audio, but helps him read that in Braille. He can type back on that keyboard onto the desktop and gets on to an English language that most of us understand. So reform journey needs to continue. The government, industry, academia relationship needs to be greatly strengthened. What we have shown in our startups by changing the way we eat, changing the way we buy things or we sell things, it's what India has shown to the world. I mean, we are a great model for everyone, and I think this needs to continue. Further reforms by the government, continuation of the fund of fund schemes, the startup, the seed incubations startup fund, big proponent of that because our startups need the handholding. AI is the future. It's the present is the future. Every day I think I will try and figure out greater things that I can learn on Grok. Perplexity, AI throws me another ball. So I need help, sir, on teaching government bureaucrats like us also to pick up our rate of learning for AI and what the startup world can throw on to us. So we're on the right path.
That's an interesting one, Abhishek, sir, now. And I think I'd like you to respond to what Manmeet ma'am said.
Yes, see, like I fully agree. Like, of course, we all agree that AI is the in thing, and we all are using it, playing with it. But AI goes beyond just writing poems or creating content by using or Ghibli images has become popular on
Right.
ChatGPT.
And controversial.
No, but in fact, OpenAI has been like since last 2-3 days, they have been tweeting about the India is the place. But that's because they are seeing it as a market. But we need to go beyond that by just using it for creating funny things or cartoons or poems or jokes. We need to realize that AI can transform things, as Manmeet mentioned. We did this innovation challenge for learning disabilities. And the kind of solutions that we got, which can help detect autism, which can help solve problems for dyslexia, which can solve problems for dyscalculia, are amazing. Helping people, blind people to see, navigate, helping deaf and dumb to hearing impaired people to communicate better. So there are multiple tools. AI is transforming agriculture. AI is transforming healthcare. So what we have seen is that, and what we are hearing and what we expect is that India will come up with a voice-based LLM, which will ensure that with voice you will be able to seek information services. And in India, that will power the 500 million people who are not connected to the internet there. So the potential of AI is huge. But at the same time, what she mentioned towards the end, that how do we build in capacities within the government and outside? How do we ensure that we are able to use these tools for improving productivity at all levels? And more so in government, so like I got Karmyogi platform. Has got, in fact, 2 of their team members, I see them in the audience here also today. So it has got a lot of courses on emerging tech, on AI, on ChatGPT, on Gemini, for using AI in healthcare, on various domains. And happy to say that those courses are one of the most consumed courses on the platform. So there is an effort within the government to improve capacities. There is an effort within the industry to use AI to build applications. What we need is to scale up many of these applications. They should not just remain pilots or proof of concepts. How we can take them to logical end and ensure that more and more people benefit from them. That's the challenge that we as civil servants have to work along with startups to make that happen.
All right, I know we just have the last 5 minutes, and I think I want to go back to the topic, which is how can startups power a $1 trillion digital economy? And for startups to power the $1 trillion digital economy, we need enabling policies and regulations that would allow that. So let's talk about 2030 and talk about that one policy change. And it doesn't have to be in your ministry, it doesn't have to be something that you are driving, but any one of the three of you can start, and I'd love to get from all three of you that one policy change that you think can fast track this process and take India onto that path of a $1 trillion digital economy. Anything that you'd all like to talk about?
Should I go in first? I was taken on a tour to South Korea with my startup team. And what we've not done is we've not capitalized on our high network individuals in our country. There are about maybe 3 lakh plus. They are sitting over assets of 1 million plus. We need to tap those, give them incentives. Also to show them our trust, that we can be trusted as a startup ecosystem, be transparent. I also have read very recently that the startups in the US, they don't rely on the IPO and the basic stock exchanges. So that is where we need to do. And that, I think, Aarti ma'am, if we try and build a venture capital within the government with our locking our arms and hands with the private sector, and I think given a sweat equity, do some ratings for startups who've performed brilliantly on the stock exchange, increase the trust aspect of it, I think we will be able to bridge that gap of capital, because I think what our startups need is capital. And there are a lot of corporate fundings also that can come in, and I think that is an aspect that we need to look up to. So I think this is one way forward, and I would love the DPIIT to take up this and to create a venture capital fund of their own and to take this forward.
So, well, thanks for those thoughts, Manmeet. But let me tell you one thing, that in our second version of seed fund, very early seed fund, we are looking now to, in this 2.0 version, we are looking at a very different perspective, which you said, in fact, not very different in the sense we are adding a number of things to it. Because we have a very robust digital, system in the country. We have a very excellent one. So we need to build up on that. And for that, you see, ultimately what succeeds is the kind of sales and revenues and what you get it. So if government starts getting into it, I think the kind of nudge that we need to do from the government side is providing the right kind of platform, the right kind of funding. But the people who will be able to do it the best are the ones specialists in their business. So the venture capitalists, whether it's the AIFs, they would be able to appraise these schemes and the ideas which the startups have. I think they would let them do their job. That's what I feel very strongly. But where we need to come in is that, yes, that nudge, that you need to go into sectors, which we were talking earlier also about the social disability and these kind of sectors. We need to push them to go to those kind of ideas, support those ideas. Maybe even what Abhishek was mentioning about the AI part. Let's get that in as well. But let us go to these hinterland, those very backward sectors, areas of our country. Let's get their ideas onboarded. And what I would love to have in this, to change this whole thing, is to make it spread it to all the backward and to all those kind of, let's say slightly those aspirational districts as we have. Let's go there and let's provide them the funding through the, laid down these structures and already that we have. That's how I would look at it.
Thank you. All great ideas. And the last word goes to
you.
If
I have to think of one policy push, especially with regard to pushing up us on the value chain of innovation and deep tech research, I will say augment our research funding many times over. Today we have our research funding is around 0.7% of the GDP compared to 3% or more in China and the US. We need to push that many times over. Of course, the 100,000 crore ANRF funding, the Anusandhan Research Foundation funding, is a great step in that direction. The 10,000 crore deep tech fund of funds is again another initiative. In AI, we have 2,000 crores for startups. But but what we need to do is to accelerate the pace at which we spend this money. And that would require coming up with systems in which decisions are easier to take, trust-based, and people are able to take bets on that. I would actually want several Y Combinators to come in. If we can strengthen the partnership between our academic institutions and startups, like IIT Madras Research Park is one good example. But we need several such initiatives for a country of our size and potential. If we can have several such Y Combinators in which investments are driven at a very quick pace, the time taken for a startup to raise money in the valley is so much lesser compared to what it is in India. If we are able to create those systems, if we are able to create a system in which the government's funds are co-invested along with VCs and investors, high net worth individuals, we will be unlocking a lot of value. So we need to think of creating those systems, and if we are able to bring in those policy changes, there is no reason that we will not be innovating as fast in deep tech and other sectors as we are doing in other sectors. So that's what we need to work together to make that a reality.
So we have with us here 3 people who are the policy makers, who are the decision makers, who are probably scripting that next success story for Indian startup ecosystem. So I would say we are all, or everybody sitting in this room is looking up to all of you as policy makers and decision makers to be able to drive that change and continue to ensure that the Indian startup ecosystem continues to thrive. Thank you so much, Aarti Bhatnagar ma'am, Manmeet Nanda ma'am, and Abhishek Singh sir for being part of this panel. I know the time is up, but it's fascinating to hear how progressive our policymakers are. Thank you.
And Shweta ji, no better person to probably moderate this session so well. So thank you so much for moderating this session for us. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, can we please give a big round of applause for all our panelists? Ms. Shweta Rajpal Kohli, Shri Abhishek Singh ji, Srimati Manmeet Kaur Nanda ji, and Srimati Aarti Bhatnagar. Now I request Ms. Shweta Rajpal Kohli to please hand over a token of appreciation to all our panelists up on the stage. Big hand for all our panelists one more time, everyone. And I request Srimati Aarti Bhatnagar ji to felicitate our moderator, Ms. Shweta. Thank you so much. Our sincere gratitude for all of you for your valuable contribution. Thank you so much, and for joining us here. Ladies and gentlemen, we request everyone to please be seated as we'll be starting with our next session. Our next session is going to be about global innovation and partnerships. We won't be having any break. We'll be continuing with our next session. So we request everyone to please be seated. I absolutely agree with a lot of people on grabbing the right opportunity to meet the right people at the Startup Mahakumbh 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start with our next session anytime soon. We have our esteemed panelists present here with us. We are starting our next session in the next 2 minutes. We request everyone to please be seated. All right, good afternoon, everyone. One more time. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you people doing? Are we all excited for the next session? If you could give me a big yes, then only I'm going to start the next session. Is it a big yes from everyone? Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring to you global innovation and partnerships, this very strong panel discussion, and we would like to have on stage, it's our honor to have with us Mr. Kimmo Ladervirta, Ambassador of Finland. Can you please give a big hand for him, everyone? Sir, a very warm welcome to you. We also have with us Mr. Bernd Scholz, Head of Economic Department, Embassy of Netherlands. He'll be joining us anytime soon. I think he's on the way towards the stage. And I would now like to invite the moderator for the session, Ms. Asta Grover, Head Startup India. Big hand for Asta, everyone. So Asta, as we are following the timelines, you can absolutely start with the panel discussion. Once Bernd will be there, you can take the pleasure to introduce him again. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us for this session. Your Excellency, it is a pleasure to host you today for this session, and I'm glad that you could take out time. I understand that we are sitting between your lunch and this session, so we will make it as exciting as possible. And as you can see on the screen or the name, I'm here to add some diversity to this panel, which was earlier supposed to be moderated by my director, but due to some last-minute meeting, I'm here to moderate it instead. What we will do is, sir, we will start with a quick introduction, and then I would like to understand from your perspective about the innovation ecosystem. But here is it for everyone, right? We know that India is home to about 150,000 startups, and innovation today is not confined by geography alone. In fact, as we aim to create global champions in AI, green energy, digital health, deep tech, the need for cross-border partnership is at the highest right now. And I'm sure some of the startups out here today would want to expand their footprints in other countries. With that, I'm glad that today we are joined by none other than His Excellency himself, Kimo Ladurvita, who has been the ambassador to Finland to India and previously Bangladesh, Bhutan, Maldives and Sri Lanka. We are so glad, sir, you're here with us today. Our discussion today will unfold organically around the opportunities, enablers and future pathway for collaboration so that everyone out there can benefit. With that, sir, my first question to you is that Finland and India have a long-standing bilateral ties and the startup space is incredibly vibrant but also a little volatile. Could you highlight on some recent initiatives or success stories that reflect the growing collaboration in the innovation and entrepreneurship space?
Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction and interesting starting question. I hope we also get the other panelists because otherwise there's not going to be much discussion, I guess. Yeah. But anyway, thanks for the first question. And really, I think it's a fact that startups now play a pivotal role in the talent mobility ecosystem between our countries. Currently, both India and Finland share a unique conjunction of a dynamic startup landscape. And actually, Finland is home to over 4,000 startups. We also have a global platform called the Slush, for example, which is one of the world's leading startup events, attracting over 25,000 visitors annually. And for example, last year we had more than 30 Indian startups at Slush as part of 3 different delegations from Startup India, Kerala Startup Mission, and also from Tamil Nadu. And really, Indian startups have also participated in other Finnish accelerator programs, like the Slushed events here in India, for example, Sisu Launchpad in Helsinki capital region, Boost Turku, 90-day Fin program, Polar Bear Pitching, and Experience Tampere. And really, one of the nice things is that this year India had its first ever Polar Bear Pitching event here in Delhi in January at our embassy, where the founders pitched while standing in icy cold pool of water following the Finnish tradition. And the winner, Managing Director Devan Chandrasekharan of Fuselage Innovations, later participated in the global event, which was held in Oulu in Finland in February. So I believe that such collaborations do open doors for Indian entrepreneurs and professionals to explore new markets, access funding opportunities, and also benefit from Finland's supportive business environment. Thanks.
Thank you, Excellency. I really like the example that you shared of the startup taking the stage at the global world. With that, it is my pleasure to invite you, Bernard. He's the head of the Economic Department, Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in India. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you. So, Bernard, my next question is to you. The idea for here, for the audience is to learn about global innovation, about how cross-collaboration opportunities could be expanded. So with that, we do understand that India and Netherlands have institutionalized innovation collaboration through our platform like the Startup Link. Based on your recent engagements, could you highlight 1 or 2 collaborations where the Dutch and the Indian startups have effectively co-created value?
Yes. Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for your patience, and it's a pleasure to be here to share our insights with you. First of all, of course, we are very happy to collaborate with India. Our bilateral trade has increased tremendously over the past years, and innovation and startups have played a crucial role in this. And this is much more beyond than just trade. This is also about collaboration, about learning platforms, about exchanging information, about learning with and from each other, because there's a lot of very smart people in this country and in my country as well, so we combine that. And we have a few Well, institutional basics for that collaboration, we signed a couple of years ago around 23 memorandum of understanding. And these agreements cover critical areas such as healthcare, pharmaceutical, sustainable food systems, water cooperation, key enabling technologies. In semicon, for example, we will sign an MOU as well. So this is also to give you an idea on how broad the cooperation is. And one of our Dutch health tech startups, which is called Eindhoven Robotics, Eindhoven is the city where the very well-known company Philips is from, received the prestigious METI G20 award during the G20 here in India, recognizing its contributions to medical technology and innovation. And this is also a field in which we seek more deep cooperation with India in the field of medtech. And the Netherlands was also invited as a special guest for the Startup 20 working group, also under the same G20 presidency. So this was also reinforcing the collaboration that we have. But more concretely and more interestingly in that sense, perhaps, is that Arikt International is a Dutch company that has a huge plant now in the south of India, in Hyderabad, and they are growing enormously, and this is also a very good example of how we try to attract over 300 engineers, Indian engineers most likely, to work in our company there in Hyderabad, which is also a wonderful idea to further develop the the exchange of information between the two countries. And we also have a visa startup facilitation system with resources as well. So we can also combine the two countries also physically, not online, but also offline by traveling to each other's countries in that sense. And I think one other thing that I would like to mention is that we have had the launch of a soft landing facility in The Hague on cybersecurity, because in this world where geoeconomics or geopolitics is basically changing by the minute, unfortunately, I would say, cybersecurity is getting more and more important for every one of us. So we have also started a cooperation with India in The Hague Security Delta, and 5 of the companies are Indian companies are trying to base there and to work together on cybersecurity as a very important aspect of the collaboration in the startup and innovation field. I think I'll leave it to that here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bernard, for this insightful insights. I think good to know about the examples of companies in Hyderabad, of companies in the Dutch ecosystem who have expanded. With that, I think we've learned how important it is for these partnerships to foster. But what we want to do is dig a little deeper. And with that, Excellency, I come back to you again. To understand, if you could shed some light on the key sectors that are driving the startup growth in Finland today, and how would sectors an Indian entrepreneur would find helpful to expand to the market there?
Yeah, thanks. I think both countries really have strong startup ecosystems, and actually they complement each other. For example, in our expertise in deep tech, artificial intelligence and sustainable solutions align very well with India's strength in scale, software and digital transformation. And talking about Finland's startup growth, I think key sectors include, for example, quantum computing, health, energy, food tech, immersive, games, artificial intelligence, data analytics, defense and dual use, as well as new materials. And although we are a small country of only about 5.5 million people, we are home to over 10 unicorns, such as, for example, Rovio, Supercell and Small Giant in gaming, Oura in health tech, Relex in logistics, IQM in quantum computing, and ICEYE in satellite technology. And I think these success stories really highlight the strength of our innovative spirit and our ability to scale groundbreaking ventures as well.
Perfect. Thank you, sir, for that perfect answer, and great to know about the sectors that are a good alignment with the Indian market here as well. With that, I come to you, Bernard, again. You know, I want to understand that the Indian startups, if they do not want to just export, but if they really want to co-create, what they want and what they seek the opportunities are around R&D, pilot testing, innovation sandboxes. So if you could help us understand the Dutch mechanism or the industry linkages that would help the Indian startups here?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, as I also indicated previously, this is in our mutual benefit and interest to not only focus on trade, because trade is basically just a very small part of it. And it's much more beyond trade, and it's about exchanging technology, exchanging expertise, exchanging best practices. And this is what we're trying to do. First of all, as I mentioned also before, we have centers of institutional facilitators to help startups to come to the Netherlands. And why is this important? This is not only important for Indian startups that want to come to my country, but also for other innovative partners that would like to work with us in the Netherlands. Because to keep up the level, and this also goes for Finland, we are both lucky enough to be in the top 10 of the most innovative countries in the world, but that is something that might not be forever the case. So to maintain this level and to maintain our quality of life, to maintain our security, our health as well, our economic position, our trade position, we should invest more in innovation. My country is just a little below what the European Union measure should be like, which is 3% of the GDP. We invest amongst 2.5%. So we should invest more in order to keep the life quality at the level that it is. Finland is doing a little bit better in that sense than we do. I'm not jealous. and in India, there's a lot of room as well to improve and to invest in investing more in innovation, both from the government and from the private sector. So this is also something that we have in common. This is important for everyone. And that's why we also have visa facilitation services with also resources for companies from here that would like to come to the Netherlands. And we have very interesting Indian startups as well. For example, one is called Urivaka Technologies. You know it, yeah? So this is a niche technology for shrimp farming, which has a Dutch mother company. And they have a kind of mechanical feeder on the water, which is called Mother Pond. It's not very romantic to have a plastic or a steel mother, but this machine really feeds the shrimp in the optimal way. And this helps as well to further contribute to also food security and health indirectly, or maybe directly probably as well. And then there's also one other last thing that I will mention is the Hague Center for Strategic Studies has also a cooperation with a few very smart people from this wonderful country here to build and construct further enhancements on capacity building in the field of cybersecurity, which is also very important, as I mentioned before. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. So we've learned about what the markets look like both in Finland and Netherlands. We've seen the sectors that are growing. We've heard some success stories, but I still have a minute left. And with your permission, I want to ask a surprise question towards the end. You know, over a decade of experience in the innovation and entrepreneurship field, I believe that an entrepreneur is an entrepreneur, no matter what geography he comes from or the country. And with such rich experience that we have between the two of you here, I just wanted one piece of advice that you would leave for an entrepreneur to succeed. We can start with Your Excellency first.
Well, it's a little bit difficult for me to advise entrepreneurs, but I really just want to emphasize that, for example, Finland and also the Netherlands really offer also Indian startups access to the European market, also world-class research institutions and business-friendly environment. So I think we also have developed entry programs, for example, Startup Permit program, which then promotes the mobility of Indian startups and entrepreneurs into the Finnish robust startup ecosystem. We have also public and private support mechanisms. On the public side, for example, we have an organization called Business Finland, which provides funding for startups. And on the private side, I already mentioned Slush. And like in the Netherlands, also Finnish cities offer these free of charge soft landing services and various programs we spoke about earlier. So I believe there are plenty of opportunities also for Indian startups to see what Finland and the Netherlands can offer for you as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Bernard, to you.
I'm looking at this
Yes.
screen, which says time's up, so I will keep it short. I think basically a very human thing like curiosity and also understanding the regulatory framework, which is very important, of course, because it's the basis for any kind of establishment of a company or of doing business. And also getting to know the culture. This is all cliche, but it's a cliche because it's true. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a cliche. So it's important to get to also know that in both our countries and in many other northern countries in Europe, we are very direct. It's very consensus-based. People are much less interested in academic titles than in countries like India, for example. So it's good to take these things into account. And the Dutch are very direct. Some people think it's rude, but on the other hand, what you see is what you get, so it's also an advantage. And I think it's the same for Finnish people, right? Yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Bernard. I think the audience have really enjoyed the insights that have come up. And one thing is for sure that, innovation does not happen in isolation. It will thrive with the partnerships that we flourish here. So thank you for these insights. With that, we conclude the session for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Asta. Thank you so much for moderating the session for us. Now I request Asta to hand over a token of appreciation to both our panelists. Thank you, Mr. Kimo. Thank you so much for joining us here at the start of Mahakumbh 2025. It's a pleasure. Please give a big hand, ladies and gentlemen, for His Excellency. Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Thank you so much for joining us here. Start of Mahakumbh 2025. And Asta, this is for you. Probably I can... Thank you, Asta. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are all set for our next session. We are all set for our next session, ladies and gentlemen. Big hand for the panelists. Thank you. Thank you so much, Byrne. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Kimo. Thank you so much for joining us here. So a lot of people probably coming to me and asking me whether all the sessions are happening. Yes, absolutely, you're right. All the sessions are happening. We are on time. So if you have the flow, we are absolutely going with the flow. And we are ready for our next panel discussion. This is going to be about India's climate story and opportunities in green manufacturing ecosystem. And we really appreciate everyone's patience. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for being so patient. And thank you so much for being a fantastic audience throughout. We are ready for our next panel discussion. Sustainability is not just a buzzword, it's our future. In this session, we explore how green technologies and innovative manufacturing can write a new chapter in India's climate story. moderated by Ms. Swapna Gupta, whose expertise in sustainability is widely recognized. Our panel features Mr. Mirik Gogri, Mr. Utkarsh Mishra, Ms. Juhi Joshi, and Mr. Karan Mohla. They will outline opportunities in green manufacturing and the path to a sustainable future. Please join me in welcoming on stage for the next panel discussion, Ms. Swapna Gupta, Partner, Awana Climate and Sustainability Fund. Big hand. You might just wait for a while. It's a startup Mahakumbh, as we all know. And everyone probably who have done fantastic within their careers, they have been occupied with so many people around. We could absolutely see during the time of Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma from Paytm. So I would like to ask, well, before we take on to our next session, I would like to ask everyone here, is everyone having a good time here? Insightful time here? Are we learning? What have we learned from here? Can anyone? I'm sure a lot of people I could see from the morning. Can anyone just raise their hand? And they're here? All right, perfect. So I'm not required. Probably for more engagement, we have our panelists and our moderators. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Swapna Gupta, Partner, Awana Climate and Sustainability Fund. With a huge round of applause, everyone, together. We have with us Mr. Mirik Gogri, Principal, Spectrum Impact. Please welcome on stage Ms. Juhi Joshi, Director and Senior Partner at Climate Collective. Please welcome on stage Mr. Utkarsh Mishra, Head of Global Innovation, Hero Motocorp. He's on his way. He'll be here with us anytime soon. Mr. Karan Mohla, Journal Partner, B Capital. And please give a big hand for Mr. Bharat Nivalkar, Chief General Manager, R&D, Bharat Petroleum. Over to you, Swapna.
Thank you. I must admit, Viksit Bharat has truly arrived. We are running behind schedule than ahead of schedule, which is most often the case. Thank you for everyone for joining us. Today we have a very, very interesting panel. One of the panelists is on his way and will soon join us. The panel really is sort of how do we have come so far as a country, but really what's ahead and how do we get there? I think it's very interesting that it's happening today because yesterday Honorable Minister did share that slide which talked about where India is and where India needs to get, and I think this panel is sort of, will take pieces and parts of it and discuss how do we really get there. What I will do is to kick off the panel, maybe have each of the panelists introduce themselves for 30 seconds or so that you get to know who they are, what are they doing, and how relevant is their experience to this topic. I'm Swapna Gupta. I'm a partner at Avana Capital. Avana Capital is a large climate-focused early-stage fund in India. We invest very early, about pre-Series A, in early-stage climate companies, anywhere between 1 million to 5 million. Very thematic. Sectors of interest are anywhere from energy to mobility to supply chains, agri, food systems, whatever can really move the needle forward and get us to a sustainable future.
Hi, good afternoon all. I am Mirik Gogri. I wear two hats. I am a principal at Spectrum Impact. Spectrum Impact is a family office which deploys capital across grant, equity and debt, largely in the climate space. We come a bit early than Avana, so we have a lot of partnerships with them. And we are building the ecosystem across various research and technology spaces focused on climate. The other hat that I wear is of Aarti Industries, which is a publicly listed company in the chemical manufacturing space, where I lead corporate strategy. So there is a understanding of what it takes for large-scale incumbents in this green transition.
Hello everyone, I'm Zui Joshi from Climate Collective Foundation. We are an ecosystem builder for early stage climate tech startups. We help to support startups through market accelerators, helping them scale and reach markets. We also help with funding, access to different kinds of funding across startup stages, and as well as really help startups through a lot of other value-added services that are needed to build startups and scale startups in the space. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Karan Mola. I help lead investments at B Capital. We are a global fund across both India, Southeast Asia, and the US. We invest both. We have different funds for venture and growth. We also have a separate fund for climate. So we invest across life cycles of companies between 1 and 50 million. We've been investing in climate for the last 3 years. We have a separate team that does that. I help lead our climate investments in Asia as well. And one of the things that we work very closely is actually helping companies go global, especially from Asia. So one of the things that we're doing is working with early stage companies and growth companies, both in technology, healthcare, and climate, to help them go outside of India. We have a strategic partnership with BCG, which is the Boston Consulting Group, to help do that. So we have a lot of corporate partners as well. And climate is one of our core areas of investments.
Hi, I'm Dr. Bharat Newalkar from Bharat Petroleum R&D Center based at Greater Noida. As we all know that we are looking into energy transition, and we are the main people, oil refiners. We are mainly hit by that. And at R&D Center, we are looking into various options and leading the area of energy transition at our corporation level. So I'm involved in green hydrogen, carbon capture utilization, and effectively on what are the options available to develop India-centric solutions for energy transition.
And we also have Utkarsh here. No, I think we are running before time, so you are fine. Let's get Utkarsh to catch a breath, and then we have just introduced ourselves. Utkarsh, if you would like to introduce what you do at Hero MotoCorp.
Okay, let me start with an apology. So sorry guys, I had not imagined this to grow so much from last year that I will lost my way in Bharat Mandapam. So congratulations to the organizers. I'm Utkarsh and I lead the global innovation portfolio at Hero MotoCorp. We are the world's largest two-wheeler manufacturers, and it's my absolute pleasure to be here with the fellow panelists.
Thank you. And I think I'm very honored to be in a very, very, very diverse panel, from large corporate incumbent to public sector to a large capital player like B Capital, very early stage climate collective, and Mirik, who wears a very, very unique hat. As they say, necessity is the mother of invention. I think I also see crisis as the moment of innovation. I think we are in a moment of time where self-reliance, self-sustenance has become more important than ever, especially with this week of events and what has been happening in general across the world. I think we are at a moment where manufacturing is a key conversation, key topic across, but also there is this whole conversation, how does this manufacturing really become sustainable And how do we really build in a way that we are creating a Viksit Bharat, but at the same time ensuring we meet our net zero goals? 2030, 2040, 2050, various milestones along the journey. How do we really achieve that while ensuring the growth is not compromised and we are becoming self-sustained? A lot of problem statements need to optimize. We are a country, we are very good at optimization. I'm sure we'll optimize for all these variables. So let's start with you, Jui, right? You come at the earliest stage where you're building this ecosystem. I think we have moved leaps and bounds from a services nation to where we are today. What are you seeing on the ground in terms of innovation, and which makes you bullish that in another 10 years, we will be the manufacturing hub for the rest of the world?
When it comes to deep tech and the manufacturing sector, I think we are seeing slow and steady growth. But just to put things in perspective, if you look at US, 7 to 10% of VC-backed startups are deep tech startups, right? Whereas in India, that number is about 2.5%, right? The startups that we see in the deep tech space, we do see that the number of climate tech startups in the deep tech space is high. It's about 30%. So definitely there is interest in the climate tech arena when it comes to deep tech, right? But that being said, I think there are less than 10 unicorns in deep tech, right? Which says a lot about how much we need to move the needle towards the deep tech space, right? That's the landscape that we are talking about. When we talk about climate tech, I think, as you rightly said, Swapna, that climate crisis is very apparent and we know that we need solutions in the space. Now, what's stopping us in that is, I think, just more allocation to research within universities. We do have a good network now of universities that are focusing on research, but definitely infrastructure upgradation is required to work on those. We need greater collaborations and sustained collaborations between industries and academicians, because we know that there needs to be early on collaboration with what the industry needs so that they reach a particular scale to actually, get deployed as soon as they're out. There's a pathway there, right? That's also second. I think a lot of work needs to be done with professors to, work with the use cases that come out, and that's also another arena where we need to work. And then I think we need a lot more patient capital, because we see that deep tech requires a long, period where it has to be patient capital that stays with the innovator for long. And we are seeing that there are only very few investors that are invested into the deep tech space. These are some of the challenges, and then we see that we need an enabling ecosystem that comes in, community events that help, a lot of value-added services at the right time that help in the entire deep tech journey. So that would be.
Thank you, Jui. You are helping me moderate this panel very well, which means when you talk about capital, I have to put Karan on spot. So Karan, you represent B Capital, large sums of capital. You invest across sectors. But I think we are at a moment where climate tech has moved beyond, say, solar project financing projects, which large infra guys were doing, to mobility, which was the theme for last 5-6 years, to newer innovations. Maybe it happens around circular economy, materials, energy storage, built environment. As you see the landscape changing, and as you think about capital allocation from your point of view, what are those areas where you see large opportunities where capital of B Capital and similar large investors will come to play, and how should startup ecosystem think about it?
Yeah, no, it's a very good question. So I think till maybe 3-4 years back, I don't think we thought of climate-related investing as a core part of what we should be doing. And that changed for a few reasons, which can be, its own panel. So I won't get into that, but I think where we are today is, it is one of the 3 core areas that we look at, both in the US as well as in India, across stages. And we have a specialist team that works on that in the US. We have a small team here as well. And what the interesting part is, there are some areas which are very common between the US and, or let's say, the developed world and the developing world. And then there are some very nuanced differences which you would never look at in the US. Solar being one. Actually, even mobility beyond a certain level is much more of a emerging market phenomena, for now at least, the way it's structured. Whereas technology development, where for new battery technology, around hydrogen, for instance, even for small modular reactors, which is far more of a developing market phenomena, it's very interesting to look at what the innovation that's happening, let's say, in the US. And in Europe, we don't invest in Europe, but we have a tangential view of it, versus what's happening in India. And actually, what the pleasant thing is, when I talk to my partners, they're pleasantly surprised at the level of innovation and how quickly it's changing, especially around mobility and micro-mobility, around battery tech, which is specific for a country like India, around solar, where a lot of large solar companies have not really done so well in the US. And there's many more examples here. Swapna, right? It's not just the EPCs, but it's actually the power generators themselves and the technology behind that. And then you look at areas like built environment, carbon mitigation and adaptation solutions, and then very specific areas like water desalinization, battery tech around critical minerals. Now, that is something which is very far removed from what's happening in the US, because they have their own sets of challenges and issues. I think those are the kinds of investments where a global fund actually has a perspective, and as long as you understand that you have to look at things differently, that's where it becomes a meaningful part of our own investment. And just add on to that is, irrespective of tariffs, irrespective of policy towards climate and energy, if the technology results in a business uplift, either in cost reduction or revenue enhancement, corporates will adopt those technologies irrespective of who's in power in whichever country. So I think that's the vision which we're using in our global approach. And it's only 6 months old, frankly. But I think we're seeing enough opportunities which are interesting enough where you can come in as a financial investor and have market rate returns irrespective of where you're investing.
No, it's great to hear that. I think you're at a very critical point in ecosystem where startups are just at that sort of tipping point or hockey stick, and we need that kind of growth capital to come in. And I think as long as there is great returns, I think capital is always happy to play. So it should be great to have that. I think you mentioned corporates, and Utkarsh, it will be good to get your vantage point. I think Hero is at a very interesting place. Leading the innovation curve, yet seeding some ground to startups. As soon as those startups start building the ground, Hero comes in, sweeps in, and sort of starts building alongside. So that collaborative, combative, co-building approach is great for an ecosystem like ours, because we need all sorts of stacks. So from your point of view, green manufacturing is becoming real. However, there are key missing parts in the supply chain, be it components, be it skilling, be it the way ecosystem is sort of working towards it. Can you point us towards some of these things that you're seeing, and how a large corporate like you has sort of co-built with startup ecosystem towards these greener opportunities?
Sure. Thanks, Swapna. Partially, you also gave me talking points for the answer. Okay, so as you said, Hero, we are a 40-year-old organization, and the entire genesis of the organization was collaboration. So when Hero started with Honda, the entire genesis and working together model was co-creation, collaboration with other partners. Eventually, last year, we started working, while we were working with startups in different bits and pieces. All of you know the work we did with Ather in terms of expanding the EV, and then eventually our own EV brand, Vida, which was launched a couple of years back. That was also a sort of a full-fledged strategic approach to expand the portfolio. But it was last year when we started doing something more formally, and what we said that a formal structure or a program called Hero for Startup, we will launch it. And that program now is helping us to work with startups on 3 different horizons. The first one and the most critical one is to understand and solve the problems which we as an OEM, we are not looking at. So for most of the times, when you have been doing something which is working for 23, 24 years, which has ensured that you will be on the top of the ladder, sometimes you tend to not see certain things. And working with the startups has given us that agility, has given us that sort of new frame to look into things. I'll quote a couple of examples. Karan was talking about micro-mobility. When we entered into the space 3 years back, when we wanted to explore what is the future of micro-mobility looks like and where is the pie which is getting shared with shared mobility as a concept, what we said, let's try and do something in-house. So we started with a couple of concepts. One was on shared mobility, and the in-house startup is known as Fredo, which is a rental bike sharing model, and with roughly about 73-74% of utilization score, less than 3.5% of ideal score. Those set of guys are doing amazing in 12-13 states in India. Second was, can we go beyond the current form factors of mobility? And that's when we started something, and that's where integration with the green manufacturing ecosystem also comes. We started building on a concept called Surge. So Surge is world's first class interchangeable vehicle which converts into a three-wheeler, which converts into two-wheeler in less than a minute. So what we said that we need to solve for both the use cases, which is use cases for a three-wheeler and then a use case for a two-wheeler. When we started doing that, till that point in time, there was no such category on the road. Either there were three-wheelers or two-wheelers. So that problem we also faced while manufacturing, while setting up the plants and all of that. So in nutshell, working with startups has been one of our biggest strengths. Or if you have recently seen the work which we did with Euler. So working with startups has always been our strength, which is driven by our chairman, Dr. Pawan Manjal, directly himself, and that also gives us an organization of vision. So now I'll summarize what are the areas where we still need to find synergies. The very big gap is between the skills, as you said, the skills which we need in terms of green manufacturing, or whether in terms of new age mobility ecosystem or solutioning. That's one. We are working with academic institutions directly to solve those via different innovation programs, via different channels. And the second one is creating an ecosystem together. For example, solving for charging anxiety was something which was huge for us. We own the mobility as a responsibility, not just as a service. We have driven India for past 40 years. So what we said, along with Ather, we will build strongest charging network. We will have roughly around 4,000 charging networks. So all of those pointers together has been only possible because of our approach of working with startups and openness of working together and collaborating together.
Thank you, Utkarsh. I think this is a great way to get audience to know what's really happening under the hood in large organizations like yours, and truly inspirational. We will come to you, Bharat. I think from a corporate hat to a large public sector hat. Again, every company I meet in climate tech at least says we have a POC with one of the large PSUs, right? Which means there's so much openness to innovation in the green tech, clean tech manufacturing. Can you share some of those anecdotal examples?
Yeah, to begin with, I'll just tell about, as a refiners, in our refinery, we are producing about 600 tons per day of hydrogen. We are using normal conventional route of steam methane reforming. It emits 10 times per ton of hydrogen produced, it emits 10 times of CO2. So we have a requirement of green hydrogen, we have a requirement of CO2 capture, and we are looking into solutions where it can be a cost-effective solutions. And for that purpose, we are looking into startups who can help us to build up a cost-effective solution, which is easily implementable, deployable, sustainable. These are main things we are required for that. And for that purpose, we have a program called Project Ankur. We are supporting startups. And to give you some examples, like for CO2 capture, we have been working with IIT Bombay, a startup based at IIT Bombay called Urja Novak. And I'm happy to share that they have won the first prize today, I think yesterday. They have won the first prize in the climate change startup competition. And we are working with them. Though they have built up the concept of CO2 capture, but transforming the concept from lab to commercial scale, there are a lot of hiccups. And we are trying to solve those things, and we are committed to work with them and put up the demonstration plant, pilot plant, demonstration plant, and scale it further for commercial scale. Similarly, if you look at the green hydrogen area, we are looking into developing the India-centric value chain for the green hydrogen. Today, we do not have the value chain for India for making this green hydrogen in India. Like we don't have components for electrolyzers, we don't have technology for hydrogen storage and transportation, we don't have technology for our own technology for hydrogen utilization. So we are looking into hydrogen production as well as hydrogen storage and transportation. And in that regard, we are now working with a startup called Nutris, based in Bangalore, which is actually developing a membranous technology for hydrogen production. And that we are looking at for scale-up. Parallelly, we are also tied up with BARC. They have developed their own technology for hydrogen production. And I'm very happy to say that we are putting up a first hydrogen station in Kerala. We have a hydrogen fueling station at Kerala and Seattle Airport that will have first indigenous electrolyzer stack developed based on BRC technology. It will be commissioned by, hopefully by this month. And I'm very happy to say that we will be actually pushing up our own technologies in this regard. So all these things, if you look at, we believe that startups are going to play a major role. However, they require hand-holding, and we are there for it.
Thank you, Bharat. And truly, Viksit Bharat is here when you have public-private capital allocators, everyone sort of working towards the same goal. And as you were saying, IIT Bombay, I could see Mirik beaming. So Mirik sits at a very, very interesting point, where he works very closely with academia, is an owner in a hard-to-abate industry, which is thinking about how do we get greener, how do we also build alongside ecosystem. So Mirik, very many hats, how do you wear them and how are you moving the needle forward?
Yeah, thanks, Sapna. I think I'll set one broader context. I think the numbers, a lot of people may not know what the climate challenge is. We are at 51 billion tons of CO2 equivalent emissions last year, and we need to go to net zero in the next 30, 40 years. That is an insane opportunity to transform the whole economy. We are not talking about a TAM of a few $100 billion here. We are talking about transforming the whole global economy while the developing countries getting developed. So I think because the topic is opportunities for green manufacturing, I think there cannot be any bigger opportunity. I think I request everyone to just look around the room. Everything that you see, there are emissions associated with that. Whether it's a television, whether it's a speaker, whether it's the lights, whether it's this textured carpet, and everything has to go to zero. That means new forms of manufacturing has to come in. Now, being an industry in the space, into chemical space, we really need to figure out the way, how do you decarbonize ourselves? I think we use a lot of coal in our power usage, and one of the uses is obviously carbon capture is a potential. Using of the large agriculture bio-waste is an option for us. But more importantly, what we feel is, as an industry, how can we use our knowledge and strength? So earlier this year, we signed a joint venture with another large company for chemical recycling. So all the plastic waste that is going to be created sort of by this event or by this city, we are going to take that and put a circular loop into it and convert it back into oil so that that becomes an infinite loop. So we definitely feel the incumbents have a big role to play. As was alluded earlier, the startups and the incumbents partnership is the true strength, because unlike sectors where it's only the startups who can outperform or the incumbents that can outperform, climate is pretty unique. Climate will require the incumbents to do things at scale. When you are putting a large solar plant, you will require the biggies of India to play that role, but the innovation can still come from the startup sector. One final thing I'll say is, look, climate is not about just a select climate tech startups. I think if you look at the variety in Startup Mahakumbh, I'll request everyone to put a climate lens on top of whatever you are doing, because this cannot be done in terms of a few select startups getting their act together, which is very, very important that everyone here in the room also adds that climate lens, adds that sort of virtuous cycle in the system. And we are obviously in the panel and everyone doing our part, but I think I'll end there. I think we are almost at the end of the time.
No better way to say it. I think what Mirik said is what we have been saying. Sustainability is the next digital, right? It is getting embedded across. And I think what Mirik is saying is it cannot be, as you're thinking about organizations, you can't think about digital and organizations separately, right? I think the same thing is happening where incumbents across, what we are hearing is public, corporate, otherwise, are thinking that how their own businesses are at risk, and how do they themselves decarbonize their existing businesses and collaborate, right? So we are at a very unique point where manufacturing is going to pave the way forward and new ways of manufacturing, right? A data point, if I can leave with everyone, technologies which need to solve for tomorrow, most of them don't even exist today. So which makes it a large opportunity for everyone in the room who's building in the startup ecosystem to think about what do I build today which could transform the way things are in 10 years from hence, right? I'm very sorry, it's a short time. I can see a standing room and we have the best panel that I could have asked to ask questions to. They will be all here, so you should get their cars, talk to them, understand from their vantage point of how they see the ecosystem transforming. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Swapna. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a big round of applause for all our panelists and speakers? We would like to thank Mr. Mirik Gogri, Mr. Utkarsh Mishra, Ms. Juhi Joshi, and Mr. Karan Mohla for the visionary discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request everyone to please give a big hand for all the speakers up. We request everyone to please join us for a group picture. Bharatji, thank you so much for joining us here. It was a pleasure having you here with us as well. I request Swapna to hand over a token of appreciation to all our speakers up on the stage. Can we please expect a louder round of applause, everyone? A louder round of applause, everyone. Thank you. We need more energy in the room. Startups are all about energy. Bharatji, thank you so much for joining us here. And now, I request Bharatji to felicitate our moderator, Swapna ji, on stage with us. Thank you, Ms. Swapna, for moderating the session for us. What a visionary discussion we all had. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Startup Mahakumbh 2025. Karunya, I can see room full of people and everyone around here with us. And I think we are all set for our next session. Are you excited for that one?
It is actually. I can feel the energy already, and it's going to be a really, really exciting one. A fireside chat with a household name, a startup founder turned a household name thanks to a popular television series.
Are you a fan of Shark Tank India?
Yes.
Have you, okay, just by any chance, like so many products are showcased at Shark Tank India. Have you ever tried any of the product from Shark Tank India?
I have a couple of coffee brands.
Okay.
But
I would probably say for a toothpaste brand, Perfora. I actually switched to Perfora from there.
After watching the show.
Yes. So I think a lot of impact from Shark Tank India. I think कहते हैं ना कि इंडिया में मतलब काफी सारी चीजें जो बॉलीवुड होता है, जो एंटरटेनमेंट होता है, क्रिकेट होता है, पॉलिटिक्स होता है, कुछ ऐसी चीजें हैं. Always the talk of the town. So ladies and gentlemen, we are all set for our next session. We are ready for our fireside chat.
It's all about making the magic behind building a brand that has no boundaries. And we have a stellar speaker joining us right now. First, let me call upon the moderator of the session. Okay, we're still awaiting their
Let's
arrival.
wait for a moment.
But let's ask the audience, how many of you guys watch and or follow Shark Tank India? Raise of hands. Oh, it's pretty much everyone.
How many of you would like to be featured
on
at the Shark Tank India? Please raise your hands. Okay, we are going to fill in the entries for now. Perfect. The moment is closed, and I'm sure everyone is excited for the next session.
Absolutely.
Right? all that probably I would like to see is the panelists. So the moment they're around, we're going to introduce them right up on the stage. But by that, every time, I'm sure a lot of people are getting introduced to a lot of entrepreneurs here. But are we introducing the startup to another startup? Have we done that? Have we done that so far? So may I please request everybody to probably just introduce yourself to the person sitting next to you on your right and say hello and tell your name.
Come on. We are here to network, aren't we?
You're already sitting someone known? All right. Towards your left. Now towards your left.
It's a shy bunch, I think.
Yes. I think all they are waiting is for the next panel discussion, and they're absolutely excited for the same.
They're like,
are we all excited?
Business, get to business, huh?
Come on, yaar, we have to show some energy. Are we all excited? Are we all excited? Ladies and gentlemen, we bring you on stage the fireside chat, which is all about the magic behind building the brands that break boundaries. In the dynamic world of direct to consumer, we call it D2C, the journey from a spark of creativity to scaling beyond 100 crore is both art and science.
Let me call upon the moderator of this discussion first
Absolutely.
on stage, Mr. Vinay Singh, an influential leader known for his keen insights into brand scaling. Vinay, why don't you join us on stage and tell us a bit more about what the session is going to be all about. Everyone's eagerly waiting for the guest as well to arrive, Aman Gupta. We have his name and photo already on the stage. So tell us what to expect.
Yeah, I think Aman and me were chatting about, how, what are the different phases of the growth of a brand. And I think a lot of conversations for young entrepreneurs always revolve around finding PMF, getting your early growth. But I think the set of challenges really change once founders achieve that PMF and get to their first, maybe 50 to 100 crores of revenue. And what we were discussing about was how do founders need to be ready for that metamorphosis? Because it's almost like whatever you've done in your early days, you have to unlearn and then relearn new skill sets as you're scaling. So what we did was we looked at the journey of boat, we looked at the journey of multiple other portfolio companies, and we said, maybe we should talk about that. Now, I know Aman's running a couple of minutes late, but we'll get started shortly.
So much to learn from today's sessions.
Absolutely.
We have been there up since morning, 10 o'clock, starting from Mr. Amitabh Kant.
And we're only halfway through, I think.
We are almost halfway towards our next sessions, and we are surely looking forward for this one. So I'm assuming that Aman must be surrounded at the VIP lounge at the moment with a lot of people. And
Finding it hard to make his way out, huh?
actually होता क्या है कि जैसे आप sharks को देखते हो दिमाग में आपके pitch आ जाती है. मेरे दिमाग में pitch चलती है, मैं कुछ नया pitch कर दूं यार. Probably I should pitch something new to the sharks today. And of course, we have been watching so many sharks coming up right up on the stage.
Yeah.
So as we know, I mean, we all know the Shark Tank India, but there are so many entrepreneurs, there are so many VCs up.
A potential investor is also sitting
A potential
right here.
investor right there, sitting next to us. And there were so many throughout the day. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are honored to have Mr. Aman Gupta with us as the co-founder and CMO of Boat Lifestyle, has been instrumental in transforming Boat into one of the most celebrated consumer brands in India. Please welcome on stage Mr. Aman Gupta, everyone. Aman, a very warm welcome to you. I hope you're having a good time. I'm assuming that you must be surrounded at the VIP lounge with a lot of pitches. We're looking forward. Vinay, over to you. Please take over.
Thank you. So, Aman, it's very strange to have a conversation with you in such a filled room. I remember the first time we sat down in a small, dusty room, and the first time you called me to your office wasn't even an office. But life's come a long way since then, right? And I just wanted to spend some time on talking about once founders find PMF and they get their early revenue going, and 100 crores is just a number out here, right? What are the various challenges that founders face, and how do they have to metamorphose, unlearn, and relearn? One of the things that I have always wondered about, right? And this is a question that has come to me a lot of times. I don't have answers for it. Once you hit that 100 crores, how do you know when is the right time to shift from performance marketing to brand marketing?
Yeah, but before I go to 100 crores and performance marketing, I don't know how many of you know Vinay? How many of you know Vinay Singh? He's a partner at Fireside Ventures. And Fireside Ventures was, I think, India's first D2C investor. And, what he was talking about initially, you guys okay with a little bit of Hindi also, right? So first time when I met Vinay, मैंने actually इनका एक आर्टिकल आया था that Fireside investors are now investing in brands, and then उसमें कंवल सर का नाम था, right? And मैंने उनको कंवल सर को लिखा, LinkedIn पे लिखा, right? मैंने लिखा कि कंवल सर I want investment, and जैसे वो होते हैं ना बॉयफ्रेंड गर्लफ्रेंड की चैट होती है ना वन साइडेड कभी कभी, राइट? तो मेरे और कंवल सर की वन साइडेड चैट है जिसमें मैं लिखता था सर प्लीज़ पैसे दे दो, प्लीज़ पैसे दे दो. और फिर फाइनली उन्होंने मैं इतना मतलब चेप हो गया उनके साथ कि उन्होंने फाइनली बोला ले पैसे और बाहर में जा, राइट? सो ही देन ही इंट्रोड्यूस मी टू विनय, एंड विनय केम टू आवर ऑफिस, जस्ट साइन हो गई डील, सब साइन हो रही है, और विनय ऑफिस आए हमारे, और हमारा ऑफिस था सोशल में, हॉस्कास विलेज में, राइट? और ऑफिस आए और ऑफिस आके कहते तुम्हारा ऑफिस कहाँ है? मतलब यही हमारा ऑफिस है. तो इनको इतना शक हुआ कि ये रात को कंपनी बंद होके चली गई तो क्या होगा, राइट?
मैंने सोचा था तूने 3-4 बंदे इकट्ठे करके दिखाया था कि ये मेरी टीम है.
ये मेरी टीम है.
उनको तो पैसे दिए थे बैठने के लिए.
वो कहते थे पैसे देके कि आ जाओ वो बैठने के लिए. But that was our journey when we were not even at 100 crores. So, thank you for investing in us.
Thank you for having us. Yeah, what a journey it's been.
Yeah, it's been a great journey. So this is the investor-founder love we have for each other.
हाँ, वो मियाँ बीवी की नोकझोंक होती है और फिर इन्वेस्टर फाउंडर की नोकझोंक होती है, तो all the same. But
and I'll tell you another small thing before we start. Sorry, I'm just digressing. I got the first term sheet, right? And when I get the term sheet, जब अब तो मतलब इन्वेस्टर बनना है, term sheet समझ आती है. जब इन्होंने मेरे को first term sheet दी ना, तो मैं बौखला गया था, right? ऐसी इंग्लिश लिखी हुई थी, ऐसे वर्ड्स लिखे हुए थे, कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहे थे हमारे को कि ये बोल क्या रहे हैं, मतलब क्लॉबैक, drawdowns, right? और इतने सारे clauses थे. So I think it was the first time any founder was sitting, Samir and I were sitting, and we were asking Vinay sir, एक पॉइंट का मतलब तो समझाओ, आप साइन तो करवा रहे हो, पहले बता तो इसमें करना क्या होता है, and what does that point mean, and from there to where we are now. So
absolutely, it's been fantastic. But ये हमेशा मेरे दिमाग में क्वेश्चन रहा है, और हर फाउंडर में से पूछता है कि धंधा तो शुरू कर दिया परफॉर्मेंस मार्केटिंग से, अब how do you make that switch, and when do you make that switch, and what is the right time?
Yeah, how many of you are founders here? Oh man, lovely, what a room. And future founders? Oh, beautiful, man. Give a round of applause to you guys here. Let's give it to each other first. Lovely. Lovely to see a room full of founders, so many eyes looking aspirational, wanting to do something. It's beautiful. So answering the question of performance marketing, sir, मेरे को लगता है कि जैसे हम लोग जब स्टार्ट किया थे, तो आप जब पूछ रहे थे ना हमारा ऑफिस नहीं था, तो हमने बहुत बारी पैसे नहीं खर्चे थे बाकी चीज़ों में, हम लोग पैसे खर्चते थे जहाँ ज़रूरत है. मैंने बहुत फाउंडर्स देखे हैं अभी, और बहुत कंपनीज देखी है बंद होते हुए, जो प्रोडक्ट मार्केट फिट मिलती नहीं है और बाकी फालतू के खर्चे कर लेते हैं. इनफैक्ट मेरा जो वन ऑफ द फर्स्ट स्टार्टअप्स आई ऑल्सो स्टार्टेड वॉज, एंड आई लर्न अ लॉट फ्रॉम देयर, दैट बॉस पहले प्रोडक्ट मार्केट फिट तो बना ले, फिर जाके बाकी खर्चे बांध लियो, राइट? अब आप जब ऑफिस लेते हो तो पहले तो एडमिन टीम रखो उसको ऑफिस संभालने के लिए, फिर उसका क्लीनिंग टीम रखो, फिर आईटी टीम रखो, फिर सिक्योरिटी टीम रखो। ये सब चक्करबाजी क्यों करनी? जब को वर्किंग स्पेस मिल रहा था, हम लोगों ने सोशल से काम किया, तो अपने प्रोडक्ट पे फोकस करो, अपने कस्टमर पे फोकस करो, बाकी चीज़ें ज़्यादा इग्नोर करो ना। तो हमने बेसिकली जगह पैसे आते थे हम लोग लगाते थे प्रोडक्ट में या ब्रांड में, ब्रांड मार्केटिंग, प्रोडक्ट बनाने में। हमने खाली वहीं पैसा लगाया था सर शुरू में, कि प्रोडक्ट बनता रहे, बिकता रहे, प्रोडक्ट जिसको जो कमाई होती है वापस डालो, फिर 100 रुपये का खरीदा, 150 रुपये का बेचा या 130 का बेचा, उसमें जो पैसे बचे वापस डालो, फिर वापस डालो, फिर वापस डालो। तो ऐसे करके तो हमने अपना ब्रांड बनाया। मेरे को पहले थोड़े साल तक तो मैंने और समीर ने सैलरी भी नहीं ली थी, राइट। हमने ली नहीं, हमने सोचा पहले तो मतलब पैसे होते भी नहीं थे लेने के लिए, और जो आ रहे हैं वो उसमें डालने में मज़ा आता था। तो मुझे आप जो मैं बताता हूँ, जब पहला हमारा सबसे पहला जब हमने वो लॉन्च किया था, क्या नाम है, केबल, तो केबल लॉन्च की थी, तो केबल एप्पल की केबल या वो आपको आपने देखा वो टूट जाती है। तो हमने जब केबल लॉन्च करी थी ना, तो उसके पीछे हमने बहुत थोड़ी इंडिस्ट्रक्टिबल टाइप बनाई थी। दैट वाज आवर फर्स्ट प्रोडक्ट। और हमने ऐड चलाया था, एक केबल है और एक कैंची है, कैंची सिजर, राइट, इतना तो समझ आती होगी, राइट। तो कैंची थी और सिजर ऐसे काट रही है, और हमने लिखा था, और सिंपल ऐड था, टायर्ड ऑफ बाइंग चार्जिंग केबल्स, क्वेश्चन मार्क, स्विच टू बोट इंडिस्ट्रक्टिबल केबल। और हमने एप्पल में वो चलाया था, सॉरी फेसबुक में वो चलाए थे ऐड, और सारा ट्रैफिक अमेजोन को भेजा था, सारा ट्रैफिक अमेजोन को भेजते थे। तो शुरू में हमने 3,000 रुपये लगाए थे, मुझे याद है, राइट, 3,000 रुपये लगाए और अच्छी सेल हुई। और उसमें कमेंट्स पढ़ता था, उस टाइम पे ओआरएम भी कोई नहीं करता था, ऐसा तो है नहीं कि हमारे पास लोग थे जो कस्टमर मैनेजमेंट कर लें। मैं ही खुद देखता था कमेंट क्या लिख रहे हैं, लोग क्या लिख रहे हैं, और उस पर रिप्लाई करता था। पहले तो कोई लिखता नहीं था तो मैं खुद ही कमेंट डाल देता था, वेरी गुड केबल, वेरी गुड केबल। फिर धीरे धीरे कमेंट आने लग गए कि अच्छी केबल है, ठीक है। फिर वो डलवाया, फिर अपने दोस्तों से डलवाया कि भाइयों तुम लिखो, चलो अच्छी केबल है, वरना तुम्हें, और जो लिखता था उसको एक केबल भेज देता था, वो भी खुश हो जाता था, राइट। तो ऐसे करके हमने पहले तो बहुत जुगाड़ किया, फिर धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़े, धीरे धीरे अपने पैसे लगाए। तो आई थिंक परफॉर्मेंस marketing comes first, because if you start building a brand, you don't know whether, that's more on awareness levels. So I personally feel start with performance a bit, see some traction, see what the consumers are saying, then double down on brand. And then after that, till today, brand and performance goes together. You cannot ignore either, right? You have to build the brand to get traffic, to get awareness keep going up, and also for the consideration and purchase, do the performance marketing, so and repeat marketing, and then WhatsApp marketing, and then retention marketing. You have to do all that. There's so many AI tools now available, D2C structures. You walk around the D2C setup यहाँ conference में आपको दिखाई देगा. So both have to go hand in hand. You cannot ignore. It's like that's the answer.
Yeah. And talking about brand, आपने मतलब हम सबको सिखाया कि how you can look at, before influencer marketing was a buzzword, you were doing influencer marketing, right? And tapping into subcultures. So what is your, matlab, if you look forward from here, how do you, if I were to come to you as a founder and say कि यार boss, अमन मेरे को एक और lifestyle brand बनाना है, how do I think about who's the right influencer, what is the subculture, what is the brand proposition I should be kind of thinking about?
Sir, nice question. And I remember the first time when I was talking to you also, you were surprised at how we are doing, how we are trying to create a culture of boat heads, as we call it, right? So I think India जो है ना बड़ी यूनिक पोजीशन पे है, राइट? अगर आप किसी और कंट्री को देखो तो हर कंट्री में ना एक लैंग्वेज यूज़ होगी या ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 2 लैंग्वेज यूज़ होगी, राइट? इंडिया एक अनोखी कंट्री है जहाँ पे हर बंदा मोस्टली अलग लैंग्वेज भी यूज़ कर रहा है, अलग सेलिब्रिटीज़ को फॉलो कर रहा है। बहुत लोग एक टाइप ऑफ सेलिब्रिटीज़ को फॉलो करते हैं, दूसरे लोग दूसरे टाइप को करते हैं। किसी को हिंदी गाने पसंद हैं, किसी को पंजाबी गाने पसंद है, किसी को रॉक म्यूज़िक पसंद है, किसी को पॉप म्यूज़िक पसंद है, किसी को हिप हॉप पसंद है। हमारे साथ भी यही था, कई लोग थे। तो मैं लोगों को पढ़ता था। हमारे ऑफिस में बहुत 4-5 लोग थे। एक का नाम था सौरभ, एक का नाम था अक्षत, एक का नाम था रेमंड, एक का नाम था प्रोतुल। ये हमारी शुरू की टीम थी। तो हम जब पढ़ते थे तो मैं देखता था कि यार प्रोतुल हमेशा पंजाबी गानों का शौकीन है, सौरभ कॉन्सर्ट्स पे जाता है, ठीक है, उसको कॉन्सर्ट्स पसंद है। एक सेकेंड, इनका माइक रह गया। टाइम पे काम नहीं करते ना सर लोग, फिर लेट हो जाते हैं। तो सौरभ को कॉन्सर्ट्स पसंद है, राइट, और प्रोतुल को पंजाबी म्यूजिक पसंद है, अक्षत को क्रिकेट पसंद है, राइट। इंडिया में हर कोई अलग है, कोई एक चीज़ नहीं है किसी को जो सबको एक चीज़ पसंद हो। तो हमने सब कल्चर्स पकड़े, सारे अलग अलग। क्रिकेट को भी इन्वेस्ट किया कि चल क्रिकेट करके ना क्रिकेट वालों को फॉलो करते हैं। एक बंदा था जिसको फैशन बड़ा पसंद था, तो हमने लैक्मे फैशन वीक स्पॉन्सर किया। कई लोग थे जिनको क्रिकेट पसंद है उनको वो, फिर हिप हॉप पसंद है हिप हॉप पकड़ा, फिर गुरु रंधावा और ये ऐसे क्रिकेट वो हमारे पंजाबी आर्टिस्ट उनको पकड़ा कि पंजाबी म्यूजिक पसंद है, हिंदी म्यूजिक पसंद है उसको पकड़ा। हमने टी सीरीज के साथ डील्स करेंगे, आप हमारा यूट्यूब में गाने चलाओ, राइट। तो अलग अलग जॉनर्स ऑफ लोग पकड़े, अलग अलग सब कल्चर्स पकड़े और उसमें इन्वेस्ट किया। क्योंकि जो बंदा क्रिकेट देख रहा है वो ज़रूरी नहीं है कि वो बंदा यूट्यूब में पंजाबी गानों का फ़ैन, और जो पंजाबी गाने का फ़ैन है ज़रूरी नहीं है वो हिप हॉप का फ़ैन है। सो टू रीच द मास इन इंडिया you have to follow subcultures, and that's what we did. And I think that has been a very big part of Boat's journey to follow subcultures.
So changing track, let's talk about organization, right? You shared with us before कि मतलब in your early days I saw you doing a lot of individual contribution. I have seen you heavy lift a lot of stuff, and you and Sameer, you're right, had this frugal kind of strain in you where used to operate with very lean teams. And then I blinked for a year and suddenly Boat went from a very small team to 500 people. So what was that journey like? What was the unlearning, and what is the difference in your operating style when you have to build a large organization?
Sir, good question. जब छोटी कंपनी होती है तो आपको पता ही है कि हम लोग बड़े लीन वेयर से काम करते थे। मुझे याद है कि हम लोग जब हमारे क्रोमा गए थे, क्रोमा में महेश होते थे और हमने नए स्पीकर लॉन्च करे थे। तो मैं महेश सर के सामने गया था और मैंने स्पीकर रख दिए और मैंने चलाया उसमें गाना, और मैं चलाया और उनकी शक्ल देख रहा हूँ कि उन्हें पसंद आ रहा है या नहीं आ रहा, उनकी शक्ल देखे जा रहा हूँ। और मैं दैट वैलिडेशन, क्योंकि मैं जब JBL में था तो मेरे अंदर मैं डायरेक्टर सेल्स था, मेरे अंदर टीम थी जो ये काम करती थी, और यहाँ पे मैं अकेला बंदा, क्योंकि मेरे पास ऐसा तो है नहीं कि टीम नहीं है, तो हम खुद ही जाके हर जगह चीज़ करते थे। और एक मैं आपको एग्जांपल बताता हूँ, हमने एक मूवी करी थी रॉक ऑन। तो रॉक ऑन 2 करके मूवी आई थी, आपने देखी है वो? रॉक ऑन 1 तो सबने देखी है, राइट। तो हमने उसके साथ में अपना प्रोडक्ट्स लॉन्च करे थे, ठीक है। तो उसकी ना पार्टी थी कि आप नहीं, पार्टी नहीं, इनॉग्रेशन था, लॉन्च था कि आप रॉक ऑन की लॉन्च में आ जाओ सारे। तो हमारे ब्रांड को बोला कि आप 5 लोग लेके आओ ब्रांड के। आपको सही बताऊँ, मेरे पास 5 लोग ही नहीं थे टीम में जब हमने स्टार्ट किया उसकी, राइट, क्योंकि प्रोडक्शन टीम सारी बॉम्बे में बैठती थी। तो मैंने अपने पापा को लेके गया, अपनी सिस्टर इन लॉ को लेके गया, अपने ब्रदर इन लॉ को लेके गया, ताकि उन्हें ऐसा लगे कि हमारी भी 5 लोगों की टीम है, राइट। ऐसे दिखाना पड़ता था कि हम भी बड़े ऑफिस है, वरना लोग भाव नहीं देते थे, राइट। तो ऐसे करके तो हमने टीम बनाई है। तो शुरू में जब करते हैं ना यार, तो सर मेरे को लगता है कि everybody starts, and I think they all should start small, and they all will start small, unless you've got like a rich dad or a rich investor who's already funding you. But otherwise, you'll normally start small. And when you start small, you have to do everything. मतलब ऐसा नहीं होता कि आपकी एक टीम बनी हुई है, आपका CXO है, फिर CEO है। आज तो हमारी टीम में CXO बोलते हैं ना, CXO टीम, तो वो A से लेके Z तक सारे भर गए शायद, राइट। सारे आ गए, CTO, CEO, CRO, CMO, CCRO, CHRO, CPRO, सब भर रहे हैं धीरे धीरे, इतने वर्ड्स ही नहीं बचे। बट हम जब शुरू में करते थे तो आप ही सब कुछ हो, राइट। आप ही CEO, आप ही मैनेजर हो, आप ही असिस्टेंट हो, आप ही सब कुछ हो। तो यू हैव टू लीव योर ईगो।
Chief everything officer.
Chief everything officer, right? You have to leave your ego and then start your business. Because मुझे याद है कि कुछ माल अटक रहा है, तो हमारा एक बंदा था राज, राइट, ही वाज द सेल्स हेड ऑफ आवर कंपनी। राज बैठ के, रात को डिलीवरी होनी थी, बिग बिलियन डे की सेल है, राज ट्रक में बैठ के गया कि डिलीवरी हो जाए क्योंकि कल से सेल शुरू होनी है। ये सब हरकतें भी करी हुई हैं। डेमो प्रोडक्ट खुद देते थे, कस्टमर रिस्पॉन्स हम खुद कर रहे हैं कि यार एम्प्लॉय, वो किसी ने कमेंट लिखा है उसको अच्छा लिखना है, उसको अपना फ़ोन नंबर दे देता था कि भाई ये प्लीज़ कोई कंप्लेंट है तो मेरे से बात कर ले, ताकि उसका कंप्लेंट ठीक से मैनेज हो जाए, ताकि वो अच्छा लिखे। तो इनिशियली you have to be everyone, and then probably you can keep a team. So and when you keep a team, you eventually have to grow, right? ये बहुत founders के साथ problem होती है कि they think कि आप ही सब कुछ कर सकते हो and हम भगवान हैं, right? I think that's the worst thing a founder can think. I personally feel that you have to get your team. In the initial people who worked for us were outstanding people, but I think it's like a cricket team, right? Your team is like a pro. क्या बोलते हैं उसे? क्रिकेट टीम में देखा है, ऐसा नहीं है कि धोनी will remain the top batsman. Now Dhoni comes at number 9, right? मैं सच बोल रहा हूँ. अब सचिन नहीं खेल सकता क्रिकेट अब, क्योंकि अब नए लोग आ गए हैं. And all the new guys will give way to the old, the current guys will also give way to the new guys, right? If you look at World Cup जिताने के बाद रोहित शर्मा, विराट कोहली both retired, right? From cricket T20. So I think that is how the world evolves, that you need to get a team which will keep, you have to keep upgrading your team, right? हमारी भी टीम ऐसी थी जो शुरू में काम कर रहा था, वो जरूरी नहीं है कि अब वो काम करेगा, क्योंकि अब उसकी capabilities, either you grow with the company, right? If you don't grow with the company has to grow. Then maybe your needs can come somewhere else. Then your skills can be used somewhere else, right? If you don't upgrade your talent, if you don't get the better guy, or he doesn't want to get better, right? Because as Aman and Samir, we want to grow, right? We can't let growth be the secondary option. We want to grow. And if people don't want to grow with us, then we'll have to. So this is my biggest learning, and which I want to tell people is that you have to, बीच में आपका टाइम आएगा जब आपको टीम बनानी पड़ेगी. उसमें भी गलतियां करी हैं. ऐसा नहीं है मेरी गलती नहीं करी. मैंने बहुत लोग ऐसे उठाए हैं जो बाद में पता लगा कि यार ये तो बड़े निकम्मे निकले, राइट? काम ही नहीं हो रहा उनसे. मे बी वो लोग हमारे, या तो उनको हम फिट नहीं हो पा रहे या हम में वो फिट नहीं हो पा रहे. दिस इज नॉर्मल, राइट? इट्स लाइक, क्या पता वो हमारे साथ काम नहीं कर पा रहे या हम उनके साथ काम नहीं कर पा रहे. बट दैट इज हाउ वी लर्न दैट यू हैव टू कीप हायरिंग and keep seeing who's the right fit, and who the right fit, then you keep upgrading the talent. Ask him to upgrade himself. If he doesn't upgrade, you have to help him train. अगर ट्रेन नहीं हो रहा तो नए लोग लाओ, बढ़ो, आगे बढ़ो. ये तो जिंदगी का दस्तूर है सर.
Last question before I open it up to the audience. What is the role of founder brand? You built a large company. You built a large brand, boat. Before you came on Shark Tank, very few people knew Aman Gupta, right? And today, Aman Gupta and boat are pretty much synonymous. So what is the role of founder brand, your experience with Shark Tank, and what would be your advice?
Sir, I think it's, I was with Bhuvan Bamabhi at a small session we did. And I think India is at the right time where founder branding is now suddenly becoming hot, right? I was just crossing this and Paytm का बूथ था बीच में. और Paytm के बूथ में मैं विजय शेखर के शर्मा के पीछे लाइन लगी हुई थी. लोग खिंचवाना चाहते थे फोटोज. आप निखिल कामत का शो देख लो, पीपल आर रनिंग आफ्टर निखिल कामत, पीपल आर रनिंग आफ्टर अस. सो आई थिंक इट्स वेरी गुड दैट इंडियन आर नाउ celebrating entrepreneurship. We come from an era where entrepreneurship, I remember exactly when I was in ISB and I asked a lot of people कि कौन-कौन entrepreneur बनना चाहता है. तो हमारे बैच में 2 या 3 लोग थे जो entrepreneur बनना चाहते थे, because सबको नौकरी चाहिए होती है.
उनमें से 2 तो हमने पार्टनर कर लिया.
हाँ, करेक्ट. तो हमारे सब नौकरी करना चाहते थे. और अब एक टाइम है कि entrepreneurship सेलिब्रेट हो रही है. यूएस में जेफ बेजोस का नाम सुना है, एलन मस्क सुना है. वी ऑल फॉलो हिम, वी ऑल नो हु दे आर. मार्क जुकरबर्ग पता है. बट अब टाइम आ गया है कि इंडिया में भी entrepreneurship सेलिब्रेट हो रही है. एंड इट्स अ वेरी गुड टाइम फॉर द कंट्री. आई थिंक दैट वी आर ऑल सेलिब्रेटिंग entrepreneurship. क्रिकेटर जो होते हैं 11 क्रिकेटर बन जाएंगे, करेक्ट? ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 20, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा IPL हो जाएगा तो 100, करेक्ट? बॉलीवुड के लोग कितने होंगे? अभी तक तो खान जी नहीं गए, अभी तो वही 3 है. फिर उसके बाद 5-6 और हैं. 10 हो जाएंगे, टॉप के 15 हो जाएंगे. पर आपको पता है कितने लोग एंटरप्रेन्योर बन सकते हैं? आई थिंक इट्स द बेस्ट टाइम इन इंडिया टू बी एन एंटरप्रेन्योर. And I'm so happy that now entrepreneurship also is being celebrated in the country.
Amazing. I mean, at this point, maybe we should just open it up to a couple of questions if anybody in the audience would like to ask.
Yeah, mic दे दो उन्हें. Mic तो पहुंचा दो.
Is there a facility to just circulate some mics around? One advice for young entrepreneurs.
One advice for young entrepreneurs. That's a good question again. I would say don't get carried away. Don't get carried away by the fact that entrepreneurship, will change everything. Don't just start for the sake of starting up. Well, it's a very, मैं थोड़ी आपको कंट्रोवर्शियल एडवाइस दूं. यार रिकॉर्डिंग हो रही है, पता नहीं मेरी बजा ना दे लोग. देखो, सबसे बड़ी एडवाइस दे दूं.
It's your show, Aman.
ठीक है. अगर आपके पास आइडिया है, आप लोगों के पास आइडिया है, तो उसको एग्जीक्यूट अच्छे से करो. ठीक है? अगर आइडिया नहीं है तो किसी और का आइडिया अच्छे से एग्जीक्यूट करो. और ये इसमें मैं डबल डाउन करता हूँ थोड़ा सा, ठीक है. आपको क्या आपको ये पता है कि इंडिया की फ्लिपकार्ट क्या ये सबसे पहली ई कॉमर्स साइट है? पहले बहुत सारी होती थी, rediffmail.com, rediff शॉपिंग करके कुछ होती थी ना, और भी होती थी,
इंडिया प्लाजा,
इंडिया टाइम्स शॉपिंग और समथिंग, स्नैपडील, है ना. कौन जाता है आजकल उसमें? जाते हैं लोग ज़्यादा? नहीं जाते. नाउ हु इज एग्जीक्यूटिंग बेटर? फ्लिपकार्ट. इज बोट द फर्स्ट हेडफोन कंपनी? नो. हेडफोन पता नहीं किसने, सोनी ने या सनाइजर ने या JBL ने या किसने कब बनाया था. क्या लेंसकार्ट पहली चश्मे की दुकान है? नहीं ना. एग्जीक्यूशन गाइस, एग्जीक्यूशन. इट्स ऑल अबाउट एग्जीक्यूटिंग बेटर. एंड डू नॉट वरी कि आपको नया आइडिया ही ढूंढना है. इतने आइडिया चल रहे हैं ना मार्केट में, इतने आइडिया चल रहे हैं, इनको फॉलो करना शुरू कर दो. फायर साइड को, ठीक है. ये जहां इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं ना उसके साथ में कंपनी खोल दो. सॉरी. मतलब नॉट ओनली हिम, एक्सेल वाले हैं, प्रशांत सर इतना इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं और सेकोया इतना इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है और हम लोग शार्क टैंक में इतना इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं. कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. It's not necessary that the first one wins the market. Sometimes the first one creates the market, second one builds it and takes it home, right?
And I think India has enough space for multiple startups to succeed, multiple brands to succeed. I don't think there's dearth of market in India.
So yeah, कहीं ये डालना मत, मेरा नाम मत खराब करना.
Any other last question? I think time's almost.
ये टाइम्स अब हटा दो, अच्छा नहीं लग रहा. अभी हम बैठे हैं, मजा आ रहा है क्वेश्चंस आंसर करने में.
How did the idea come into your mind? What was your trigger point?
मैम, मैं एक कंपनी थी JBL, आपने नाम सुना है? You use their product? I don't want to even answer your question anymore. तो मैम मैं उसमें काम कर रहा था और उन्होंने पैसे भी दिए और मुझे सिखाया भी कि कैसे बनते हैं उनका कॉम्पिटिटर, और मैं बन गया मैम धीरे जाके. बट सीरियसली मार्केट चेंज हो रही थी मैम. देयर वाज अ बिग टाइम, देयर वाज अ गैप इन द मार्केट व्हिच आई सॉ that you don't need to be very expensive. I love JBL, it's a beautiful brand, but you don't need to be so expensive. You can give good quality at logical price points. India is an aspirational country. India is an aspirational country, and those are the things which I saw as the clues in the market, and we went into the market. We are not the cheapest brand. We are one of the most affordable yet aspirational brands. So find your niche and get into it. That's what I did. It was a niche. It was a good opening. जहाँ opening मिले, अच्छी बॉल आ रही है सामने, छक्का मारने का मौका मिल रहा है, मार दो. उस पर डिफेंस मत खेलो. समझ रहे हो मैडम?
Maybe one last question from that section.
प्लीज JBL बोट खरीदो, अच्छे ब्रांड है. नहीं खरीद रहे, फर्स्ट रो में किसने अलाउ किया? सॉरी.
One last question.
Last 3 questions. Last 2. ठीक है, last 3 questions. Last 2 चलो. करेक्ट. हाँ, तो इनका क्वेश्चन ये है कि फाउंडर होता है तो वो बहुत बारी छोड़ देता है, हार मान जाता है और कहता है कि बिजनेस करके अब मैं नहीं हो पा रहा, नौकरी कर लेता हूँ. करेक्ट, यही है ना क्वेश्चन? तो इसमें क्वेश्चन क्या है? यार बहुत सही क्वेश्चन है, राइट. और इसमें मैं सिंपल आंसर देता हूँ कि कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. मैंने जब ट्राई किया नहीं चली तो क्या किया? नौकरी करी. मैंने बहुत बार ट्राई किया भाई. मैंने ऐसा नहीं है बोर्ड, मैंने तो बहुत बार बोला है बिजनेस मेरा पहला बोर्ड बिजनेस नहीं है. मेरी 5 फेलियर्स हो चुके हैं लाइफ में. ये 6ठी कंपनी सक्सेस हुई है. और जब मेरे पैसे खत्म हो जाते थे बिजनेस, पहले मैं ट्राई करता था, पहले मेरे पापा ने पैसे दिए बिजनेस के, फिर उन्होंने देने बंद कर दिए बिजनेस के पैसे कि भाई ये निकम्मा आदमी है, इससे कुछ नहीं होगा, राइट. आप पहले ट्राई करते रहो. अगर नहीं हो रहा तो नौकरी करो. नौकरी में क्या प्रॉब्लम है भाई? नौकरी में पता है ज़्यादा पैसे मिलते हैं आजकल, बहुत पैसे देते हैं नौकरी में. मैं खुद जब हायर करने जाता हूँ मैं देखता हूँ इतनी बड़ी सैलरी देने पड़ती है लोगों को. मैं आपको एक सिंपल एग्जांपल देता हूँ, ठीक है? सुंदर पिचाई, सुंदर पिचाई क्या है? एंटरप्रेन्योर है या नौकरी कर रहा है? नौकरी कर रहा है। हम सब स्टार्टअप फाउंडर से ज़्यादा अमीर है वो, सही बता रहा हूँ। चेक कर ले जाके गूगल से, सुंदर पिचाई सैलरी जाके सर्च कर ले। और दूसरा कौन है वो? सत्य नडेला, उनके पास पैसे कम है, चेक कर कितने पैसे कमाते हैं वो स्टॉक ऑप्शंस वगैरह के साथ। नौकरी में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है भाई, नौकरी इज़ वेरी गुड। नौकरी में अगर जहाँ पैसे बना रहे हो अच्छा है, जहाँ मन है, जहाँ खुश हो वो काम करो। मैं एक शाहरुख खान की लाइन बताऊँ? शाहरुख खान बोलता है, हंसो जियो मुस्कुराओ, क्या पता कल हो ना हो। सुना है? तालियां। तो सिंपल आंसर ये है कि भाई जहाँ खुश है, जहाँ पे मज़ा आ रहा है वो कर, चाहे वो नौकरी है, चाहे वो क्या यार वो मैच कर रहा था गलत हो गया, चाहे वो नौकरी है, चाहे वो काम है, जहाँ जहाँ मज़ा आ रहा है वो कर। डू वॉट यू लाइक, डू वॉट फ्लोट्स योर बोट, ठीक है? लास्ट क्वेश्चन, देन वील फिनिश। अरे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, आइडिया बड़ा है तो फिर एग्जीक्यूट नहीं करेगा तो तेरा आइडिया कोई और ले लेगा भाई। आजकल इंडिया में आइडियाज़ की कमी नहीं है, सच बताऊं मैं तेरे को, इतनी इनोवेटिव कंट्री है इंडिया। तू कहीं भी बैठ जाएगा ना, किसी कैफ़े में चुपचाप कान लगा के बैठ जा, बोल के कॉफ़ी पी रहा और फ़ोन ऑन कर दे, साथ वाली टेबल में कोई बिजनेस आइडिया डिस्कस कर रहा होगा। इतने आइडियाज़ है ना मार्केट में, इतनी पिचेस आती हैं। शार्क टैंक खोल के बैठ, देख कितने आइडियाज़ आएंगे तेरे को वहाँ देखते हुए, और कितने आइडियाज़ हैं मार्केट में। आइडियाज़ की कमी नहीं है। बड़ा आइडिया है, एग्जीक्यूशन करने का सबसे बड़ा, मैं कहता हूँ 50% द एंटरप्रेन्योर हैज वन ओनली बाय स्टार्टिंग अप। अगर आप स्टार्ट कर देते हो ना तो आप जीत गए हो। बाकी बिजनेस सक्सेसफुल हो या ना हो इज सेकेंडरी, यू हैव ऑलरेडी वन इफ यू स्टार्टेड अप, बिकॉज हाफ ऑफ द कंट्री, आई थिंक मे बी मोर देन हाफ, कैन नॉट स्टार्ट। फटी रहती है भाई लोगों की, EMI का प्रेशर होता है, बच्चों का प्रेशर होता है, घर का प्रेशर होता है, बीवी का प्रेशर होता है, मदर इन लॉ का प्रेशर होता है कि कैसे शुरू कर रहा है, क्या कर रहा है, अच्छा पहले कमा रहा था,
इन्वेस्टर का भी प्रेशर होता है,
इन्वेस्टर का प्रेशर होता है। तो स्टार्ट करना बहुत मुश्किल है। स्टार्ट कर, अच्छा आइडिया होगा ना तो इन्वेस्टर मेरे जैसे शार्क टैंक पे आ और मेरे जैसे इन्वेस्टर से पैसे ले, और अच्छा करेगा तो इनसे पैसे ले, और बस शार्क टैंक आएगा तो मेरे से लियो बस, और किसी से मत लियो अगर अच्छा इन्वेस्टर है। बट स्टार्ट करना बहुत जरूरी है। सो दिस इज वन लास्ट पीस ऑफ एडवाइस बिफोर दीज गाइज किल मी दैट यू नो द टाइम अप हो गया है। सो guys, please start soon and execute better. That's the only advice I would like to give you all. Thank you so much everybody, you guys were awesome.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand for Mr. Aman Gupta and Mr. Vinay Singh. मैं अमन से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो विनय को यहाँ पे फेलिसिटेट करे हमारे साथ। अमन, if you could felicitate Vinay with us. And of course the mandate. Yeah, please
selfie ले ले सारे।
बिल्कुल।
हाँ सब लोग। तो मैं 3, 2, 1 बोलूंगा, आप लोग बोलना हम भी बना लेंगे, ठीक है? डन? सुना है डायलॉग, हम भी बना लेंगे? बहुत बढ़िया डायलॉग है।
Not on the stage, everyone.
Three, 2, 1। अरे यार थोड़े एनर्जी लाओ यार, दिल्ली वाले हो। 3, रुक जा 3, 2, 1। थैंक यू एवरीबडी, यू गाइस आर अमेजिंग। ओ यार रिकॉर्डिंग ही नहीं हुई, रुक जा फिर से करता हूँ। सॉरी मैं बढ़ लास्ट टाइम, ठीक है? 3, 2, 1। Thank you, everybody.
All right. I request Vinay to felicitate Aman here on stage with us.
And members of the audience, please step back. Please take your respective seats again.
May I please request everyone to please go back to your seats. That was probably for the selfie. Now we request everyone to please go back as we have back-to-back panel discussions. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Requesting everyone to please go back. Thank you. Well, there won't be any moment like that. We probably would be able to take a selfie. So I think that was a good one public selfie that Aman had with everyone. We request everyone to please move back.
Guys, please start stepping away from the stage. We need to get on with the rest of the sessions, please.
So I request Aman to felicitate Vinay. Please give a big hand, everyone, for Mr. Vinay Singh. Everyone, please give a big hand for Mr. Vinay Singh, co-founder and partner of Fireside Ventures.
Guys, Aman is staying back with us on the stage. Please step back. He's here for another big launch that we have lined up for you.
Thank you, Vinay. Thank you so much for joining us here. Aman, we request you to stay back on stage with us.
I would also like to call upon Shri Prashant Prakash, founding partner Axel India, to join Aman on the stage.
Aman, there's this one segment that we want you to please be up with us. And may I please request everyone to please go back.
Audience, please cooperate. We have to get on with the launch, please. I would also like to call upon Shubham Bhasin to the dais for launching his first of its kind Students Entrepreneurship Playbook. All right, we're joined on the stage by Aman, of course, who's been with us for the previous session. Shri Prashant Prakash, founding partner Axel India. And also I'd like to invite Shubham Bhasin for launching his first of its kind Students Entrepreneurship Playbook. Please join us on stage. Please give a huge round of applause, guys. We're unveiling the Students Entrepreneurship Playbook.
So you got this idea last time at the Mahakumbh. What was the idea and how did you, because everybody was asking about a playbook on how to execute. This boy has just done that at 12th standard, right? A 12th standard student, right, has done a book on the steps to execution. The exact number of steps. And what was your inspiration and motivation to do something like this? And in 1 minute, give us that.
So basically, I myself have started my own initiative named Community CX. So basically, while going through this process, I have seen a lot of hurdles, difficulty, and so on, like starting, like building an app or going online onto government platforms or like registering yourself as a company, multiple other things like that. And because of my age being under 18, it is also another legal hassle. It's really difficult for a student also due to school and multiple other things. So I just wanted to bring this playbook to all the students who would like to be future entrepreneurs, change makers. And this is like a guidebook for that.
Excellent. Excellent. So Aman, please do the honors.
Give it up once again for the big unveil.
I think you rightly said, Aman, the way we celebrate entrepreneurship now, as we can see so many founders doing that. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, can we please make some noise for Aman in the house? I think we have to tilt a little bit, yeah. Shri Prashant Prakash, founding partner, Excel. Shubham Bhasin, student entrepreneur, along with Aman. प्रशांत सर आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप अमन सर को फेलिसिटेट भी करें हमारे साथ फॉर बीइंग हियर एट द स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ 2025. All right, everyone. Thank you so much, everyone. We request everyone. सब लोग एक mass picture में तो आ चुके हैं हमारे साथ.
Guys, please clear the passage. Please clear the passage, please.
Guys, please make way for our guests to exit, please.
And request everybody to please be seated. Yeah, come on.
Guys, we need to be seated. I know it's a moment. We are celebrating entrepreneurship, as we said. But we still request everyone to please take their seats, as we have to maintain the decorum of the event as well. We have to maintain the decorum of the event. So we request everyone to please be seated. Thank you, Aman. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Startup Mahakumbh.
Guys, please settle down. Our guests are already seated. We're going to proceed with the next session. So this fireside chat takes us into the critical realm of defense innovation, where startups are emerging as key players in transforming India's defense landscape from reliance to self-sufficiency. Moderated by Shri Prashant Prakash, a stalwart in the startup ecosystem, we have Dr. Sameer V. Kamath with us today. As the chairman of DRDO, his insights on harnessing innovation for defense will be both enlightening and transformative. Please give a huge round of applause to both our guests on stage, Dr. Sameer V. Kamath and Mr. Prashant Prakash. Over to you.
Thank you. So, thank you for gracing the occasion and being here. So,
it's my pleasure.
I wanted to start out, I think a lot of people here probably don't, I mean, defense in the startup ecosystem is new. And if you had asked me 10 years ago when I started, actually 15 years ago, would startups be there in defense in India, I would have said, you know, what's the probability? And we as mainstream investors, would we be investing in defense? I would say still the answer would have been very low probability. But things have changed in India and even globally, you know, a lot of mainstream investors. And if you see, sir, over the history of technology and innovation, a lot of new innovations have first come into the defense space and then have become commercial, have gone into the commercial space. So I wanted you to kind of throw some light on your perspective on how defense is kind of the fountainhead for a lot of innovation and research that happens. And I know in India we are probably not on the forefront of that kind of trajectory, but do you see that as something we can look forward to in the future?
So what you said is right.
Sir,
Defense.
mic slowly. Closer.
So what you said is right. Defense was the fountainhead for innovation which was coming into the civilian sector. Mobile phones, internet, all first started in the defense sector. However, if you look at the scenario today, there are a lot of technologies where the civilian domain is now driving the technologies, and then they are getting imbibed into the defense ecosystem. Communication, the 5G communication was first much more advanced in the civilian domain, and it is now being integrated into the defense system. Quantum technologies, which is going to play a key role going ahead in defense. AI, those have initiated in the civilian domain and are now getting incorporated into the defense domain. So there are some technologies where the defense is still driving the technological innovation.
But you're saying it's more and more you're seeing a lot of civilian.
But a lot of the civil-military fusion is becoming very important.
Interesting.
And going ahead, we have to work, the civilian domain and the defense domain have to work together to produce cutting-edge technologies getting incorporated into the defenses.
Sir, I think a lot of people might not be very familiar with DRDO. I mean, of course, at a high level, they might have heard the term. So I think it's good to throw some light on what is the core function of DRDO as an enabler and as a collaborator of next generation research and R&D and the country in defense.
Okay. So DRDO is basically the R&D arm of the Ministry of Defense. So our main aim is to provide all the technological solutions as well as the systems which can give our fighting forces the cutting edge required to take on the enemy. Earlier, DRDO is to try to develop all the technologies on its own, convert the technologies into systems, and then do a technology transfer to the industry. But in the last few years, we are changing the model. We want to involve the entire ecosystem available in the country, not only for defense R&D, but also for production. Earlier, we used to work mainly with our PSUs and ordnance factories. Now we don't differentiate between the government organizations and private industry. So we work closely with private industry during the R&D phase itself. So we have what is known as development cum production partner. So whenever we do a system development process, we take two industry partners for the development.
And this could be startups, mid-size, large startups.
So
Slightly
that depends on the scale of the project.
Right.
Suppose you are going to make a fighter aircraft.
Yeah, it's a
you
different.
can't involve a startup as your lead system integrator.
But there are some novel technologies
Correct.
that,
So to encourage startups, we have started a policy where 10% of our budget, the laboratories can directly approach startups.
And I mean, for people who don't know here, it's a huge budget.
Yes.
10% of that budget is still
is a significant amount. Then we also have a technology development fund where we can fund any new ideas which the startup has, or the startup can look at our website for the problems that we have defined.
So
and they can propose solutions based on those problems we have defined.
So here there are many funds that you hear about. You hear about TDF, you hear about IDEX and the D2D. Maybe for folks here, if you can, at what stage would one look at which fund and what is the role of each of these from a prototype to a production level system?
Correct. So the IDEX is more for quick innovation using existing technologies.
IDEX, yeah.
IDEX.
And what's the quantum typically?
So IDEX, initially they were funding 1 crore per project.
Right.
I think they have increased it to 10 crores.
10 crores per project, yeah. And these are innovative, quick
These are
ideas.
existing technologies you innovate to give a new, new solution which will add to the capabilities of
and
our
this
armed
could be in drones, UAVs,
Yeah, it can
composite
be in any
materials,
area.
aerial surveillance,
Agree.
any of these areas.
It can be in any area. Whereas the TDF, the fund amount initially was 10 crores per project.
Right.
It has now been increased to 50 crores.
50 crores per project.
So you can do a substantial R&D,
Got
not
it.
just innovation
Got it.
using existing
So
technologies.
IDEX is more maybe TRL 5 to 6 to
Correct. Already
production.
at TRL 5, 6, those technologies
Right.
you can quickly translate into a system. Whereas TDF, you can start with TRL
So there's a big
level
R&D
3, 4.
component
Yeah,
and
there
it
is
requires some gestation
Correct.
period. And
Correct.
so these could be 3, 4, 5 year
Yes.
kind of projects.
Typically, we start with 3, but depending
years.
on the proposal.
Whereas
we can-
IDEX could be as short as
1
12
year,
months. and-
1 year, 6 months, 1 year, 1.5
What is
years.
D2D, this initiative, sir? I've heard of this.
D2D, I am not familiar.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So now going back to, I mean, funding is one aspect. Are there other ways in which you support startups in terms of test beds and other infrastructure they can leverage within the defense establishment and ecosystem?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So all the facilities which currently exist with the DRDO labs, they are put up on a website which is run by DGQA. And it's a very transparent process where you can book a slot and for a payment which is...
What's the website, sir, for the people?
It's a DGQA website.
DGQA website.
Yeah.
So you have infrastructure that is catalogued there, and you can go use any of that infrastructure.
Yes, you can go there and book a slot, and the payment also is defined. The payments are as per government norms.
Got it.
So the startup can book a slot and use any of our facilities.
Hopefully over time you can have, for very young startups, some preferential ways to access.
So that we need to bring in a policy.
Yes.
Because we are doing it as per the current government policy, but
yeah, that's
we will
something
look
that
at
we can...
this where we can make these facilities available at no cost. But sometimes if there is no cost, people tend to
No, I mean it could
not
be
utilize
probably
it in
discounted
the most
for startups,
efficient
but
way.
you're right.
Correct.
I mean there has to be some fee for it.
Correct.
Now, between a stage where we were at 100% import dependent to the stage where we will get to full self-reliance, we are probably still in the early days of that evolution.
No, I wouldn't say that. In several systems, we have about 60 to 70% indigenization. And then there are systems where we have more than 90%.
Excellent.
Yeah. So things are moving in the right direction. And it is my estimate that in the next 5 to 10 years,
we might
should
get to about
reach
90%.
Yeah,
90%.
100% is always going to be difficult.
Yes.
Because then it becomes economically unviable.
Yes.
If you need something in very less small quantities, to produce it in the country will not be economically viable.
Yeah, there I have a question that, see, for a lot of the startups, I think there's an opportunity to collaborate with global IP, process the IP in India, co-own it, and then supply for the country, and from here export to the rest of the world.
Correct.
I'm big, vocal champion of this these days, sir, because you cannot develop all R&D in this country and it's just not practical.
Correct.
So what is your view on this?
No, I fully agree with you. See, you have to work not only for what is needed in the country, but you have to make sure that what you are doing also is relevant elsewhere.
For the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Yes.
Only then can you really supply.
And India has a position globally where we are considered reasonably a neutral place to produce some of these products and supply it to the rest of the world. And I think therein lies a big opportunity for startups.
No, you're right. India is considered as a neutral player. So we can supply to the West, we can supply to Russia,
Southeast
we can
Asia.
supply to Southeast Asia. So we are in the right position. It's only we have to identify niche technologies, niche products which we can manufacture and be a global supplier.
Great. And in terms of maybe areas, broad spaces, where you think there is still a lot of room both for indigenization and this processing of IP and building new IPs. Are UAVs one still large space you think?
See, UAVs have really taken off, and the recent wars have shown
the value of
that
UAVs.
At least for the next 5-10 years, they are going to remain as very important components of the battlefield.
In multiple applications.
They have multiple applications. You can use them for surveillance, you can use them for logistics, you can use them as a weapon system. So there are several applications of the UAV, and people are now also looking at manned-unmanned teaming, where you will have UAVs going along with other platforms. So we have the market for UAVs is going to be quite large. But I think, in my personal view, in 5 to 10 years, you will have enough technologies to counter UAVs. So this is a very short domain where this technology is going to be very important. So unless you are quick to market here,
yes,
it's not a long path available for you. Because already, I think over the last few years, several countries have started producing UAVs of all types. So the potential exists in high altitude
special
long endurance
situation.
UAVs, which are very difficult to do. the UAVs which you commonly see,
Yes.
those are reaching pretty much their saturation.
There are some startups that have come up, sir,
Correct.
which have started
But
to.
if I am a startup starting today, I would focus on male UAVs, hail UAVs.
Yeah, so maybe for everybody.
High altitude platform
So the male
system.
class, it's a different class of.
Correct.
Based on carry capacity. And what about these anti-drone systems and some of the AI technologies now getting into countering these drones and making drones more intelligent and making these UAVs more intelligent? Is AI going to play a big role there?
It's a cat and mouse game.
Yeah.
So the UAV technologies are also improving. One of the ways of countering a UAV is to jam its communication. So people are now getting into fully autonomous, where they are not dependent on the communication with the mother platform. So counter UAV technologies are also advancing rapidly. So there are these soft kill technologies, there are hard kill technologies which are based on lasers or high power microwaves. And these, once these mature, it will be difficult for the UAVs to survive unless you are flying very high.
And I think these radar technologies are evolving forever, right? And there is
Correct.
enough R&D that constantly gets done,
Correct.
and it's a fertile area for innovation.
Correct. So radars, EO technologies are also advancing. And you have what is called a distribution of sensors.
Yes.
And
yes.
these sensors are networked in real time.
Yeah.
So hiding becomes very difficult.
So the sensor technologies are another area I think that startups can get involved in, because they're niche, isolated, application specific.
Correct. So this is, as you said, a fertile area for startups to look at, because there are multitude of sensors. There's no single type of sensor. You need sensors for everything. So this is a technology which startups should look at seriously.
What about material science and different new materials that are multitude of defense applications?
So materials is a core technology for any system. You can get significant improvement in the system's performance if you can find better materials. So this is again a ripe area for research. This is again a good area for startups to look at. But one challenge in the area of startups, for startups to work in this area, is the investment required is much larger.
And the gestation period,
The
there's a lot of
gestation
pure
period is
science
also
and R&D.
longer. So if you have deep pockets and you have a longer pathway for making profits, then this is an area to consider.
So here 100 crores may be really what is required over a 5-year period to actually have a production capable new
for
material.
you to take it from a low TRL level to a point where you can get into production, usually the time frames are 7 to 10 years. So
for new materials.
New materials.
In terms of new challenges, do you, other than IDEX and some of the other, I know as part of, we are DRDO as part of the startup Mahakumbh. So do you think that through the year, do you run different defense challenges that
Yes,
startups
we do.
can?
We have something called Dare to Dream.
So that's the D2D I was talking about, sir.
Acha, okay.
Sorry, now thank you for,
okay.
so Dare to Dream
Okay, we
was the
don't call
D2D,
it
yeah.
D2D. Okay, so Dare to Dream, this is a contest we run or a challenge we run, more or less, I think once every year.
Once a year.
Yeah,
So that
once
should be
every-
maybe twice or thrice a year.
Yeah,
Given
we'll
the
try
pace
to-
of change and the number of startups
Yeah.
coming up,
So we will do
I'll talk
that.
to you
We will
offline
do-
and we will.
And the good part of this Dare to Dream contest is the winners have the option of submitting a proposal to carry forward their idea into a product form.
Yeah, and
Through
we
the
should-
TDF, we can support
And-
these
right.
winners.
Right. And we should get through TDF. But I'm saying also now there are enough venture investors, if there are venture investors here in the room, who should participate in the D2D and they can co-invest alongside and co-invest.
That's a
So I think
suggestion we
we
will
should
look
let's catalyze your money through private money
No, I think that's
it's
a very good suggestion. The process will also become faster.
faster, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a good suggestion.
Great,
In
we'll take it up, sir,
next
after.
Dare to Dream, we will try to get some venture capital
Right.
as a partner.
Yeah, because we are starting to see a lot of them, and also venture capitalists are starting to see technologies that are dual purpose, dual
Yes.
use, and which is ideal for us. We
Correct.
don't want to be only dependent
Only
on defense.
dependent on defense.
And what about space and space tech? Are there areas there that you have
So
see a lot of
space is
convergence or intersection with defense?
So space is going to be a very important domain for defense. If you have seen the recent war, in the initial days of
Right.
the war, Russia destroyed the communication systems.
Right, that's how you start the war. Yeah.
Yeah, but within few days, Starlink was able to establish the communication using its LEO satellites. So space is a very important domain for space-based surveillance, for space-based communication, as well. You need space for, or you want to understand what is happening in space. Using space situational awareness tools.
Right, right.
So in all areas, these have dual applications. Space-based surveillance can be used for agriculture, it can be used for other things, and it is also useful for defense. So these are dual-use technologies, which I think is a very fertile area for our startups to look at.
No, I think
We are already working with a lot of startups.
Space,
In DRDO, we are looking at space-based surveillance as well as space situational awareness, and we are working with several startups
Great.
in both these areas.
Sir, I'll probably open up for 2 to 3 questions. This is a very new area, so I'm sure a lot of people would know, would want to know how to get started and maybe any questions. So we'll I think we have time for maybe 3 questions. Anybody in the audience? Yeah, right here. So can somebody get the mic to the lady here in the front? Do we have a mic?
Right there.
Yeah.
All right. Walk towards the lady there.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Ria. Can you hear me? This mic
Yes.
is quite slow. Okay. So I wanted to find out more about the idea of sustainability when it comes to making defense tech. Because if you see Elon Musk, he's thought about how to use the rockets to, reuse them. And that's a big problem with defense, is we don't think about the entire value chain and how that will affect the Earth as well, when you come up with space tech. So is that something that you encourage your startups?
Yeah, so reusable rockets is more important when you want to launch satellites. So it's a technology which is more important for ISRO than to DRDO.
But are there other reusable components where reusability becomes a big issue in defense?
We use rockets mostly as missiles. So they are one-time use.
They're one-time tools.
Yeah. So the reusable technology is an important technology, but it is more useful for launching satellites so that you can bring down the cost of launching.
Got it.
It's a technology which ISRO is pursuing.
My name is Shivans Devedi. I'm a founder and CEO of Predlib Lab. Basically, we build drones and AI for data analytics. So my question is related to the IDEX challenge. So if we won the IDEX challenge, we have to match the amount from the existing money. So this is major challenge for us, as a young startup, we build the POC. But the challenge, we don't have that much fund to match the current amount. So is there any provision to help us to work and create impact under the support of DRDO?
So IDEX is not run by DRDO, it is run by Department of Defense Production, but I will suggest to them to see if they can come up with a scheme to help startups like you.
So you're saying that there has to be a matching
Funds,
okay, the
yeah.
matching, yeah.
50%
has
is
to come
funded.
from, yeah.
But in DRDO's TDF scheme, we fund 90% and you have to get in only 10%.
Okay. Maybe one last question. There at the, you're right here, the gentleman, and then maybe one lady at the back. So those two, right here.
Good afternoon, sir. So there's a lot of talk of AI, machine learning, defense, deep tech, space. But there is one sector which is definitely, I think, unexplored is deep sea. And there is some progress, but recently there was a report that China has developed 6,000 meter submarine cable cutting technology. And I think it's a big threat to our communication line also. Is there any thought or any project with DRDO of such nature? Because that is one project we can also help in pitch in.
So underwater domain awareness is a big area for us. It's a focus area for us for detecting submarines and underwater threats. There is a deep ocean mission which Ministry of Earth Sciences is running, where they are planning to make a underwater capsule which can go up to 6,000 meters depth. So between the underwater domain awareness capability which DRDO is trying to build and what the Ministry of Earth Science is trying to do, I think we are exploring the entire gamut of technologies. And if your startup is interested, we can look at some projects which are of interest to both you and us, and we can discuss more on what you want to do and then decide how to take it forward.
So in the interest of time, I will have to, I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to interact further and have further discussions. So this was a very enriching conversation. It's a very new space for startups, and we hope to do more of these and do more with DRDO in future.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Dr. Kamath, thank you so much for an eye-opening session. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a big round of applause for the gentleman? I request Ms. Kansal to hand over a token of appreciation to Dr. Kamath. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Shri Prashant Prakash. Thank you, Dr. Kamath. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Startup Mahakumbh 2025. All right, Karunya. I'm sure I could...
Settle down, guys. You'll have time to interact with the guests.
Well, that's something that you cannot steal away
Offline.
from a lot of people here. But again, requesting everyone to please make sure maintaining the decorum of the event. So I think Aman said a very good thing on stage कि सबका अपना अपना एक genre है. तो मैं देख रहा हूँ कि जिनको D2C business में जितने co-founders हैं, they're surely looking forward to meet people from the same background.
And this is all defense tech.
These are all,
is it?
of course, so people probably who have been around defense, so they're absolutely looking forward to meet Dr. Kamath and everyone else. So I think it's all about, and the next set of panelists that we are going to introduce on stage, that's also going to be a very super exciting.
And very genre specific, like you said. It's going to be all about transportation and mobility. So we will be quote unquote shifting gears there and, go on a journey perhaps to 2047 where transportation and mobility are reimagined through technology and through innovation.
Absolutely. We are talking about mobility at 2047. We are way ahead, like that's a road ahead that we are talking today. Exploring future trends in transportation and mobility. Ladies and gentlemen, we are really excited for the next one. Thank you, Dr. Kamath. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure having you here with us.
Moving on, then let's call upon the next set of speakers lined up.
Absolutely. Envisioning the future. This session takes us on a journey to 2047 that we are talking. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us on stage, please give a big round of applause for the moderator, Mr. Alok Mittal, Board of Trustees, TIE Global. Big hand, everyone. Joining him as panelist, Shri Sudhenshu Jyoti Sinha, Program Director, Infrastructure, Connectivity and Electric Mobility, Niti Aayog. Please give a big hand. Mr. Rikant Pitti, Co-founder and CEO, Ease My Trip. Big hand, everyone. Mr. Amit Jain, CEO and co-founder, Car Dekho. And Mr. Sharad Mohan Mishra, President, Group Strategy, TVS Motor Company.
Are you all going to take us on a ride?
I guess Mr. Sinha is not joining. We just got
Yes,
to,
that's correct.
Correct.
That's
correct.
Thank you. Thanks so much for the introductions. Amongst the audience, how many of you were stuck in a traffic jam coming here today?
I believe everyone, sir.
Everyone?
Including the MCs too.
Wow. And then, how many of you are concerned about the state of pollution on our roads? That's it. Delhi guy is not worried about pollution on our roads? How many of you want to fly to Mars? Sometime during your lifetime. So I think that is the range of topics that we'll discuss today as we think about mobility and transportation and where it is headed. I've got a great set of panelists here with me, building businesses in the mobility space in different sectors. So why don't we get started? And Sharad, maybe just kicking it off with you there. How would you frame that set of issues that we want to think about as we think about where mobility is headed in the next 20 years, 2047, Viksit Bharat? What should mobility look like?
No, thank you, Alok. And this is thank you so much for this opportunity to be with all these panelists. See, fundamentally, I believe if I have to summarize in literally one word, the ideal vision for India is to have congestion-free growth. The challenge is that growth and congestion are brother and sister. I have never seen a city in my life which is growing and not congested, except Singapore maybe, for different reasons. The challenge is how do you build that? Because without coming with that larger vision, building bits and pieces of activities may not help you to get to the problem of complexity which the growth brings in. The practicality is that India not only growing, but the urbanization is happening at such a rapid pace. Maybe more than 70% of the population one time in 2050 will stay in cities or peripheral cities. These cities are designed to deliver that level of mobility. And without having that mobility, quality of life is a big question mark. And I think that is ultimate, everybody is looking for right now is to improve the quality of life. So to give a very large view, but connecting to next 5 years, I think what's happening in India is also mind-boggling. What has happened in the last 10 years and what our team here is doing in terms of building an integrated mobility and larger mobility as a service and different option of mobility. And also the government, the effort in building infrastructure, mass transportation is just remarkable. So I think I am overwhelmed with what's happening in India in terms of the opportunity, but at the same time, that whole large government and private and startup ecosystem coming together is building up a possible good future for us. But the vision need to be kept in mind, which is very important.
Amit, you've been riding the wave of people buying more and more cars and discarding their old cars and other people buying those cars. As Sharad mentioned, there is a need to decongest the cities. There is also a need for more inclusion in how transportation works, right? Which can only perhaps come through public transportation. What are you seeing on the horizon in terms of consumer behavior? Are you seeing the ownership trends fall? More shared transportation? What kind of infrastructure investment do we need to get there?
I think we keep on seeing growth on car sales, of course, roughly around 7%, give and take the year. But reality is the public transportation is actually growing at 13%, 12.8 to be precise, which means that urbanization is happening rapidly. There are almost 55 million people in cities now, going up to 60, 65 in next 5 years. So cities are going to get more congested. And what it brings about is traffic challenges that you mentioned, pollution challenges as you mentioned. And to solve, I think government is in any case playing a bigger role of last mile connectivity, of public transportation. And I'm seeing a more rapid growth on that piece. Second, I think the generation that's coming in is also not looking to own assets. So we have an asset called Rev, in which we give self-drive cars. And I can see a lot of people using the functionality for hiring for 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months, even a year. So leasing as an option or short-term rental as an option is something that people are trying. They don't want to be caught into asset for next 4 years. So as we move on into next decade, my personal view is that the shared mobility will play a large role. Of course, personal mobility will exist in a large way, but there'll be public transport that's going to be critical. There's going to be shared mobility of the sense that part ownership of the asset rather than just relying on owning the asset fully. These are two major themes that I think we are seeing. And if you see Rapido, Ola, Uber, all these guys have grown 20-30% in last year also. So this rapid shared asset movement already happening. Lastly, I think there will be a lot of push on EV side and hydrogen, green hydrogen side on fuel types, given the state of pollution. So you'll start seeing a lot of charging infra come up. Right now we are very short. We are like 1:35 is the ratio of chargers to cars. Developed countries would have 1:20. While we have such a small car park, we still are short on chargers. So reality is that the charger infra will have to come up, and I personally think this EV revolution will take place in metros or cities, larger cities first, because there will be no option to take the pollution out of these cities. So that's my take on the government side. And government, I think, is doing a great job converting the buses into electric buses as an example. Almost e-Seva bus, 10,000 buses have been put, are planned to be put. I think all these initiatives are from government which are going to help decongest the cities along with pollution removal in my view. And fuel types, I think, is also a key component to kind of get there.
Yeah, we will come back to the EV piece of this. But before we do that, Rikant, if you translate this kind of local mobility challenge to, what's happening in long-range mobility, right? The aircraft I fly in today looks the same as the one that I flew in 30 years back. What is happening on that front, right? And I'm not talking about going to Mars, but even in terrestrial, long-range mobility, what should we look forward to?
So basically, I'll start by mentioning something about what's happening in India right now, what I see. Specifically, I believe that, in India, if you're buying a car, right, so it was a status symbol for everyone. So they used to see that, it's an convenience and independence. But as we navigate now in the future, and I feel that the people have started believing that, the mindset has to be, shifted from ownership to the access. And that's where I feel that the public, transportation means a lot. And when you talk about long range, then definitely, we have aircrafts, which is like been flying for a pretty long time in India. But when you see into the prices, and that's what I keep on, discussing with a lot of players in the aviation, that, the prices has somewhere been stagnant. So like Delhi to Mumbai, right? So like 10 years back also, the price was probably 4,500 to 5,000. And now also, if you're going to be booking 15 days in advance, you're going to be having the same price. But what I see that in the long range, definitely, the aircraft is one of the options wherein you are actually getting into it. And what we see that the people are becoming more and more cautious about the environment. So now, like for example, with us, Ease My Trip, we have started an initiative wherein we started offsetting the carbon emissions of the people when they are booking their flight tickets. So that's what we see, that there is a lot of tractions coming in and the people are more aware. Even as a matter of fact, like Amit just mentioned that, the people would be looking forward to get into more shared mobility. Even Sharad also echoed that. And I believe that that is something which is going to happen. But apart from that, I believe that, there is an option of having a mobility being given as in service. So like look into MaaS, MaaS, right? So like you have software as in service, similarly you can have mobility as in service. So wherein you can integrate anything and everything related from your flight tickets, you can even have your, car transfers, you can even have buses, even you can have everything related to the mobility can be acted as in service. And that's where I feel that, the time was there wherein in 2005, the people used to say we wanted to buy a car. In 2015, people started saying they wanted to book a car, right? But now there is an opportunity wherein the people should start saying, let's start activating mobility as a service. And in terms of long range, definitely commercial, buses is something which I believe is making a lot of sense, as mentioned by Amit and Shrad. So there is PM E-Drive Bus Yojana, wherein there is a vision of the government to get 10,000 buses in 160 cities of India overall. And I believe that we are just on the tip of the iceberg. And as we navigate forward, we see that, the more kilometers you run in any particular commercial vehicle, then that will become more economical viable. So I believe that there is a lot of things happening in this space, and I'm also looking forward to learn more.
If I may ask the audience, how many of you at least once a week used shared transportation? Okay. Is this mostly
shared का मतलब ओला उबर बस कुछ भी ली तो हाथ खड़ा कर लो?
No. See, the challenge is this, that when I take a Ola cab, I'm the only person sitting inside the Ola cab. I'm still putting the car on the road. It's not my car, right? But I'm not decongesting. So if
you are Alok in a way, because if I bought a car permanently versus the same car is used by 10 people on the same day, it's still decongesting the roads by a lot. Because otherwise each 10 individuals would have had a own car. Each car does roughly 10-11 trips a day on Uber. So my view is that you're still decongesting even if you are using a shared mobility.
I think we are decongesting parking lots. We are not necessarily decongesting the road.
So let's say if all 10 were... So the same car was being used in afternoon, evening and let's say night. You know what I mean, right?
But so in my personal car, I would spend an hour on the road. I'm not roaming in my car 24 hours a day. Now there are 10 people using that car or whether a shared car. So another 3-4%, right? So we are seeing kind of less than 10% in this sample set. So what is it that starts to drive it? Where are the constraints? And equally so, we've got entrepreneurs in the audience. Where are the opportunities for entrepreneurs to start to build this future?
So I think specifically there are a couple of startups who have already started doing carpooling. And as a matter of fact, there is a company which is a European company, BlaBlaCars. They're doing amazingly good service in India, and they're connecting different cities. Like Delhi to Chandigarh, if there are a driver which is like going from Delhi to Chandigarh, they'll also pick the passengers from Chandigarh to Delhi in the car. And I see that there is a great opportunity while anybody is traveling from the city to the airport and coming from the airport back to the city. And some of the startups are working on the same lines. Even as a matter of fact, we as an EaseMatter is also thinking and trying to develop some products wherein, you can have maybe 3 people, 4 people coming from the same side of the city by using some artificial intelligence and also using some data analytics to get them over there. And I also see that there is a huge opportunity in this particular space. What do you please?
I think the biggest problem, my view, Alok, is that it's a last mile connectivity. Let's say if I get down on a bus stop or I get down at a metro station, I still need to go to office. And until that is sorted, public transportation to take up in a big way is a challenge. Because I don't want to be stuck after landing at my last mile. So last mile connectivity is something I think startups can play a big role in. There's a lot of technology or automation also on tracking where you are. And it can be shuttle-like stuff. But reality is that my personal view, a lot of people avoid public transport for last mile connectivity reasons. Metro में अभी भी जगह होती है मतलब in many hours if you see.
Yeah, it's interesting because I looked at the Ola business for the first time in 2011, right? As an investor, and the only business that they had at that time was airport pickup and airport drop.
Exactly.
So that even 15 years back, that was the key use case, and now of course we use Ola all the time. But maybe there's an opportunity for someone to think about just the last mile on a metro. What does that look like for Delhi, right?
Yeah, and electric vehicles now have come, so it becomes a lot more convenient. Last mile connectivity e-rickshaws are very popular, like for example, right? So the big opportunity on kind of getting this space together.
Sharad, you guys are into manufacturing, two-wheelers and so on. If you look at this whole EV trend, right, where do you see it going, and what are the top 2 or 3 use cases that you think will be the early ones to gain traction in the EV space?
So EV trend there is nothing to prove there. It's like a rain which has already happened, you know. So it's only going to go upwards. How much time it will take for a larger share will all depend on the customer use cases and the benefit it provides to them. Either it is for car or it's a two-wheeler, but definitely it is on the uptrend. But let's understand, our fight is not with IC engine. The fight is with the carbon. Right? So there are many alternatives of energy which is going to become, which is going to be useful from a viewpoint of pure sustainability aspect of it, right? Either CNG or hybrid or electric. I think we should all be ready for that. Optimization of the mobility is the target. One mobility answer itself is not a right answer activity. And it applies to the technology. It applies to the customer use case. It applies to the regulatory aspect of it, which is the biggest driver. You know, this is all changes. You ask a question why the penetration is low, for example, 3 to 8%, why it is not going. I think it is maybe a supply-demand issue sometime, maybe more supply issue than the demand issue, because they are handling a very complex business. It's not an easy business to get into on the roll to create enough supply side sometime. And more importantly, the regulatory aspect of it, how government is ensuring that it is done, in which adoption happens. In EV, government has done a great job, and I believe it has.
Sharad, in a weird sort of a way, is energy efficiency an anathema to decongesting? Right? So what I mean here is, hey, if my marginal cost to cover a distance is close to zero, which is what EV promises me, you know, then are we just going to be on the road more and more on the margin, right? Is the real solution really $200 a barrel oil?
See, I will take a bad point here. Frankly, seeing EV as only or engine technology or a transmission system change itself is a big mistake. EV is a new paradigm. By having a vehicle have a generator to give power, a vehicle can be itself a very different device altogether. The connectivity features can be far bigger, better as compared to what EV provides. It's just not charging and mileage issue. It is the ability of what EV can deliver. And then once you build up a connected vehicle, which is irrespective of EV or IC engine or the, you talk about connected infrastructure, then connected downstream ecosystem which the people are building. This whole connectivity is going to bring the optimization, and thus the congestion reduces. Congestion is not a volume issue alone. Congestion is a complexity issue also. What is complexity? When different people want to travel at different places at different price with a different paying capability. How do you solve that problem? And India is in a complexity issue. It's not just a volume issue alone. Volume issue will remain. The size of the country we are, the volume issue is not going to reduce. So all the options of ownership, all the options of mobility will coexist at one time. And people will choose what is good for them at different use cases. But how do you solve the complexity challenge? And answer is technology, I believe.
Yeah, I think in an interesting sort of a way, Google Maps is a decongesting mechanism, right? Yeah. If I see some route is crowded, absolutely, I want to kind of take the alternate route.
Absolutely.
And so again, what are some of the opportunities for entrepreneurs sitting in the audience here to start to build around?
Maybe I'll take it on.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think specifically, first I said that mobility as in service. I don't know whether everybody agrees with me or not, but that is something which is definitely going to be the game changer in the future.
Sorry, what is mobility as service? Can you just reconstruct that for me?
Yeah, sure. Like basically buses, like you're getting into the bus, you have one pass. You're getting into the metro, you have one pass. You are actually getting into a taxi, which is one pass. And that is what I mean that mobility as in service. Like you just pay a subscription model. You say that I'm going to pay maybe 1,000 rupees a month, and I'll probably get connected to everywhere, and I'm traveling from one place to the another. And I feel that, that is actually the real challenge at this point of time, because I think the people will start following that, they don't really would want to own a car. I probably think that way. I think they will start thinking in a way that they would want to travel from one place to the another. How would they travel in a more efficient and a comfortable way? So therein there is an opportunity. Number two, like there are some startups, even one of the startups is also an anchor in the mobility pavilion. I would request everyone over here to please visit. So there is a startup which is working on air taxis. It's known as Sarla Aviation. And there is another startup which is again on the, this air taxis, which is known as E-planes. That's also IIT Madras incubated startup. So, there are definitely opportunities, either VTOL, either you get into hyperloops, and we don't have to actually, do some innovations. There are countries which are already developing such kind of transportation system. We can even, think that how can we better it up? What is the best way to do it? Like, so I particularly feel that from the point of view of mobility, we have a lot of things to do, but we'll have to brainstorm what are the opportunities there in front of us.
Any other ideas?
I think big opportunity in my view is solving the complete mobility. I have to go from point A to B, but the journey will break. यहाँ से metro लूँगा, वहाँ से auto लूँगा या कुछ लूँगा अपने point A and B are fixed where I need to move. My personal view is that there's no seamless solution today which tells me that in a predictable format that you will reach at this point at this time, and in 3 minutes you'll get the next transport to reach the point C. So A, B, C, D, let's take 4 points. So to traverse this A to D broken down into multiple transport types, and which type one is a complexity, second time, because I want to be very predictable if I want to travel, because there's some purpose of my travel. As long as somebody can solve here through technology, which is solvable by the way, but it's a complex problem to solve across various types of vehicles, various types of transportation and time. And once you solve for that, I think there will be more adopters, because now traveling is more predictable. That's how I view it.
Interesting. That reminds me of something. Yesterday, I was at IIT Delhi for launch of this Geospatial Institute has launched a hackathon around air pollution. And one of the problem statements in that actually is, can you do tourism by avoiding pollution corridors? So there's going to be a fair bit of adaptation opportunities for entrepreneurs in the audience, not just how to decongest, but given that there is congestion, how do I start to build customer convenience around that? Sharad, since you are coming from a large corporate group, are there areas where you are looking to collaborate with startups? Where are the right partnership opportunities?
See, we are working very, very closely with many of the startups, big, large, very, very small ones to be very, very big ones, not just in India, but globally. I think we are having I can give you 10 examples. For example, IoT, just pure telematics. Can we build a telematics which is priced for India? Because every single vehicle requires telematics for every purpose. For financial services, because you can track and control the vehicle, so you require. But can you really afford an expensive telematics in a very cheap two-wheelers or three-wheelers or even four-wheelers? Four-wheelers have larger ability, but two-wheeler. So I think my 2 cents of advice here will be that, first of all, start looking to the problems in a very surgical level. Don't try to only solve a big problem and a big platform and all this. Please start looking to the problems in big surgical level. Sometimes they bring big opportunity. For example, the definition of infrastructure. I always believe that in India, infrastructure is mostly considered road. But infrastructure is not road. Infrastructure is road plus parking. That makes it infrastructure. Without that, there is only congestion. I'm sorry, I'm coming back to the congestion point all the time because that's what you need to solve for. But is there enough parking solution work happening in India, in the startup? I think startups can, or the young people using the deep tech can optimize parking in a very different way. And there are many good examples globally. But looking to just solving a surface level problem which is already being solved for many or being done, I think they should look into slightly more deeper and solve the surgical level problem. I think that's a very good answer. I also like to just make a comment on Rikant's point on mobility as service. I think that's a very, very important step. Without that, there is no optimization. You can build up mass transportation, but if everybody is moving without integrating each other, it's very difficult. So integration of services. But who's going to control the data? That's where government need to also come up in an idea of helping to integrate the data itself, because otherwise this ownership of data and all this will never optimize and you can never achieve what you want to achieve. But I totally agree with that point of view that it is the one solution.
I'll just
And
add.
to add, I think there are two types of transportation, right? One is human transportation, one is goods transportation. Goods would mean e-commerce orders जो आपने किए या आपने खाना मंगाया. So anything that you are ordering is also finally contributing to the mobility that needs that are there. In the new India that I see next few years, it will evolve into drone deliveries as an example. So a lot of decongestion can happen from that. As a human, transportation can't be avoided. If you have to go from point A to B, you'll go. But good can be transported through, and now drone aviation is something that, like Sarla, I also evaluated by the way. So I think in specific use cases, like Bangalore airport to coming to city, these kind of use cases will emerge where the cost is already high and you can have drone transporting humans also, in a way, right? And that's what's happening. And Indigo is just tied up with a company to start a pilot, as an example. So humans would also be transported by drones eventually, but large part of mobility that's happening on a daily basis of food, e-commerce, I think that definitely can be dronized.
I just wanted to add upon, because while just speaking to Sharad and Amit and listening to their, specifically advices, and I've been starting building up an idea right now. Maybe, I can just share it with the audience. Like, for an example, what I've been able to hear is that, like, integration may be a difficulty right now, right? And basically, when you're traveling on the roads, the experience of travel will remain the same because it's more physical, right? But like, while you're booking, maybe that experience is something which you can make a difference. Like, for an example, an idea just coming to my mind, I can just share it right now. It's a random thought. Like, you're booking on Uber or a Ola on an application, and I see there is a lot of problem while you are actually navigating with the phone. You will have to speak to the driver, you will have to enter your location, you will have to wait for the driver, you will have to, even if you are in a community, you will have to give a gate pass to the driver to come in, right? Why not we create some kind of an IoT device, right? Just being there in the community or probably in the airport or probably at the hotel reception, right? You just tap on the button and there is a car in front of you. You can just tap in the car and you can go wherever you wanted to go. This is just one of the ideas. Second idea is with just Amit while speaking that, maybe drones can even, get the humans from one place to the another. But just think it in a way that you are in a car, and you're just pressing a button. There is a drone coming and picking your car up and getting you away from the congestion. Just a very random thought, right? Maybe anything is possible. You need to think wild. You need to think out of the box. So I think these two ideas was coming to mind. I thought just to add up over here.
Great, thank you. If there are any questions in the audience, we would love to take a couple of those. Are we circulating some mics?
My name is Reshma Tejwani. I'm founder and CEO of Memorable Moments. My specific question to Amit. So, two questions. Amit, what is your long-term vision for your company?
Look, my belief is mobility is the main thing that moves nations forward. Chalega India, तभी तो बढ़ेगा India, right? So my vision is that mobility for all. Okay? Because if we have mobility for all, and I'm talking about very small cities also. And to solve for that, there are multiple dimensions. It's not just vehicle or fuel types, it's also financing. How do you get financing to underprivileged so that they can be mobile and grow? That's how India will move forward. So my vision is mobility for all.
Okay, thank you so much. One last thing. So, any specific 3 qualities which any entrepreneur is looking for, as per your view, who has recently started his startup? So, any specific 3 qualities?
I think be connected to your consumer. Keep an eye on unit economics. Is it a big market you're targeting? And if it grows, will you be able to make money? And just be hungry and agile. Because if you're not agile, you'll not grow. A lot of founders I meet keep on talking about a lot of ideas but don't execute. I think the key lies in executing and pivoting basis the learning.
Thank you so much, Amit, for answering. Thank you so much.
Amit didn't mention the third piece of advice. Amongst the sharks, if you want to take money, take his money. Thanks everyone. It's been a wonderful session. Thank you to all the panelists.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Request you all to stay on the stage, and I'd like our moderator to present a token of appreciation to each of the speakers. And may I request Mr. Jain to present a token to our moderator as well? Wait. Thank you once again for your enlightening perspectives. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our next session aims to explore how procurement practices can be transformed to foster inclusivity, innovation, and economic growth. It will highlight strategies for enabling startups and women-owned businesses to access larger markets, secure contracts, and scale up sustainably. For the panel discussion, I'd like to call upon Ms. Tripti Singhal Somani, a dynamic leader known for her forward-thinking vision. This panel features industry titans from NHPC, Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India, Indian Oil, and THDC. Their collective expertise will shed light on how strategic infrastructure investments are driving India's progress. Please put your hands together for our visionary panelists, Mr. R.K. Chaudhary, Chairman and Managing Director, NHPC Limited, Mr. Ajit Kumar Mishra, Executive Director, Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India, Mr. Manoj Majoka, Chief Manager Contract, Indian Oil Corporation, and Mr. Anirudh Bishnoi, CGM at THDC. Welcome, gentlemen, and over to you, Tripti.
Thank you so much. I hope you all can settle down and so that we can start the panel. I hope it has been quite inspiring listening to our past panelists, and as a part of organizing committee of Startup Mahakumbh, I feel so proud. I don't know how many of you have been to GITEX Dubai. Any one of you? 2 people. I've been going there for last 2 years, 2-3 years, and every time I used to go and I used to wonder, why not in India? You know why? Maximum participants are Indians, maximum exhibitors are Indian. We are making Dubai rich, although we should be here, right? So I'm so proud that we could build and bring such an amazing audience here, and we are very proud for you to be sitting all day and listening to us, but I'll make sure that this panel will really have a lot of takeaways for you. With this, I would really like to say, how many of you are aware about 25% mandatory procurement from MSME? How many of you? See, 4 of you are aware that only, at least minimum 25% of MSME procurement is mandatory for every public sector undertaking, right? How many are aware about 3% mandatory procurement out of that for women-owned businesses? How many women are there? Are you aware? You're not aware. Okay, so now you know that today panelists are of great value to you, because every one of you today will be highlighting what opportunity we bring to the table today. We have with us NHPC Chairman, Chaudhary sir, over to you. I would like you to share about the opportunity we are talking about your procurement of last year, and if we even target 1% of it, that is what we are talking about right now. I hope you will be understanding that revenue brings you funding, right? Funding cannot bring you revenues. So I hope you're serious about this panel. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. NHPC, it is a premier Government of India organization. Basically, we are engaged in the development of renewable energy, mainly hydropower projects, pumped storage scheme, and solar and wind power. So, we are in the generating company and we are bound by the government guidelines, and whatever our annual procurement is there, out of that 25%, that is at least 25% is mandated to be procured from MSMEs. So out of 25%, now we are exceeding. Many years we are not able to meet, but now we are able to meet that. So out of that 25%, 3% is reserved for women entrepreneur, and 4% is mandated for SC/ST entrepreneur. So because we are very large hydropower utility, our last year annual procurement was 1200 crore, around 1200 crore. So out of that, that means 25%. So more than 300 crore. We did our procurement through MSME. This year our figure will be more, so it is around 1600 crore. So 1600 crore, you see at least 3% for women entrepreneur, that means 48 crore, 50 crore. What was happening that during the initial stage, we were defaulting because no women entrepreneur, no SC/ST entrepreneur, no MSME entrepreneur were coming out. We are procuring the materials through GEM portal. So GEM portal, we are uploading our requirement, our procurement bid, and the MSME or the women entrepreneur, SC/ST entrepreneur were not responding. Then we did many vendor interaction meet, many vendor interaction, especially women entrepreneur. So our head office is, NHPC's head office is in Faridabad. So we did our vendor meet in Faridabad, at different other places also. Now the response is very good. So otherwise, not meeting the criteria as fixed by the government is a default. And default, that means there will be less marks because our performance of the organization, that is outstanding performance, was very good or good. It depends upon the fulfilling the government criteria. So on this account, there was a problem, and we are not meeting the target. Since last 2 years, we are exceeding the target. So 25% is the minimum. That means it should not be less than 25%. It can be more than the 25% from MSME. So that is good opportunity for many of the small entrepreneur, mini, micro, small entrepreneur, and especially good opportunity for women entrepreneur. Since we are in the power generation, so we have 28, 29 operating power stations. So for maintenance of the power stations, we require lot of spares, lot of equipment. And for construction of, we are also in the field of construction of hydro projects. So for the construction of project also, we need lot of materials, chemicals, construction chemicals or construction materials during the construction of the project. So what figure I mentioned you, that is the pure procurement. The
Okay, excluding the crude.
Yes, procurement of the construction project, it is beyond that.
Right.
So that is good opportunity for the enterprises.
Right,
Okay.
sir. So thank you so much, sir. I hope when sir was saying MSME again and again, small entrepreneurs, I hope you know that you all are eligible for that. With this, I would like to go to Mishra, sir, from DFCC. Again, a huge opportunity in procurement. So, you know, there is an opportunity, but there is also an additional opportunity of innovation and technology. Many of you are actually working in innovation and technology. Mishra sir, we were just talking about this example which you were giving, if you can share the kind of opportunity which are there with your organization. What all exemption can people expect when they're talking about startups is what we would like to hear from you, sir. So it's on. It's on.
So, thank you, Tripti, and thank you, the organizers, for having this kind of Mahakumbh. We just concluded one Mahakumbh at Prayagraj, and it really looks like the same Mahakumbh. Yeah, so that shows the interest of the young generations in looking for the opportunities. I am working as Executive Director in Dedicated Freight Corridor. It's one of the public sector under Ministry of Railways. And in every government organization, what Chaudhary sir was talking about, the procurement policies regarding MSMEs and all those policies are applicable across all ministries, across all public sector. So those policies are applicable in me also. I don't want to repeat that. What I like to tell and add is every procuring entity has a responsibility to develop new vendors in their process. For that, they are authorized by Ministry of Finance, General Finance rules, and also the Ministry of Finance procurement rules to go for certain level of procurements where no eligibility criteria, no experience is required. That means any new vendor can come and after following certain procedural thing, he can be a successful bidder and get the work allotted to them. Work, consultancy or goods, whatsoever is the kind of procurement, he is there. So that's the generic guideline from the Government of India, applicable all across the ministry. Now the specific about the MSMEs and startups. About MSME, Chaudhary sir has already mentioned. Let me mention you about the startups. I have seen some of the procuring entities putting certain restrictions on startups. Like they are asking for some experience or all. So if you are asking for experience from a startup, that's kind of dichotomy, isn't it? The startup is starting something, so from where he will bring the experience? It's like the young graduate coming out of college and then employer is asking, where is your experience certificate? So we are not that rigid, or but every procuring entity should be sensible towards that. And Government of India's guidelines, procurement guidelines are responsive to that. So to support startups, what first criteria or first entry barrier which government has removed is to remove the bid security or any kind of security which a bidder is required to submit when he is submitting, say, tender forms. So no security, bid security is required for startups. So all he can do now on online procurements, the cost of tender form is also free. So all he has to do is he has to procure a certificate from DIPP that they are startups and just they can participate. So that's, and if following the procedure, if their prices are matching with the other fellow startups or other bidders, they will be successful. So that's the normal conventional route of entering a startup into the government procurement system. Now, it's in this entire process, the innovation, the new thinking, all those things are missing. Why missing? Because what a startup did at this time is he responded to what was floated as a tender and he filled up his application. What is actually required, or what will be the actual or the high level role of a startup which they should play, is that they should come up with the new ideas, new innovation, and they should pitch for that towards those public procuring entities. Like we all are sitting who are from the services of the government or public sector. If you expect certain level of innovation from us, I think I'm not sure about my fellow panelists, but I'm sure about myself, my idea of innovation will be very belittled. I'm not sure of my idea. But you young people are buzzing with those ideas. But you will, as I said, you will respond only when whatever tender I have floated. So what your idea will do? For that, my suggestion would be that you identify whatever idea you have, whatever startup you have, and who are potential consumers of your idea. Then you approach different, say if you want to work in Ministry of Railways, they're like in my ministry, you approach to those public sector or public procuring entities into the railway sector, you float your ideas, you go and discuss with them, had a platform like this where you float your idea and try to convince that procuring entity to go for or advertise a procurement requirement suiting to your idea. Like for example, as I said, I'm from railways. One of my job is to operate the train. For safe running of operation, I need to inspect the track and keep that in, say, safe condition. The inspection of railway tracks and assets, how it had been done, you know, since 1851, it has been done through manual means. People walking on the tracks is doing the inspections.
And that also carrying a 30
kg weight on his
manually.
shoulders.
They are doing it. They need innovation.
Through visualize and you can see the 50, 60, 50, 55 years old guy, what will be his eyesight? God knows how those things are running into the system. I mean, what a new startup can propose, or like we are working based on obviously the suggestions from the new generations like you, that we have drones. What drones we are using is just using the wedding photography or something, new concepts, or why not use those drones, those cameras in inspecting the things, sending those photographs to your server room, matching those with the potential or idealized fault or missed errors, and then you identify that which location, what kind of defects was there in the track. So we are working on this inspection methodology with a startup. So that is one area where you can win. And when we are working, that is, we are still working at a very small area. The Indian railway track is over 60,000 route kilometer. You just think if you are developing this idea, where your startup will go. Your startup will be much bigger than any corporate of the India.
Yeah.
So this is the opportunity. So again, if you have certain idea which you can work in, so hydropower, you approach to the department of Chaudhary sir, you pitch your idea to them and say that, sir, you float your requirement and then we will participate, we will help you out. So it's win-win situation for both. Like we are also getting new idea, we are getting those services, and you are getting your business. So that is the opportunity for you.
Thank you so much. I think it is very, very important to note what sir said, that he would or the department would not be able to think. If you have an idea, you can always mail me and we can share with relevant departments. Please, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. It's very easy. I'm very quick in my response. My team is also here. Shrishti, can you stand? If in case you feel, today we have DFCC, we have NHPC, we have, THDC as well, and we have Indian Oil. So in case you feel there is some innovation which you are doing which can actually be implemented, you have some idea, please message us or reach out to my team. We will definitely ensure. That's why we are here today. With this, I would like to move to Anirudh sir from THDC. It is a subsidiary of NTPC. All of you must have heard about. Sir, we would like to understand from you the opportunity again, but as you were sharing, with you it's not just a direct opportunity, it's also an indirect opportunity because you are into consultancy business. You advise so many projects, So there is not only with you, but also where you're advising. So we would like to have your ideas on this.
Thank you, ma'am. First, let me introduce myself and my organization with the audience. I am Chief General Manager in TAGC India Limited. It's a hydro specialist organization like NHPC. NHPC certainly is a very bigger in size. We are little small. Now, what I am really happy to see that the gathering from such a young generation I am seeing, it's really a matter of pleasure. Me and my organization have always been open to the new generation and the new ideas. Before going to the statistics, what we have been doing or what we have done, I would certainly start telling you certain areas of new innovations where you can come up in hydro sector, as sir was telling in case of railways. There was a very orthodox method. Similarly, in case of hydro, it is also the same story. Many of the areas we are still doing with the very conventional methods. Now, as sir told that there is a this drone technology. So digital elevation model method with the LiDAR equipped, if it is with the LiDAR survey, you can reduce the time of surveying and assessing the issues, all these within, to the level of 10% only. So department is always open, and these are, these are very small, investment options. You can come up with a very small investment, these LiDAR groups. You can come up with the explorations. Nowadays, more than 100 pump storage plants government is intending to construct. So you can come up for the consultancy works with the soil, exploration of the areas. They are very small, works which makes one a big lot. So in that case, I share with you that in case of, as DMRC and other departments are doing, they are doing now the precast lining, precast concreting. So earlier it was almost a saga that we used to transport the cement, we used to transport the sand, we used to transport something, and then we used to, construct in situ construction at the site for the hydro. Now you can, if the project is inside, from a railhead about 200 kilometer, you can construct a yard at the railhead only, and you can make the precast components that can be transported over there. So there are many ideas because time is less. So if you come to me personally, it will take days.
Yes. So we will definitely take up more. I would like to now quickly, because we are short of time. So we would like to go to Manoj ji. Manoj ji is from Indian Oil. I think we've been working for last 7 years together to help women to achieve women-owned businesses target of 3%. And it has been a wonderful experience because Manoj come forward and give us what are the opportunity, like sir has been speaking about, everyone is talking about. So with this, Manoj, if you can share, few examples which are very, very quick for people to get into. And what has been your experience, that would be really great. I would like to really share with you that we recently with Manoj helped a woman to grab an order of 12 crore. She is making drums. So they got an order for Indian Oil recently just because of the guidance of Manojji. With this, I would like to hand over the mic to Manojji to share his views in the limited time.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. जितने मेरे यहाँ पे पार्टिसिपेंट्स बैठे हुए हैं, सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है कि आप इनोवेशन तभी दे पाएंगे जब आप उस इंडस्ट्री की इन्फॉर्मेशन रखते हो. इंडियन ऑयल 1959 में प्रेजेंट शेप में जैसा चल रहा है वैसे 1959 में फॉर्म हुआ था. रिफाइनरीज डिवीज़न में इंडियन ऑयल मथुरा रिफाइनरीज डिवीज़न में पोस्टेड हूँ. और मैं अपने एक्सपीरियंस ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि जैसे तो एक अभी डायरेक्टली ये मिला और हमने काफ़ी टेंडर निकाले जिसमें कि अपने टेंडर्स में हमारे टेंडर दो कैटेगरी के होते हैं. एक होता है क्रिटिकल एंड नॉन क्रिटिकल. नॉन क्रिटिकल टेंडर में स्टार्टअप्स को कोई एक्सपीरियंस की ज़रूरत नहीं है, ना ही उसको कोई टर्नओवर की ज़रूरत है, ना ही कोई एक्सपीरियंस की ज़रूरत है. इस पोस्टिंग के पहले, मथुरा की पोस्टिंग के पहले मैं डिगबोई रिफाइनरी में पोस्टेड था, इंडियन ऑयल डिगबोई इन डिब्रूगढ़. वहाँ पे हमने सेम इसी कैटेगरी में नॉन क्रिटिकल टेंडर में फ्लोट किया था और उसमें स्टार्टअप्स ने पार्टिसिपेट किया विद DPIIT का सर्टिफिकेट जो आप घर में बैठ के बना सकते हो, वो सर्टिफिकेट लगाया उन्होंने. उनको कोई एक्सपीरियंस की और किसी चीज़ की ज़रूरत नहीं थी और उसी में बाकी लोगों से उन्होंने compete करके L1 फिलोसफी में L1 होके उनको वो ऑर्डर गया. दैट ऑर्डर वैल्यू वाज अराउंड 1 करोड़. उन्होंने पेवर ब्लॉक का एक ऑर्डर लिया था. सो इस टाइप के इंडियन ऑयल में जैसे एग्जेम्पशन की बात हुई स्टार्टअप्स की, स्टार्टअप में इंडियन ऑयल वो सारे एग्जेम्पशन आपको देता है जैसे कि टर्नओवर की ज़रूरत नहीं है, देन आपको कोई एक्सपीरियंस की ज़रूरत नहीं है, आप हमारी इंडियन ऑयल की साइट से या जेम साइट से डायरेक्टली टेंडर देख सकते हो, तो फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट है. और अगर कोई भी दूसरी इन्फॉर्मेशन की ज़रूरत होगी तो मैं अपने नंबर शेयर करूँगा फ्यूचर में.
Thank you so much, sir, for winding it up so quickly. I would just conclude this session in 30 seconds by handing over the mic to Chaudhary, sir. But before that, I hope all of you have registered for MSME, NSIC registration, and Startup India. That's what I would say. And over to you, Chaudhary, sir, for the closing remarks.
Thank you. I will add whatever I have spoken earlier, and many things has been explained. That there are so many promotional policies by the government for MSME, for startups. I will say one example. One startup came with to us that, sir, you are wasting so much of time for taking the runner of the turbine and repairing it. So I will provide you the bolted runner. So bolted runner, you can just remove the particular part of the runner and then you can repair it quickly and fix it. So out of our R&D fund, say every organization, so I will inform the all startups that every organization is mandated to spend 2% of their profit in innovation, R&D works, research and development works, innovation works, technological advancement works related to their business area. So whatever the business area ours is, so out of our profit, 2% we can spend on the such innovation and R&D works. So it is a good opportunity for the startups to use those funds to approach the industry, approach the organizations that, please see, we want to help you in your business area like this. We want to increase your efficiency. We want to increase your productivity of your business and with such innovations or with such technological advancements. So,
thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone, for being a patient listener. Thanks a lot, everyone on the panel, for being here and taking out time. Thanks a lot once again. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a big hand for all our panelists and speakers? And can we please give a big round of applause for Ms. Tripti Singhal, everyone. Tripti, thank you so much for moderating the entire session for us, and to all the panelists. May I please request our team to please join us on stage to felicitate all our speakers. Please give a big round of applause for Mr. R.K. Chaudhary, Chairman and Managing Director, NHPC Limited. Tripti, we want you to hand over this token of appreciation to each and every speaker here. Please give a big hand for Mr. Ajit Kumar Mishra, Executive Director, Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India. Mr. Manoj Majoka, Chief Manager, Contract, Indian Oil Corporation. Mr. Anirudh, CGM, THDC. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Startup Mahakumbh. And now I request Mr. R.K. Chaudhary to please hand over and felicitate Ms. Tripti Singhal Somani. Big hand, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a big hand? We request everyone to come together for a group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, can we please give a big hand for all our panelists and speakers? Thank you for the enlightening session.
Thank you. Thank you once again for this robust and insightful session. And moving on to the next one, where we deep dive into the financial strategies that propel startups to new heights. From innovative funding models to growth-centric investments, this discussion is going to be all about unlocking the potential of Bharat's entrepreneurial ecosystem.
Absolutely. Moderated.
It's going to be moderated by Ms. Soumya Suryanarayanan, an influential voice in impact investing. Our panel also brings together leading experts from IVCA, NABARD, Ergos, Willgrow, and Intellicap. And their insights together will illuminate the pathways to sustained startup growth.
So let's welcome our panelists. And as we conclude, we will thank each one for sharing their financial wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen,
please put your hands together
for Ms. Soumya Suryanarayanan, Avishkar Capital. Big hand, everyone. Dr. A.K. Sood, NABARD. Mr. Ashish Dheer, Senior Director, One Lattice.
Mr. Rajat Tandon, President IVCA. Mr. Vikas Bali, CEO, Intellicap. And Mr. Srinivas Ramanujam, CEO, Willgrow.
Thank you.
Over to you, Soumya.
Thank you so much. Very excited to be here. I think we have one of the biggest panels, but number of panelists, but it's going to be the most exciting discussion on one of the most critical yet overlooked aspects of India's startup story, right? Financing growth beyond our metros in what we call Bharat, the tier 2, 3 towns and rural hinterlands that hold immense potential, entrepreneurial potential. While urban startups dominate our headlines today, as you know, 65% of India's population depend on rural economies, where agri-tech, farmer entrepreneurship and food supply chain are transforming lives. Yet, access to capital continues to remain the biggest barrier. But change is brewing. Innovative models are coming up. You have impact investing, revenue-based financing, blended finance, and corporate partnerships are emerging. And today we have a stellar panel of leaders who are at the forefront of this transformation. I would like to start with Dr. Ajay K. Sood, who's the Deputy Managing Director of NABARD, and he brings decades of experience in rural and agricultural financing. So NABARD has played a pivotal role in rural development, sir. How can agri-tech, rural fintech, and other Bharat-focused startups better leverage NABARD's schemes and funding mechanisms?
So thank you so much. So first of all, let us recognize that Bharat or rural India is really facing the stress. Agriculture is the only sector in India which has been bereft of reforms in one way or the other. Since 1991, when liberalization took place, reforms took place, agriculture by and large has been left out of it. And there are many issues in agriculture or rural areas like logistical issues, issues of remunerative prices to the rural people in various capacities, which are affecting the rural population. And on a bigger macro front, if India has to achieve its Viksit Bharat dream, then the rural areas have to develop. I mean, there is no alternative left. That is one thing. And to solve all the problems of the rural areas, I think the rural fintech, agri-tech is the solution. So NABARD has been associated with nurturing these enterprises one way or the other. One of the initiatives that we have taken is the rural business incubation centers with the various institutions, including the agricultural universities in various parts of the country. 10 such rural business incubation centers we have established throughout the countries, where the entrepreneurs who have ideas for solving these problems, they can come incubate their ideas. They are providing the entire ecosystem there. And it is not only the ecosystem in terms of incubation, but in terms of providing seed capital. Seed capital is also available. And for those rural techs which have some prototype available with them, then funding is also available from our catalytic capital fund. Apart from this, we have NAB Ventures, NABARD Venture, which is running various funds, apart from the Government of India fund of AgriSure fund, where also direct funding is available, as well as the fund of funds scheme is also there, where investment through alternative investment fund is also available. Number two, there are many social capital available in the country in the form of producer organizations or self-help groups, which are having a lot of ideas for solving the problems of rural areas. So these rural techs, agri-techs, they can connect with them. So, in rural areas, one of the important thing is trust deficit. If we are not able to connect with the people, trust is the basic factor which lacks. If you are missing that trust, then whatever ideas you have, it is not going to be successful. So if you are having an idea, I think moving through these organizations is something which is very, very important.
That's great, sir. Thank you so much for explaining that. I would like to move on to Mr. Vikas Bali now. He's the CEO of Intellicap and leads a firm that has advised and invested in inclusive businesses for over 2 decades now. And his work in designing sustainable financing models for Bharat's entrepreneurs is unparalleled. So Intellicap advises on inclusive business models. Vikas, how can startups in Bharat design unit economics that attract both impact investors as well as commercial capital?
Thank you, Soumya, for that wonderful question. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Soumya, may I suggest that I answer an even better question, which is, what should startups do? Should they be chasing the investors, or should they be chasing market, demand, and pricing their products and services in accordance with the affordability, accessibility, and reaching of those cost to serve of reaching those customers? And that's really the more important question. हिंदी में एक saying है, आप जिस चीज़ के पीछे भागोगे वो उतनी आगे भागेगी. Investor is also that same commodity. All the entrepreneurs who are chasing investors, good thing to do. The better thing is they chase you. And they're going to chase you if your business models are great and at scale you can demonstrate you will make lots of money, including in the rural areas. As I said, awareness, accessibility, affordability are absolutely key issues in addressing the last mile in the rural areas. We were working with a very large institution, tens of thousands of crores, who wanted to reach rural Bharat. And we made them tie up with a microfinance institution to sell their products and services. I'm talking about a company which is a transnational, which has tens of thousands of crores of rupees in India. But for reaching the last mile, they had to piggyback on a microfinance institution. And the model was successful that it was scaled to other countries. So the point that I'm making is be very, very innovative, be very, very flexible. Like large companies need innovations, innovators need to piggyback on large companies in order to establish their business models. Another point is about affordability. You cannot design products and services for Bharat the way you do for India. Many of you would remember the sachetization of the shampoo. Think about how you can sachetize your products and services when you are addressing rural Bharat. Learn to build trust. Sample your product, build trust, and that's when you'll be able to really help scale up your volumes in rural Bharat. So, apologies for changing your question.
No, thanks, because that was extremely insightful, and I hope startups in this room are listening to this. Now, moving on to the Bharat entrepreneur, we have Kishore here, Kishore Jha, who's the CEO of Argos, a pioneering agri-tech platform. Kishore has been enabling small farmers and rural businesses through grain banking and digital credit solutions, a perfect example of fintech bridging Bharat's financing gap. So you work very closely with farmers and agri-entrepreneurs. What is the biggest financing challenges for agri-startups, and how can fintech solutions like yours, help? Or how are you helping farmers?
Hello. Yeah, so thanks, Soumya. So as Ajay sir said that trust is one of the biggest factor, and that's why the lending community always maintain distance from this Bharat customer. But we at Argos, we run a grain bank model, which have almost cracked the secret of this, that speed is very critical in this business. When farmer need to, buy input tomorrow morning for sowing, the land is ready. He cannot wait for 10 days or 15 days. If he needs to do the irrigation tomorrow morning, he has to do it. So the speed is very critical. The ticket size is very critical, where 20,000, 30,000 rupees is required. If the lending, the company is able to disburse that much amount within few hours, that's the key. If you can, facilitate that ticket within timeline and the repayment from the farmer, where you have a visibility of the farmer's income, these all things possible if you use technology for the last mile to capture their income details and integrate lender and the borrower in a secured manner. So there the Argos has solved it, and we are running this company for last 13 years, and successfully we have created a fantastic ecosystem for the lenders on our platform, where the farmers have been able to repay every penny on time, zero delinquency, very proudly say. And that is possible because we run at farm gate. We do the transaction, through that we demonstrate that how to build trust. And there is no any other way to build trust than to demonstrate what you commit, what you deliver. So that's how we have experienced that in agri-tech, in India, if we need to build any value, we have to go to the last mile, bring last mile people in the mainstream, enable them to learn technology, to avail finance, to sell their grain, to sell their produce on their own. No intermediaries, no middleman, no third person. Because today we are operating at more than 5,000 villages. And we have seen every farmer have a smartphone. Every farmer have a smartphone. Whether they are using feature phone for their own, the daily purposes, but in every house there is one smartphone, and that can be used for transaction, build transparency, speed and trust. So that's where, the Argos is able to create value for them.
And you operate in Bihar.
Yeah, we started from Bihar, and we are now operating in Karnataka and Maharashtra, and we have seen that adoption level, the challenges is almost similar across the country.
Thank you, Kishore, for that. The key takeaway for me is trust, building trust, and operating with speed and efficiency. I would like to come to Srinivas right now. He's the CEO of Willgrow, one of India's largest impact incubators. Srinivas has nurtured hundreds of startups solving problems in healthcare, agri, and energy for low-income communities. So Willgrow's model proves that innovation thrives beyond metros. So Willgrow has nurtured many startups, both rural and semi-urban. So how have you tailored your programs to address the unique challenges faced by Bharat entrepreneurs?
Thank you, Soumya. I think just the way you introduced us speaks a lot. For starters, the expectations we have from the companies that we work with is quite different from probably what you heard. So number one, if we find founders sitting in office most of the time, then we have a problem. If you're not in the field, if you don't know your customer, and if you're talking about Bharat here, I mean small towns and villages, then your time should be with them, not sitting in office making a fancy deck. Right? So the second piece that we have an expectation is you know in and out of your product, you know in and out of your customer. So there's those two things that we tailored in our expectations of founders. But it also means the way we work has changed. So internally, we have quite a large team, and most of them are experts. And one of them is sitting right here, Shivang. Maybe you should meet him. But the team knows in and out of the subject. They do not expect 3-year projections. They do not expect some crazy growth from you. They know that your business is going to grow at a much slower pace. You're likely to be profitable. So we are prioritizing profit. We are prioritizing product fit rather than valuation. Yeah, and most likely, many of these Bharat entrepreneurs are not going to be raising valuation, equity. That's fine, because if what India and Bharat need are good businessmen and businesswomen, not some crazy valuations which mean nothing, but apart from something on paper.
Thank you, Srinivas, for that. From Srinivas, I'm going to move to Rajat. He's the president of the Indian Venture and Alternative Capital Association and has been instrumental in shaping policies and mobilizing capital for startups across India, including Bharat. So from an investor lens, what are the key risks and rewards of backing startups in Bharat? So Srinivas said you shouldn't focus on valuation, but would love to hear from you on how VCs and PEs can adapt their strategies to better support these ventures.
Thank you, Soumya. And like all investors do, listen up to what the startups are saying and then make your own decision. And by the way, don't get scared with what Vikas was saying. If you're a good startup, the investor will run behind you. You don't have to run behind the investor. So certainly. So the situation, what we look at in India right now, in the last decade, about $430 billion, which is about 35 lakh crores, has been invested into this ecosystem. Only 10%, or probably less than 10%, has been invested into Tier 2 and Tier 3, right? But there is an investment which is still going on. Soumya, you mentioned something on a risk and a reward, right? Frankly, if there's no risk, there's no reward, right? And that's what the investors are in the game. In a Tier 1, what the investor is looking for is primarily return, right? Certainly there is risk, but then there is high return. In the Tier 2 and Tier 3, the approach is more about a developmental approach. So again, today the investor is wearing this hat and saying, I know. In terms of the advantages today of working out and investing into Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, the cost of working out and investing into a startup which is running from a Tier 2 or Tier 3 city is nearly 30 to 40% much lesser. So clearly that's an advantage towards you, right? Again, it's an untapped market. Today, in the urban cities, we've solved the problem. We are still continuing to solve the same problem, all right, repeatedly. There is opportunity across, there are different ideations. There are different challenges in each of these Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, which makes it an opportunity for more innovation to be built and the investor to actually look at something, newer ideas as well. Coming on, so that really helps to build the portfolio diversification which the investor is looking at. Talent is far more affordable, right? Today, when I look at tier 2, tier 3 cities. Again, the angel networks today, which you used to see in the urban cities, now it's migrating to the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So the angel networks, they are understanding what it is to invest into unlisted vis-a-vis the listed space, right? There are more returns to be made, there are more innovations to be backed, and there is a satisfaction which everybody desires. So clearly, I would say risk low, certainly the valuation risk will be there, but that happens anywhere. It takes time to develop a startup for it to move towards a higher valuation. Return may come in later, right? Opportunities are there, and that is what we need to look at. Even the government, when it starts to look at, some of the putting across money in sunrise sector. Now, these are sectors where typically a venture capitalist is not entering into, right? In the agri space, if I look at it, I mentioned that number, out of 50, 60 billion which is invested every year, only $1 billion goes into agri space, which is very less. And that's where it's probably time to look at how we as domestic capital kind of boost it up, because today our capital, 85 to 90% is still international capital. Back to you, Soumya.
Thanks, Rajat, for that. I'm going to come to Dr. Sood now. So we've heard from investors, we've heard from incubators here. So how is NABARD collaborating with private investors, incubators to de-risk early ventures in semi-urban and rural areas?
So as I have already explained that there is a set of incubation centers, accelerators through which we associate with them. And then we have a lot of organizations working at the field level in terms of farmer producer organizations or farmer producer organizations through which we get hints and then we connect with them.
So if you can give some examples, that will be helpful as well.
Sorry, pardon?
If you can give some examples, that will be helpful as well.
For example, we have Madurai Agri-Business Center in Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, which is working. So startups, lot of startups, they can come there, they can work there, they can exchange ideas with each other. We can provide them with market connect, we can connect them with the people. We provide them with seed capital also. It's not only, the incubation facility. Then in case they need funds to grow also, then also we have arrangements for that. We have, I told that catalytic capital fund is there, through which we can do it. But the major thing is that how to take it forward. That is the upscaling is the major thing. So basically, there is a need for creation of lot of incubation and acceleration center throughout the country, where lot of ideas are lying up. They are sleeping actually. So how to take them? So basically, the need of the hour is that all of us should collaborate with each other. Development is such an area that individual entities cannot handle it. The venture capitalists are there, funders are there, developmental agencies are like us are there, Government of India schemes are there. So collaboration is the keyword, I think, which will help this.
Thank you, Dr. Sood. Picking on your point on collaboration, I'm going to go to Vikas here. Vikas, how can corporate partnerships, CSR, strategic investments play a bigger role in financing Bharat's entrepreneurial ecosystem?
Great question. Water everywhere, not a drop to drink. Same concept as far as capital. The capital providers think it's there everywhere. The seekers of capital never find it. Blended finance is one such instrument which is becoming more and more popular in the imagination of people to target hitherto areas which do not access the classical commercial equity capital directly. And blended capital needs that underlying layer of security, be it in the form of a grant, be it in the form of a non-returnable or a returnable grant, be it in the form of a concessional debt, all of these kind of structures. The opportunity for us here is to see how CSR monies, the 2% profit number, can be funneled into providing that layer of security, that layer of guarantee in case things go wrong. And that is how we can find additional pools of capital to reach the models which are seeking to serve the Bharat. So collaboration needs to happen between CSR and between financiers who will put together the entire structure for the money to be invested into the entrepreneur.
Thank you, Vikas, for that. I'm going to come to Rajat actually. Rajat, how can industry bodies, like we're talking about collaboration here, how can industry bodies like IVCA encourage more institutional capital to flow into startups beyond urban India? And do you see any policy interventions or incentives that could accelerate the shift?
So again, in terms of there are a lot of initiatives being done by the government, but primarily what we're looking at, one of the best ways to address this domestic pool of capital issue is via fund-to-fund structures. We've seen various states trying to come up and promote this. We've had discussions with the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, we've had discussions with Ministry of Ayush, even Ministry of Defense is looking at how work can be done out of different states, right? So fund-to-fund structure is a good structure to have. And that is where a lot of domestic money can participate. And in the fund-of-fund structures, we're looking at just like you as an investor invest into a mutual fund, that you as a retail investor, how if the government and the policies can come in together to put retail investments into fund-of-funds, which can further support certain good fund managers who can go back and deploy this money across with you, right? So that's one area where we've seen. You know, the DPIIT does a startup state ranking, so at least it builds a competition. You know, Niti Aayog is working towards initiatives where both global, that's FDI comes into different states, as well as skills and innovation gets developed by building incubation setups and universities. So some of these initiatives which will help build the pipeline and further investments will definitely flow once the pipelines are coming in. Right now, the issue is good pipeline, and I think that's a responsibility all of us must take to enable. Even in the early stage, let's tell you that the seed stage funding, what people are saying, is it going down? It's not. It's gone up 1.2x. Out of the 1,024 deals which took place in India, 756 deals were in seed stage funding, which is a growth of 1.2x over last year. So, you know, money is there, focus is coming there. It only needs to build the right, correct solutions across. Soumya, thanks.
Thank you, Rajat. And as Vikas said, water everywhere. I hope we get the drop to drink all the startups here. So here, one last final question to all the panelists here. If you had to recommend one game-changing action to accelerate funding for Bharat startups, what would that be? Maybe, Vikas, we can start with you and then...
I think Government of India needs to put together 1 lakh crore fund and take it forward from there.
Okay, thank you. Srinivas?
I think we have a completely different model for looking at risk. I think we are confusing risk models of urban India with those in Bharat. So the same challenges that we seem to think they behave the same way. The one thing is relook at risk models the way credit scoring is done.
Thank you. Kishore?
Yeah, my experience, I would say, pick up one problem in Bharat and hammer it, and prove it that you can build model around it profitably, so that you can prove it wrong to the world that yes, there is a profitability from the bottom of pyramid. You can make a lot of money, you can create a lot of wealth to the community.
Thank you.
So if you ask me to give one idea or one sector, so I would say in agriculture, if I say, absentee landlordism is one of the major issues. In some of the states, 30 to 40, 50% of the land is done by tenant farmers, which are not able to get access the formal finance because of lack of collaterals. So I think all the banking sector is struggling with that. How do we find the alternate data sources to finance these people? We are running one pilot project with RBI Innovation Hub to finance these peoples, but this is on a very pilot stage, this is a very small scale. So we require the help of the startups for finding a solution to this. How do we digitize their cash flows? How do we find alternate data sources? If we are able to find a solution to this, I think the growth in rural areas can move manifold.
Thank you, Dr. Sood. Rajat?
My one word is domestic capital should, so domestic investors should trust our own startups which are domestic. Let's not lose our IPRs. Let's keep them with us. Let's have more domestic money coming into play, which is extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful, one solution. While we had like 5 different solutions, or this has been like fantastic. Thank you so much to our panelists here. A big round of applause, please. Very, very divergent views from the panel. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Soumya. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, big hand for all our speakers and panelists one more time. May I please request Soumya to felicitate all the speakers. So once again, a big thanks to all our speakers, Mr. Rajat Tandon, Mr. Ajay K. Sood, Dr. Ajay K. Sood, Mr. Kishore Jha, Mr. Srinivas Ramanujam, and Mr. Vikas Bali. Can we, we want some round of applause, everyone, each time. Thank you. Big thanks to all our speakers for sparing their time for Startup Mahakumbh 2025. And Soumya, for you, I request Dr. A.K. Sood to please come forward and felicitate Soumya as well. No, of course, we make sure that our moderators are also felicitated. So I request Dr. A.K. Sood to please come forward and felicitate the lady. I would like to thank Mr. Srinivas, Mr. Vikas, and Mr. Kishore for joining us on stage. I request Mr. Rajat, Soumya, and Dr. A.K. Sood to please remain on the stage with us. I request Mr. Rajat, Soumya, Dr. A.K. Sood to please stay on stage with us. And I would also like to invite Mr. Ashish Dheer, Senior Director, One Lattice, to please join us back. So ladies and gentlemen, we're all set to launch, report launch for innovation in agriculture. Please give a big hand. We absolutely thank each and everyone for sharing your financial wisdom. We present to you report launch for innovation in agriculture. Big hand, everyone. Can we have more energy in the room? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, once again. We are ready for our next session, ladies and gentlemen. Our next panel discussion, Beyond Metros, India's next startup wave. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our next panel discussion. Beyond metros, India's next startup wave. So innovation isn't just confined to major cities. In this session, we explore how the next wave of startups is emerging from regions beyond the metros, driven by visionary policymakers and local initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have on stage the moderator, Ms. Shraddha Sharma, founder and CEO, Your Story, and our esteemed panelist, Dr. Ekroop Kaur, Secretary to Government, Department of Electronics, IT, Biotechnology and Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka, Shri Anurag Yadav, Principal Secretary, NEIT Electronics, Government of Uttar Pradesh, and Shri R.D. Bharat, Joint Commissioner of Industries, Government of Gujarat. Moderated by Ms. Shraddha Sharma, a pioneer in storytelling and innovation. Please give a big hand for all our panelists one more time. Their insights will guide us on nurturing innovation across all the corners of India. Let's welcome our panel. Everyone, can we have more energy in the room? Can we please give them a big hand?
Okay, before we start the session, I just want to get an understanding. How many of you are doing a startup? How many of you are not doing a startup? And how many of you plan to start up? Okay, so then we are in good company. तो ये हम पैसा वसूल सेशन रखेंगे because हमारे पास बहुत ही 3 स्टेट के very senior leaders are there, people who make the decision, take the decision and execute. So we will see what all can we get from Bharat, how can they help us as we build our startups and our startup stories, and what are they doing in their respective states. Action क्या हो रहा है उस पे हम चलेंगे. So ma'am, let's begin with you. You are doing fantastic work. I am in Karnataka and I know the work that you're doing. Can you tell us, for entrepreneurs, what are some of the programs that the state is running?
Very good evening to everyone. Pleasure to be here and pleasure to be talking to you, Shraddha. So Bangalore, as you all know, is the startup capital, not just for the country, but it is one of the largest technology hubs in the world. We are looking at, we are the 4th largest technology cluster with more than 18,000 startups and more than 50 unicorns. So in that sense, Bangalore it has a thriving ecosystem. And we are very passionate about our startup ecosystem. Over the years, state has been systematically investing and supporting the startup ecosystem. So the approach which has been taken has been pretty much a life cycle approach, right from the idea stage, idea to POC, then supporting the journey, then accelerating, commercialization, giving global connections and global acceleration. State government has been supporting this all the way through. I don't want to, name all the schemes that we have rolled out. For those of you who are in this segment, in this ecosystem, would already know of the schemes that the government is running. But I thought something interesting that I must flag at this, occasion. Government has very recently, in its budget that was presented in March, announced a very big program for startups. We are looking at creating 10,000 new startups across Karnataka. And this would be all beyond Bangalore. Not in Bangalore, but in all the emerging clusters. So we are looking at 6 clusters within the state, of which 3 are already somewhat, at a fairly mature level. Another 3 are coming up very well. And we are going to do a very, very deep dive into building the ecosystem. So now we have taken a decision to start with very young people. Right from high school, we are engaging with students. Then we have structured programs at college level where we are trying to support student projects, because we feel that these student projects actually are the bedrock, and from there the ideas will stem, which will eventually culminate into startups. We are focusing very heavily on IP creation, and I think that's where today India has to come of age, and we need to have more IPs happening which can be recognized and can be associated with India, rather Bharat, I would say. And this entire initiative that we are taking is going to really support it. While we will be giving a lot of financial incentives, we are also looking at building the ecosystem in these smaller towns, so to say, emerging clusters. We have set up certain centers of excellence. We are looking at setting up another 8 to 10 centers of excellence. We are looking at setting up TBIs. We are looking at setting up innovation labs. So very, very exciting times, I should say. All in all, there is lots happening in this space, and I think still this is the beginning of the journey. A lot more is yet to come. And I think all of you, I think if you divide the audience, you do fall into the 3 buckets that Shraddha mentioned. And probably this is the best time to be in this domain, to have your own startup, to build your own idea. And all states and even the government of India, everybody is out there to support your journey. So stay confident and, really give it your best shot is what I would like to say.
Thank you, ma'am. I have one very quick question. I know you have to leave. So if it's all right, I'll ask her another question. For people who are not in the state, I might be in Delhi, I might be in any, I will not say UP and Gujarat right now, but in any other place, can I go to Karnataka and avail all these offers that you have?
Yeah, so some programs, yes, you can be a part of it even while you are not registered with the state. But once you register with the state Karnataka startup, the world will certainly change. There will be a plethora of opportunities. And a lot of it is obviously for startups which are registered with Karnataka. And believe me, startups from all over the country, and it is not like it's a state-run thing and only for people from the state. Everybody from we have people from all over the country who are coming because the kind of ecosystem support that you get over there is something which is, as on date, fairly unmatched. I don't think, the maturity of the ecosystem, and especially once you start, probably the scale up and the acceleration could be much better once you get that ecosystem support. Plus, with the presence of a large number of academic institutions and the kind of centers of excellence which have been set up by the state government in collaboration with the academic institutions, especially ones with IISc, with IIM, and then IIT, IIT Dharwad, those are places which are really, giving world-class mentoring facility, world-class academic support, and that is what becomes the differentiator beyond a certain level. But yes, we are open, and in fact, we run a similar event in Bangalore called the Bangalore Tech Summit. We have seen in the last couple of years the participation from other states. In fact, we very proactively reach out to all startup clusters across the country, and we have all the states participating over there. We are willing to provide whatever support we can to build this ecosystem across the country.
So, last question. पते की बात पूछना है मुझे कि पैसा कितना मिलेगा? Like what is because as startups, as people in this space, we are looking always for funding, grants.
Yeah.
So
one of our flagship programs is Elevate, where startups, idea to POC stage startups, they participate. Every year we select 100 startups and we give a grant of up to 50 lakhs. It is no strings attached grant. There is no equity, no share, and nothing that the state asks for
And you
in
can
return.
clap for that because it's a great innovative program without equity. It's a big thing.
So we have
Yes.
supported close to 1150 startups till now, and some of the startups are, they have reached that level where they have market valuation of 500 crores and stuff. Really, those startups are doing very, very well. I would not take names, but many of them have been very successful. Besides, we were one of the first states way back, almost 15, 20 years back, when we set up a VC fund. When the VC ecosystem, private VC ecosystem was not as vibrant and strong, we set up a state-led VC fund. We still continue with that VC fund. It is, so every round it is specific to certain domain. Right now we are running a deep tech fund. We are running a fund for the AVGC sector. So some very niche areas we are trying to develop. Going forward, this new program that we have announced, which is Local Economy Accelerator Program, we are looking at setting another Elevate-like program for deep tech. And we are also looking at setting up a fund of funds. And besides all of this, what the government is doing, the private VC ecosystem in Karnataka is very mature. We have more than 200 VCs which are operating out of Karnataka. And the kind of money that has been raised, the investments which have been raised by startups, they are truly, truly inspiring. And I think money is not really the barrier at all. If you have a good idea and if you are, committed to it and the team sees that you will be able to see it through, I don't think money is a big challenge.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As always, Karnataka has hit it out of the park. So with that, sir, Anurag sir, हम यूपी पे पहुंचते हैं. हम स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ में हैं और अभी महाकुंभ बहुत ही शानदार महाकुंभ has got over in UP. Tell us what the state is doing for startups, for the innovation. उसके बारे में हमें बताइए. और पैसे भी कितने हैं वो भी हम पूछेंगे. हाँ. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Let's give a big round of applause to Ekroop, ma'am. And please get in touch with her. Very approachable and always responding and helping startups. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
I'm sorry I have to leave in between. I have a hard stop. But nonetheless, it was really nice interacting. And as Shraddha mentioned, we would be very happy to interact with any one of you who would like to, explore what are the opportunities in Karnataka. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I mean,
ma'am, can we just have you back, as we would definitely would like to felicitate you on stage.
You want to come?
Yeah, I'm sorry to cut you in between, sir. I just wanted doctor to come back. We'd just like to, before you leave, we just like to felicitate you on stage. And this one is on behalf of Government of Uttar Pradesh. It's coming from there. From Shri Anurag Yadav ji. Big hand for Dr. Ekroop Kaur. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us here. We respect your time.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, we can resume back, sir.
Anurag sir.
Okay. So, I mean, before I start on what we are doing for startup, जो पते की बात आपने कही, Mahakumbh and what's the strength of being in UP? So, एक question मैं भी पूछना चाहता था सबसे. So, just think for a moment. I usually ask when I am at this stage. UP is not a state but a country. So in word, what would be its rank when you look at country's population size? Anyone? Any guess? Okay. What would be its rank? 10th? नहीं, यूपी वाले नहीं हो. हाँ. 6th, okay. Quite close. 4. ऑलमोस्ट क्लोज, यस. आई मीन अगर इंडिया कंट्री के रूप में ना काउंट करो तो थर्ड मे बी थर्ड और फोर्थ, इट वेरीज. So that's a size. I mean, you think of that on this entire atlas or globe or whatever you can visualize, and then think that UP is the third or fourth largest country. Now, can any innovation be worth sustaining if it's not happening in UP? There comes the strength of being in UP, and why UP's startup ecosystem is important, worth to focus on and to discuss, and that is what Mahakumbh probably symbolizes. Now, how do you attempt? I mean, that's one way of, so being big has its potential and its challenges as well. And when it comes to synchronizing it with the startup ecosystem, so the difference definitely is challengeable, because with size, you can't move as fast as you expect to move. I mean, it's a very simple natural phenomena. So you need to gather a lot of momentum, a lot of, I would say, potential has to be generated before you get up to that acceleration. Probably UP is at that stage, I would say, where we have gathered the momentum, but it is yet to come to that speed where probably we just had ma'am from Bangalore. So I would say we are not yet at the stage where Bangalore is, obviously, but we do need to see how our tier 2, tier 3 or other cities, if we are looking in terms of Mahakumbh of Bharat, then how every city can become a Bangalore, we need to see. So what the state government is doing, how we are focusing in how we are creating this speed. Now, so much of contextual introduction, coming to the real brass tacks. There are two major, I would say, interventions which you can see. One is directly where we nurture the startup right from what we use the word seed capital up to their market. So there are different schemes which state government has where it promotes startups right from incubation up to how they can go up to the product commercialization. And then once you have reached to that stage, we have another scheme which is, I would probably say very few states have, a startup fund which is of 1,000 crore corpus run by SIDBI, where there is no limit depending upon your idea and how you can get your investment valued. So that's there. Now comes the second tier of intervention, which is related to creating the ecosystem. So there are few things which has happened in past few years. When you look at the startups, what is the challenge? Challenge is accessibility. So if you are in tier 2, tier 3 cities, like most of the UP cities are, and if you think about reaching to them, how do you access their product, or how they access global market or big market? So that's how do you create that bridge. The second challenge is people believe there is a lack of talent in these smaller towns, and it has been rightly so. A few years ago, we always found that people are running towards metros, and most of the metros having the infrastructure. So the state government has focused on creating infrastructure, enabling infrastructure, whatever you can think of, whether it is power, whether it is road network in terms of expressways. So UP is probably, I mean, people say that if you Google expressway state, the name will come UP. And the day we complete Ganga Expressway, it would have 50% of the entire country's expressway. So we had airports, there were only 3 or 4 about few years ago, and now we have 16 airports functioning. So whether it is creating logistic hubs, whether it is creating road network, whether it is creating tech infrastructure. So which is very important. I mean, if you look at how much digital payments are taking place, again, the numbers. So we score on the numbers. So you will find that most of the digital payments are happening in UP. So digital ecosystem is there. To summarize, not only having direct benefit schemes for startups, but also creating indirectly a ecosystem. We are trying to see that this title of Mahakumbh for UP can sustain. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. I am from Bihar. तो मुझे लगता है बिहार और यूपी जो बगल में है, it is always very encouraging and UP seeing the progress because now one is going and the change is very palpable on ground. We were in Lucknow, Kanpur, Prayagraj, मतलब पूरी दुनिया आई. And I don't know if you guys know that Steve Jobs' ex-wife came to Mahakumbh, right? So UP is, the way it is changing is of course very commendable, but what is encouraging today to hear is that a lot is being done for startups under your leadership. Yes? Sir, paisa kitna mil raha hai?
Okay.
आप number नहीं बताए.
I'll give you. If you are asking, I mean, a very simple, so there are different stages. You are a college student and you have some ideas and you want to work. So how we nurture? So the first stage is where you create incubators. So we have incubators in every district where you can get yourself registered as a college student or just having a basic idea on you are nurturing. And we give you sustainability allowance, which is if you are in a, I would say, tier 2, tier 3 city, it's much higher given your challenges. But otherwise, roughly around 20,000 per month you get while you are a student and you just have an idea trying to work on that. Then comes the stage where you require some seed capital. So when it comes to seed capital, on different stages of your evaluation of the idea, you, again, if you are, I mean, you have an advantage if you are a woman in UP. So you get more money being a women-led startup, and otherwise roughly around 7.5 lakhs to 11 lakhs is the range where you get as a seed capital, where you develop your idea and you are yet to commercialize this. If you have a prototype, you get a grant of 5 lakhs to make that validated. All your certifications get subsidized or reimbursed. And once that is done, then you get a marketing incentive. So some support for initial marketing where you are still trying to get some investments for that. Then comes that stage where if you have crossed all these stages and you want actually some valuation for your product which you have developed or want to make, let's say, a factory or some more bigger investments, then you can approach through SIDBI for our UP Startup Fund, which is a corpus big enough depending upon, so there are certain startups in the state which has got huge funding. There is no limit for that funding, depending upon how you have been evaluated by those AIFs. But there is a dedicated fund from the UP for the UP's startup. And there are other infrastructure support. For example, we have many centers where STPI supports us with its office locations where you need not pay anything. You have all the design centers facilities where you can get your prototype designed without paying any cost. So I would say that we have the infrastructure to support you if you have an idea.
Sir, you said unlimited funding, तो हम सब UP आ रहे हैं, but हम आए कैसे? But tell us, how do we access?
Okay. So the best way to do is all the incubation centers are set up with education institution. So if you are working on some ideas, it's better to get through whatever education institutions, every district. For example, all over, I mean, there are 2 IITs in UP. There is a triple IIT, there is an IIM if you are looking for the big names. But otherwise also, if you go to a tier 2, tier 3 district, You will find if you just go to our website, it has all our incubators listed there. And you just contact them. They would definitely help you to incubate your, depending upon what kind of ideas you have and what support system you are looking at. Once you are with them, you get all the support system.
Thank you, Anurag sir. Sir, let's hear from Gujarat.
As far as startup is concerned, Gujarat formally came out in 2015 with a specific scheme from the Industries Department. But as you are all knowing, Gujarat is an entrepreneurial state from the time immemorial. We had trades. We have 1,600 kilometers of long coastline. So we had trades with the all foreign countries through the ships in those days also. So, and over a period of time, the Gujarat has a stronghold of manufacturing. Unlike other states where the, more of services and technology things are there, Gujarat is a stronghold of manufacturing. Now, 2015, when our Honorable Prime Minister was CM before that of Gujarat, he had floated an idea of formally sponsoring students and people, even they may be students, they may be dropouts, they may be graduates, having any idea in their mind, that idea has to be nurtured and has to be realized in a full-fledged product. So that idea, after he went to center, the Gujarat government was inspired by that idea, and we floated a scheme wherein we provide various benefits. I'll answer to your another question of Paisa a little later. But then, apart from that, as DPIIT has mandated that every district of every state has to have at least one startup in every district. So that is one of the mandates. But we, in Gujarat also, we through our scheme, through our policy, we have created a network of institutes which are recognized by us through the medium of scheme. Money will be routed through those institutes. So those institutes, more of them or most of them are graduate level, university level schools and colleges. And so that every district has been covered, beyond metro is also covered in that. So obviously, as far as state is concerned, all our tier 2, tier 3 cities, if you take example of Rajkot, which is again T2 or T3, way back, they are manufacturing for automobile manufacturer world around, around the world. No car manufacturing company in the world will be such that it will not be having some part made from Rajkot. And their products are also going to space. They are, manufacturing for spaceships also. So that is the Gujarat story. I'll answer your Paisa question also. When you were asking this question, something came to my mind. There is a joke wherein a company was interviewing CAs, chartered accountants, for their company's work. So the question was, how much is 2 plus 2? So the straightforward candidates, or non-Gujarati candidates said 2 plus 2 is 4. Now the Gujarati came, so he was asked the same question. So bola ki 2 plus 2 is what? He said that kitna chahiye, kitna karna hai. So पैसे की बात आएगी तो आप मेरे को अगर पूछ रहे हैं कि कितने पैसे मिलते हैं, मैं बोलूँगा आपको कितने चाहिए. And to be specific, we start with students policy, SSIP, wherein we provide up to 2 lakh rupees for students coming out with ideas, very nascent stage startups. Above that, we have a Srujan scheme where we provide 10 lakh rupees to the students Now, above that, when it comes to our industries department's scheme, we provide 30 lakh rupees, up to 30 lakh rupees as seed fund. Apart from other benefits like attending acceleration program, they'll get 3 lakh rupees. Now, above that, 30 lakh se zyada, we have I'll tell you the 360-degree approach of the state government. Above 30 lakh, there is ticket size 50 lakh, 3 crores. So we have venture funds. GVFL is a company, government partnered company. So GVFL will provide you, it could be in the form of equity, it could be in the form of debt. So there is no limit to that. So that is how.
सर बहुत चाहिए मतलब अभी हम सबको तो लग रहा है गुजरात चलो गुजरात चलें No, but thank you so much. Thank you to all of you. Sanjay, do you want to add anything because we've run out of time?
I think Secretary has already covered. Only one thing which is also element is that any government procurement that we do give a preference to the startups who are there in Karnataka. So we have a very specific program for startups which is there. And I think there is a democratization of entrepreneurship का जो concept है श्रद्धा जी वो पूरा मॉडल जो है thankfully कर्नाटका से निकल के बाहर आया है और वो अब एक बाकी प्रदेशों में जा रहा है। मुझे लग रहा है कि यहाँ पे माइक में कंपटीशन हमें करना चाहिए था, एक डिबेट होना था। It's not competition, ये सब शेयरिंग है, शेयरिंग ऑफ नॉलेज ही है। लेकिन डेमोक्राटाइजेशन ऑफ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप से ही वी कैन उम्मीद कर सकते हैं कि जो भारत का एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है वो बाहर निकल के आएगा। आई थिंक सारे प्रदेश जो है वो उसमें दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं, हम उसको थोड़ा सा और डीपर लेवल में काम कर रहे हैं, बस इतना ही कह सकते हैं।
यस, लास्ट एक लाइन में या तो एक शब्द में या एक लाइन में एक सेंटेंस में व्हाट डज इट मीन टुडे टू बी इन भारत एंड बीइंग अ भारतीय, बीइंग एन इंडियन, फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू, because you guys are driving the startup story, Bharat story. What does it mean? गुजरात से शुरू करेंगे अभी।
I think being in Bharat today is a way forward or a path towards being Vishwaguru. Yeah. That is in one sentence. Yeah.
Yes. I think he summarized, but I mean, you asked one word and the first word came to my mind was hope.
Hope. Yes, yes, very hopeful.
This country has that potential and hope we are going to be.
Yes, yes. Brilliant.
हमारे यहाँ पे नॉर्थ स्टार की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है,
हाँ,
राइट? मुझे लगता है कि भारत एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का वो वर्ल्ड में नॉर्थ स्टार बन के दिखाएगा।
Very good. Thank you so much, and with that, let's give a big round of applause to all our state leaders, Gujarat, UP, and Karnataka. Thank you so much. Thanks.
So much of words of wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand for all our panelists and speakers one more time. I request Ms. Shraddha Sharma to please come forward to felicitate our speakers on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta, CEO, Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. Shri Anurag Yadav. Big hand for Shri Anurag Yadav ji. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Startup Mahakumbh 2025. And thank you, Shri Adi Bharat Saab, for joining us here. No, we'll ask Sanjeev ji to felicitate you. Thank you, Shraddha ji. Thank you so much for the fantastic moderation. So something is there from Uttar Pradesh. So अनुराग जी हमारे पहले स्पीकर हैं जो सबके लिए सब कुछ लेके आए हैं। तो ये अनुराग जी की सबसे खास बात है। सर दिखाया आपने हॉस्पिटैलिटी कितनी है उत्तर प्रदेश में। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दैट। एक ग्रुप पिक्चर के लिए अगर एक बार हम लोग फिर से एकत्रित हो सकें। आई थिंक वी मिस्ड आउट ऑन अ ग्रुप पिक्चर। Shraddha ji, Sanjeev ji, if you can please come together for a group picture together. Thank you. Adi Saab, can we please have you for a group picture again? Kurane, are we ready for our last but not the least panel discussion? We are surely looking forward to it.
Absolutely. It's definitely very exciting and worth all the wait that, the members of the audience have been doing. Our final panel discussion is here, guys, and it centers on the financial dynamics that propel the startup ecosystem. The liquidity continuum, which explores how strategic investments create a flywheel effect, fueling continuous growth along with innovation.
So we have the panel discussion, the liquidity, the flywheel unlocked, moderated by Mr. Rohit Batra, Managing Partner, Evolvence, along with our panelists on stage, Mr. Vineet Rai, Founder and Managing Partner, Avishkar Group, Mr. Ishpreet Singh Gandhi, Founder and Managing Partner, Stride Ventures. So moderated by Mr. Rohit Batra from Evolvence, our panelists, Mr. Vineet Rai and Mr. Ishpreet Singh Gandhi, are among the most respected figures in the investment community. Their expertise in unlocking liquidity will leave you with actionable insights to drive growth.
Request everybody to please settle in. We're starting our last discussion for the evening. Start moving away from the stage, please, and be seated.
Can we have
Members of the audience, please start moving away from the stage and take your respective seats, please.
I would also like to invite on stage Mr. Arvind Ganeshan, Executive Director, Axis Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand for Mr. Arvind Ganeshan.
People standing next to the stage, please start moving backwards, take your seats and be settled.
And everyone sitting there at the back, may I please request everyone, if you can all please come forward. People sitting at the back, may I please request you to please come a little forward. Everyone, we can all come forward. I think I can see a lot of vacant space. It would be great and would look good also for all the speakers who are present here on stage.
Come on.
Everyone sitting there in the middle, we request you to come a little more forward. We request everyone to be right there in the front for all the panelists and speakers.
Huddle up, come on.
We had a great day. We had an amazing, all the sessions, and we absolutely would like to take our last session, an insightful one. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. The positive of being the last session is that we have half-empty room, which means less pressure for all of us. Let me start by maybe introducing myself and my very esteemed panelists here. Rohit Batra, Managing Partner, Evolvence. We are a long-term investor in India, mostly in private markets across private equity and venture capital. We invest in both funds as well as do direct investments. And for us, it's important to find high-quality companies which we can help scale up in the Middle East and invest in funds where we can develop a partnership model and find ways in which we can collaborate on this Middle East-India corridor. We've been investing in India for 20 years. We've raised and invested a little over $1 billion. And I'm very excited to have this panel because it is by far the most important topic for the investing community today, which is, especially in India, which is creation of liquidity or exits, as we call it in our lingo. And we think we have a very, very interesting set of folks here because with very, very relevant backgrounds. We've got Arvind, who has obviously been the champion of many of the companies that have gone public over the last 2 years and the IPO frenzy we've seen, so would want to really hear his feedback. We've got Vineet, who's been, in my view, one of the foundational pools of capital supporting Indian private companies from the earliest stage to the growth stage, and one of the most impactful impact investors in India. And we have Ishpreet from Strides, which has, over the last few years, emerged as probably one of the most well-known venture debt platforms in India, and an asset class which I think is very relevant as we talk about cash in, cash out. And I'll have each of them give their backgrounds and the backgrounds on their firms. So Arvind, maybe I'll pass it over to you for a quick 30-second intro.
Thanks, Rohit. So I am Arvind Ganeshan. I head the New Age Tech practice at Axis Capital. We are a wholly owned subsidiary of the bank, and we partner companies in their late-stage fund requirements, be it at an IPO or a M&A or a private equity.
Yeah, Vineet Rai, Avishkar Group. I'm part of the organizing committee of Startup Mahakumbh, where I think that's enough.
Hi, Ishpreet here. I'm the founder and managing partner for Stride Ventures. We are amongst the most active debt investors in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. So Arvind, maybe I'll start with you. Look, this is a forum which has come together to celebrate the entrepreneurial journey that the Indian startup ecosystem has helped advocate. And it's been a tremendous, I would say, last 5 years where we've seen fantastic companies coming out of India. You were amongst the top banks which have taken many of these companies public. It's been an extremely exciting time to be an investor in India over the last 10 years because India has produced, and it's a fact, bucked the trend which is happening globally and produced some of the best exits, much of it coming from the startup and tech ecosystem. So maybe start with what do you think had enabled that over the last 2 years, and where do you think 2025 and 2026 is looking from that perspective?
We are more bullish on tech space, the new age tech space, than what we have historically ever been. See, there are a couple of things. Let's just take a step back. What exactly investors want? They want predictable, scalable, profitable, and de-risk models. Consumers and businesses alike like great value, great experience, instant gratification. And we believe platforms are the best place to kind of deliver this. So if you see, they have the lowest incremental cost of service, massive data-based decision-making, extremely intelligent and value-accretive engagement with the ecosystem, and high degree of capital efficiency. In a world like what we are today, wherein a lot of things are volatile, agility has a special place in itself. And that is the reason why these platforms have dominated across the world. I'll just give you a couple of data points here. If you look at US, around 35% of the market cap is with the new age companies. In China, it is 30%. In India, it is just 3%. So basically, we have not even gotten started, I would say that. So if I were to just look at last year, close to $20 billion of capital were raised from IPOs, out of which around 4 billion were from tech companies. That is around 20% kind of share. We see this going up to 30, 35%, 40%. There is no reason why Indian companies, more of them will not be tech in terms of hitting the market. So one thing which we are seeing in terms of the activity which the companies whom we are talking to right now, if the markets were to hold up this year, we could potentially raise more capital than last 4 years combined. That is the extent to which this optimism is going to roll and this tech new age wave is going to take shape.
Well, that's music to my ears for sure. Vineet, you've got a very interesting role in the ecosystem. I mean, you represent today what I think has become over time one of the most important sources of capital for this country, which is developmental finance. And you have been the champion, the poster boy for what I would think is the inflows of that pool. What I've also seen, though, is that you come in very early and probably have, in my view, delivered amongst the highest sort of number of exits within the Avishkar portfolio, as I see the last few funds that Avishkar has raised and invested out of. Walk us through how is the India experience, the Indian founders' experience different from that first check that you write, or maybe even in some cases the growth check, to actually creating what we call here the liquidity continuum, cash in, cash out, and how is it different from maybe a global founder or a US or a Chinese founder, if I could put it that way?
So I started in 2001, and in 2001, if you offer somebody a check, people will get scared that you might actually take their house away. So I was 29-year-old and I did not know how to give money. I did not know how to raise money. And so giving money itself was a check. And when I actually when I met people like you trying to raise LP money, people asked me, what is the exit? For first time, I actually thought they were asking me to exit from the door. So it took me some time to understand what exit means. Second time onwards, I actually went through an IFC paper which said 95% of the funds are globally struggling for exit. And praying to God is a good strategy. So I officially wrote, exit strategy, pray to God. I think the difference has been we were praying to God in 2001 to 2010 period. And I actually distinctly remember till 2016, we were so apologetic about our exit strategies across the board. I mean, it was not really about Avishkar, it was actually about India. And our selling was, how would India ever return the capital? And are we not similar to Africa? That was actually one of the biggest questions. Now, if I actually just give you some numbers, 2021 was really godsend year for us. Just to give you an idea, roughly 45,000 crores of exits happened through IPO in 2021. We have never hit that mark since then. 2024, and this is 44 companies IPOing, roughly 40,000, 45,000 odd crores of money. And then this year, we are not yet 44. Last year, actually, 37 odd companies, roughly 35,000 crores. So don't ask me what happened in 22, 23. So 21 and 24 are really the peak years. We have not touched 21 yet again. But the M&A activity has also followed the IPO activity. I mean, just to give you an idea, in 2021, the total M&A that took place in India is roughly 1,20,000 crores. 2024 again is another peak, but at 24,000 crores. So you've roughly fallen down 20% from our peak. Answer, simple question. If you today try to look at exits, does India offer exit? Answer is yes. But if I flip it around and actually start saying, does India offer reasonable return as an investor who has a portfolio there, I think that's where we start struggling again. And we as investors have to prove ourselves that we can improve our DPI to those who don't or uninitiated this, distributable proceeds, the money that we actually return, the question that you're asking. 2017 is at 0.7%, 2018 is at around 0.5, 23. So basically, we have returned between 0.70% of the capital we raised, or 60 or 50 or 30. And those who have returned the entire, so if I put the residual amount also, it's 1.2 2014 vintage. That means if you raised $100 million, you basically returned $120 million, which is really no IRR. So I think individual companies have bucked the trend, created significant value, but venture as an ecosystem has yet to deliver the promises that we have made, and that's actually a challenge we have to solve for India. And to me, if you actually go as an entrepreneur, a lot of entrepreneurs think that they made an exit and they have done a great favor to the investor. The reality is, unless we consistently deliver significant returns and create long-term value, chances of the money getting recycled and reaching back to you in large quantities is going to be challenging. And yesterday, Minister talked about why is deep tech and why Indian entrepreneurs are not ambitious enough. It is not your problem. It is a structural problem that we have to collectively solve. Both from the fund side, we need to find larger pools of capital. 100 billion, 200 million, $300 million funds are not going to create a competing deep tech ecosystem. You would start seeing the quantum drop so suddenly that 1, 2, 5 million, $10 million is what we do. Then there is a gap there, right there, between 10 and 30, $50 million. Post that comes private equity, and private equity looks for stable models. Without the stable models, those guys are not going to come in, and you will start struggling at $150 million revenue. But if you have not become profitable and you're not going to look at Arvind, it's very, very difficult to create exit for anyone. So India's challenge is not completing this. We are not a full stack, financially evolved ecosystem. And that really is the challenge that we need to sort. Once we sort that challenge, we will have to convince ourselves to raise the quantum of money that would allow us to consistently deliver across the board. And that's when the entrepreneurs will get the opportunity to build with patient capital, long-term businesses. And I don't think so, whether the entrepreneurs or the investors have done justice to it. And I think I would actually say, as a country, that way we should question ourselves. It's not that the entrepreneur, the investors and the whole country needs to answer, including the government. So we all need to collectively ask ourselves, how do we build the full stack? And Nandan Nilekani has actually proven a right full stack solution is a powerful tool. We just need to do that in ours. So I'll just stop.
No, fair enough. But speaking about we need to raise more, we need to do more, one of the trends that we've all spoken about is the Indian market's appetite for investing in this ecosystem, startups, venture, private assets. And I think one of the biggest beneficiaries has been Strides. If I think about your capital base, Ishpreet, tremendous amount of appetite with a lot of your LPs, which are insurance companies, banks, large family offices. Tell me, what is it about venture debt and what is it about Strides which is exciting them? Because as I think about this whole, again, going back to this cash in, cash out cycle, clearly venture debt as an asset class has grown. And I think some of it may have to do with the fact that how quickly you guys have been returning money in just the way that it works. So maybe educate the audience here on venture debt and then maybe Strides positioning within that. So.
Sure. Thanks, Rohit. So basically, I think Vineet made some interesting comments on the cycles and how it is a very long cycle and you have to be more patient. I think we sit in between. We sit in between of making sure that we are naturally not a 10-year funds. We 10, 12-year funds from a private equity venture capital perspective. We are in between. So we are 4-5-year funds, which gives a lot of transparency from a perspective of LPs to understand the tech ecosystem. Because generally what we can do, we can customize our structure of finance in varied manner. We can possibly structure an investment in 12 months and 4 years, 3.5 years, depending on what the business requires. I fundamentally believe, first from an asset class perspective, to Rohit's point, it's a more regular cash in and out kind of structures of quarterly paid out to investors. But more importantly, I think domestic capital explosion is something this asset class enables. Because there are a lot of families, since you mentioned families, first of all, let's take on that. A lot of families where new generation entrepreneurs are entering, and I think there's a talk going on that the new generation should be creating businesses rather than investing. So how do you create innovative business? You can create innovative business when you partner with the tech ecosystem. You would not be able to come to know from previous generations how to innovate by yourself. So you partner with maybe funds like us, and that's where you get to understand what's happening in the tech ecosystem, what's happening in SaaS, what's happening in electric clean tech, what's happening in consumer, fintech, and the education awareness and the levels increase because you're trying to any which way generate returns which are close to 14-18%, so they are any which ways at par or even better than some of the other instruments. So that sitting in between, especially for the family office new generation coming in, even a consumer, even in a family which has a consumer background and the new generation has come in, there's a lot of innovation on consumer companies in India from a perspective of product market fit, new products coming out. Similarly, on the, as I said, on the auto side, there are a lot of auto families who are LPs of ours, investors in us, where they believe, okay, if they want to go electric way or want to go renewable way, they can know much more through us because of the fact our portfolio will be well diversified. I think there was yesterday also a point made from a perspective of creating more domestic funds and raising capital which is more domestic oriented. We propel that because we'll partner with Vineet's portfolio companies and Evolvent's portfolio companies and much beyond. And that intelligence of then circulating knowledge, and I would like to now frame it as knowledge capital between the ecosystem makes us unique, right? That knowledge capital of saying what's happening if you're talking about consumer, which are the best upcoming trends? If you're talking about electric, which are within electric, is it the last mile or is it the OEM, which is a better segment to invest from a perspective of returns or what we are seeing on grounds? So I think besides the return, Rohit, which you mentioned, that people don't have to invest for 10 years, they're in between 4-5 years, that knowledge becomes interesting for unlocking of domestic capital. As of now, we spoke about public market exits. There has to be exits to strategic investors. One of the ways venture capital community will take exits will be strategic buyers. And who will be the strategic buyers? It will be these families whose new generation have come in and they'll acquire businesses, which is happening. One of our companies recently got an investment from Hero MotoCorp Euler Motors, right? Because Hero MotoCorp wanted to go in that trajectory and they believe Euler has done a cycle or curve of learning of their own. So I think exit can be in varied forms. Our truest form of exit comes in when we speak about public markets, which is the last mile exit. There has to be granular or midway exits also, especially for early stage venture capital funds. Private equity exits are different exits. That's traditionally for public markets. So I think domestic pool of capital unlocking is what the asset class does. And that's how our stride way of working is to work very closely with these promoters, including banks, insurance companies, because for them it's a stable source of capital. They can dip into the tech ecosystem again through us, and similarly family office. So it's a knowledge capital which we transmit, which is easier to do because you are sector agnostic, you're stage agnostic. So you can pass on some of that information and understanding.
Yeah, understood. Arvind, back to you. Tell me maybe for the group, as you think through your list of companies which you would want to represent, taking them to public markets, for example, what do you think are the most exciting attributes today for companies which you think would be well received by capital markets, especially from the new age lot?
Sure.
So.
Look, why they want new, let's just put ourselves in the shoes of the public market investors, all the funds, domestics and foreign institutional included. They want the big delta. They want which is a company which could give me a 25-30% kind of a return. Our Nifty EPS growth last year was in single digits, but on an average is around mid-teens. So unless there is a multiple re-rating, your returns are going to be around in mid-teens. So basically, this is the alpha stock. So that is one part of the equation. The other part of the equation, what are they looking at? They are looking at predictable business models. The biggest thing for the tech companies is not just their ability to hyperscale. So there are many companies which grow at 30%, 50%, some doubling in size as well. What they lack is the predictability of the business, with what certainty they can guide the investors. What investors, public market investors in particular, hate is nasty surprises. So why investors loved Infosys, why investors loved HDFC Bank? Because it was kind of clockwork. You just had to clock 20% year-on-year growth. So that degree of predictability is something which public market investors love, and that is something which the companies which are going public are kind of aligning themselves to. Second is that there is quite a bit of requirement on corporate governance. In the private domain, the requirement is not as stringent as what is there in the public domain. Every single action, the way you talk, and the entire management team that you have, the finance team, secretarial team that you have, there are quarterly filings that you have to do. So that is basically a reset from the, mindset perspective. And then finally, they don't want a 0 to 1 game. VCs are kind of comfortable for the 0 to 1 and 1 to infinity journeys. The public market investors don't want that. They want, the events which could potentially disrupt the entire sector to be behind them. So they want high degree of certainty. That apart, obviously, investors are looking at the market leaders. Sector after sector, what we are seeing is that the tech-based companies are having a 10x better solution than their incumbents, and they are consistently gaining share. And this we are seeing it in SaaS, we are seeing it in consumer tech, we are seeing it in B2B, amongst others. So every sector is kind of opening up and investor appetite is strong. And definitely the capital gravitates towards a market leader who have pricing power, who have demonstrated profitability, and have some credible route of operating leverage playing out. Basically, in short, investors don't want leap of faith, they want high degree of predictability.
No, absolutely, I agree. Vineet, you keep all of us honest. So let me ask you, you and I both raise a fair amount of capital outside of India. You know, we deal with currency, we deal with emerging market risk, we deal with idiosyncratic risk that in India may have, for example. Monsoons, for example, you know, when we talk to some of our foreign LPs, they got quite surprised that you bring up that as a reason why things don't get delivered. You know, we had a bad monsoon, we had a good monsoon, we have Navratras, we have this, we have that. Let me just ask you, today, if you are looking at India and you want to generate, if you are a US investor, what is going to make you get out of bed and want to invest in this country? And that's question one. Question number two, if you do want to invest, do you still believe that privates will give outperformance versus just continuing to back public markets, which historically have been, as you and I both know, very, very attractive for foreign investors?
So if I'm a US LP, and I can give you examples after examples, in 2007 there were a bunch of US LPs came into India thinking that India is middle class. We sold the middle class story very well. We'll suddenly start actually delivering a lot of high quality returns. Unfortunately, they had a big fall. And I think if you take everything off, if I'm a US LP, the first thing that I really want is stability in our policies. Taxation. They want stable taxation. They don't want volatility. They don't want new things being introduced, surprises being introduced. Across anything, so whether it is financial services, whether it is technology, whether it is outsourcing, anything, they want consistency of policy. Surprises in policy scares the investors the most, more so if the entrepreneur has built a successful company and suddenly you see complete liquidation of value because either something was not clear or the regulator had allowed things to actually continue and then had suddenly taken a very strong position. And this has happened. India has seen, we saw a serious challenge emerging in fintech not very long back. We saw a serious challenge emerging in gaming not very long back. And it has happened across non-banking finance and others as well. Those surprises, the LP is willing to live with a failure, not willing to live with a good company actually losing its mojo just because activity took place which nobody has a control. And so stability in the policy system and stability in governance and consistency in policy are the three things that they seriously look for, and that's what they fear. I think India is doing reasonably well in the macros. I don't think so macro is a challenge. Our problem is India is so complex on a nuance side that what is gushed over in the macros is the minefield that India is otherwise for an entrepreneur. So most entrepreneurs are here in spite of everything and not because we are very supportive in that sense. And therefore, capital takes a long time to come back. And that's the second part of it. Just to take the last 30 years, 3.5% rupee devaluation. So if you want to give 10% return, you have to deliver 14% in Indian rupees to actually just give 10% dollar return. Now, 10% dollar return, these guys have been delivering much higher than that on a consistent basis. If you look at Sensex performance, roughly 15% would not be for a venture fund to deliver 10% is humanly very, very difficult. For all the claim, it's just very difficult for venture fund on a portfolio basis. I have companies which have taken from zero to IPO and I have delivered 110% IRR and 78% dollar IRR. But what did we do as a portfolio? That's where our challenge is. And that is actually glossed over into the chase for unicorns. So unicorn is one delivery, but what happened to the portfolio? And that's where I think our challenge is. The second question was around?
Public versus privates.
Yeah, so I personally think for the interim, the public is winning. private has to really work very closely both with the government on one side to get the policies being very consistent and the entrepreneurs, because the entrepreneur needs to understand money is not a right. It is an obligation and you have to create returns. It is your obligation as much as mine. And so both of us have to work together. A lot of entrepreneurs believe we are the cheerleaders for them. Unfortunately, we are actually going to have a healthy skepticism relationship with you, simply because we have to exit while you want to continue to build for yourself. And the third thing which India is still coming to terms with is entrepreneurs becoming a serial entrepreneur. I think that's the right way to go, especially if you raise venture capital. So if you do all these three things, we might be competing with them. Our ideal position should be 25% rupee return, which roughly takes you to 20% dollar return. Then we will look worthwhile, because with the beta that we bring in, that is where we actually have something more to offer. I'll stop here.
Well, I've been told we have time for one last question, and Ishpreet, you're the lucky one here. So if I could just maybe put some concluding thoughts, and I won't specifically talk about venture debt here, but you see the entire ecosystem. I mean, you're a lender to many of these businesses. You're also, through your structure, end up becoming an equity investor through your warrants. So tell me, as you look at the portfolio that you have today, much of it with some of us, with so many other sponsors within the system, tell me, what do you think amongst your own portfolio, which sectors do you think have consistently been the outperformers? Where have you been able to generate consistent credit returns, as well as also your equity warrants delivering the best cash-on-cash outcomes? We've got maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes, so
I'll try. So actually, I think it's first principle approach. The three sectors which we have invested the most, which has given us returns, are fintech, consumer, and clean tech. And there are logical reasons. If you see, all three are based on fundamental premise. We are the largest population in the world. We like consumer products. We like to use our Instagram. We like to go on the social apps. We want to try new products. We are not, as of now, as much loyal to new products. We are willing to innovate. So that makes rise to new consumer companies. Hence, that sector has remained in vogue and been important. Second is, if you see, both are linked to the government infrastructure. And first is the fintech sector out of the government infrastructure. If you see the layer of GST, Aadhaar, and the enablements which has been done by Vineet mentioned about Nanda's team, etc., and the infra which has been got created for us to transact seamlessly, which we do not find even in developed countries, makes fintech very appealing. You create products on top of that, whether you're creating lending products or non-lending products. So in fact, we just exited a company which we had invested 2.5, 3 years back, which is a platform which propels fixed income instruments called UB recently. And the reason why they've got success, because they have been able to get everything on technology over a period of time in a platform manner. Similarly, Perfios. There are a lot of companies who are non-lending tech companies who have come and enabled that. And similarly on the lending side. So on top of the government infrastructure, you're trying to create something. And clean tech, as I said, if you see the government's focus, whether it was yesterday's discussion or previous, it's been always talking about innovation on semiconductor, electric, how India is going towards new form factors, right? All of that has resulted into a lot of startups which has come in. EV has been a certain wave. We have been trying to go away from dependence of oil, and electric has become important. At the same time, the infrastructure around that, and now just extending that towards circular economy, has become important. So these three sectors have remained important. And in the same breath, look, just to complete that thought of mine, since we have also tried raising external capital, I think when you talk about investments in India, there has to be an excitement for someone to invest, because ultimately they are financial investors. Until you're talking about DFI money, which is impact money, which has come in the most. But if you're talking about financial returns, you are first of all against 3.5% in day one because of the currency element. Then sitting out of US, you're not sure what's happening on ground in India. So, and there can be an extension governance element, right? So you have to solve, and then you solve for the industry, which industry you have to invest, which thesis you have to invest. So that's why I came back on the first point in the first question's answer. You have to rely on domestic capital, and you have to rely on government innovation to build on top of that. That's low-hanging comparatively, to make sure the returns get generated, which we have generated out of our wallets.
Got it. Thank you. Well, we're, I think, way beyond the time we were given. I wanted to thank all three of you for obviously lasting the day and making yourself very, very interesting to this audience here. Appreciate it, and thank you very much.
Can we please give a big hand for our panelists and speakers? Thank you so much. Rohit, I request you to felicitate all our speakers.
Should be felicitating everybody. Being the member of
all right.
organizing committee, we'd like to
Perfect.
Have him felicitate everyone else.
That sounds better.
Give it up, guys. This is our final session for the day. Come on. I think they'll want a picture.
Thank you, Mr. Gandhi. Thank you so much for joining us here. Mr. Rohit Batra, Mr. Arvind Ganeshan. Thank you so much. And Mr. Vineet Rai.
Wow, what an incredible day full of insights, innovation, and of course, lot of networking.
A lot of networking, and I'm sure.
Not for us though, you and I.
Yeah, we were constantly throughout the stage. But of course, we had the privilege to be so close to so many of these team speakers that we saw. Thank you so much, everyone, for being a fantastic audience. We see you guys tomorrow. And before leaving the place, if you could have 3 cheers for Startup Mahakumbh. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. Thank you so much.
Thank you and
Keep
have
up
a
the same
lovely
energy.
evening, everyone.
Thank you so much. My name is Sahil Bajaj, the host for the day.
And I'm Karunya Rao. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being a wonderful audience.